term. Take-home pay for the typical family with 2 children will increase by as much as $13,300. Annual real wages for workers will rise by as much as $11,600. Pro-growth tax policy will save up to 7 million jobs, while the permanent and expanded small business deduction will add 1 million new jobs each year and expand small business economic output by $1.5 trillion. And Ways and Means was able to deliver pro-growth, pro-worker tax cuts below the committee's reconciliation instruction of $4 trillion. I suspect Democrats will make the false claim that this bill rewards the rich at the expense of the poor. But that tired talking point was wrong following the enactment of the 2017 Trump tax cuts, and it is definitely wrong under this bill today. People who make over $1 million annually will pay a greater share of the tax burden than they currently do. Households earning less than $100,000 get a 13% tax cut. If you make less than $100,000, you get a 13% tax cut. Not only do we stop a looming $1,700 tax increase on the average American family, if these tax provisions expire, we actually deliver that same family an additional $1,300 tax cut compared to what they pay today. The winners of this bill are the working class, farmers, mechanics, waitresses, linemen, and nurses. My focus has been on delivering for America's working class because I'm a product of the working class. I grew up in a single-wide trailer in a small town of less than 5,000 people. And this bill delivers for families like mine who have fallen further behind for decades. Failure is not an option in getting this done. The one big, beautiful bill to President Trump's desk. Otherwise, every single American will face, on average, a 22% tax increase. Nearly 30 million small businesses will lose the small business deduction and pay a tax rate above 43.4%. American manufacturing would compete with one arm tied behind its back against competitors like China. Families would have to sell the farm just to pay the IRS. Congress must deliver on the priorities expected by the 77 million Americans who voted for an America where workers and families will thrive again. Main Street and rural towns will grow again, and America wins again. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Moore, Representative Moore.
Good morning, Madam Chair, my classmate. I count it all joy to be here with members of the Rules Committee, Ranking Member McGovern and others, and I count it all joy to be able to testify on the behalf of the Ways and Means Committee and of my constituents and all those who are the least lost and left behind in America. I want to talk about the tax provisions of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. I really can't argue with the president over the fact that this bill is big. It's 1,000 pages of a big bonanza for billionaires. I know that we have been accused of characterizing this as a bonanza for billionaires, and the numbers will bear that out. I know, Madam Chair, you're fond of fact-checking stuff, so I hope that you will do that on behalf of the American public when it comes to talking about how those folks under $100,000 are going to experience such a great income. You've heard a lot about work requirements and how that's going to generate all these savings. You heard about how these lazy little boys that are in the basement playing video games and saying to mom, "You bring down some more potato chips," are going to, that's going to cost $800 billion in savings. How many of these boys do we have? Are there that many video games? I would have to ask. You know, we talk about how we're just going to rout out waste, fraud, and abuse, and that's somehow going to generate over $1 trillion in savings. I'm asking you, even those of you who are not that good in math, to try to figure this out with me. Let's begin the analysis of this bill, not with all the numbers that we're all going to be throwing around here this morning, but let's just begin this analysis with a moral question. Should children go hungry or be left to suffer or die from treatable diseases? And if your answer to that, anybody, if your answer is no, then just sort of reason backwards from that precipice and see if the justification of this bill sort of unravels. I'm so happy to be the last person to speak on this panel because we have heard from our colleagues and on other committees about the harms that this bill is going to do to millions and millions of our constituents, fellow Americans. We're going to cut $230 billion out of SNAP. We're going to kick 13.7 million people off their health insurance. We're going to trigger $500 billion in cuts from Medicare, those of us who are protecting seniors here on this panel. We're going to reduce educational opportunity for American children who are least able. They are kids who just might not be chosen. I was one of those kids. I wasn't chosen, and I didn't have any choice. And this is who we're going to take money from. We're sitting here bragging about so-called savings. And what are we going to do with these savings? What are we going to do with the savings? Are we going to take these savings and reduce our debt? Nope, we're not going to do that. These tax cuts are so massive that we don't have enough kids to starve. We don't have enough people to deny health care. So we're just going to ask Americans to finance tax cuts for billionaires on the national debt, on the credit card. I just paid off a credit card. I was so relieved. It was the first night's sleep I had in a long time. And we have people here. I know my good friend, the chairman of our committee, does not like debt. Well, he used to not like debt, but he kind of likes debt today. The JCT scored this bill at $3.8 trillion. $3.8 trillion. But that's not even the real score. Why not? Because of all the budget gimmicks in there. They've got all kind of budget tricks in this billionaire bonanza bill, like cutting the budget window after 9 years and making dozens of provisions that benefit regular Americans temporary to get them through the 2026 cycle, to get them through President Trump's tenure as president, assuming that he won't get a third term. Otherwise, he's going to have to do something else. But that being the case, it is so cynical to tell people we're going to give these to you. We're going to have permanent tax cuts for wealthy people. But we're going to make this temporary, just long enough to trick you into believing that it helps. So, what is the cost of this bill after we strip away all the gimmicks? It's going to be, not including the interest on the debt, it's going to be at least $5 trillion. So So, my twist on Mark Twain's statement, there are lies, damn lies, and then there's trickle-down economics. You know what? We've heard, at least, I'm 74 years old, and I swear to God, I can remember when the talk of the trickle started. And it hasn't trickled yet. And this bill is not going to start the trickle. The so-called fiscal hawks will try to make you believe that this country club urban legend that tax cuts pay for themselves. It has never worked. But it just has not stopped the talking point. That's what it is. That they claim that this bill will generate $2.6 trillion of revenue from economic growth. There is not one. Produce them. Fact check this, Madam Chair. Where is the economist who will back up those numbers? Where are they at? They ain't here. Deficits aside, this bill is ugly, as we say, because it is ultimately a betrayal of the contract that we have made with the American people, and especially to our babies and to our working people. You know, it's a union hall, working man's bill, but it is all for the millionaires and billionaires. The so-called no tax on tips. That's a distraction from the windfall that they're giving to the richest people in the country. Let's just put the facts out. Let's talk some numbers. I've been just hollering and hooping. Let's put some numbers out. Fact check this, Madam Chair. People who make over $1 million per year on average get a tax cut of $81,500 under this bill. Fact check this, Madam Chair. People who make under $50,000 per year on average get a tax cut of $265. That means a person who makes over $1 million per year on average gets 310 times what a person making under $50,000 gets. Now, this notion that if we don't pass this one big, beautiful bill, that taxes are going to go up for everybody. This is a choice. Tax breaks for billionaires and millionaires is not tethered to our doing something for regular people. Y'all chose to do that. It's perfectly possible to draft tax legislation in a way that doesn't provide the most fortunate among us with a windfall. But y'all chose to do it. Now, in the Ways and Means markup, we stayed up all night, and I do empathize with you, Madam Chair, for having to stay up all night, because we stayed up all night. And I see some of my colleagues are still here, stand up all night again. We offered 33 amendments, 33, to keep the wealthiest from getting the benefit, most of the benefit from this tax cut. So we suggested that, there shouldn't be any tax cuts for individuals making over $400,000 a year. Republicans voted no. We suggested that, if they make $10 million, we shouldn't give them a tax cut. Republicans voted no. We said, how about $100 million? Republicans voted no. We said $1 billion. They voted no. You know how they voted. No one was just too rich for this tax cut in the worldview of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle in the Ways and Means Committee. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, the JCT numbers show that this bill is even worse for people on the bottom rung. By 2029, according to JCT numbers, after the temporary tax cuts for people making under $30,000 for a year on an aggregate, they're going to, as a group, they're going to be paying $5 billion more in taxes. That's a big tax cut, Madam Chair. Fact check that. Now, imagine that, Madam Chair. There's so many ugly things in this bill, in this 1,000 pages of this big, beautiful bill. My 5 minutes could not possibly do them justice. Making it easier. I couldn't believe it when I saw this, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman. I couldn't believe it when they proposed to take away the taxes on silencers for guns. What, Madam Chair, why? There's a $200 tax on buying silencers for guns. And then we're going to kick 2 million children off the child tax credit. You know, they brag about doubling the child tax credit, but Madam Chair, the poorest, the neediest, the most vulnerable children get nothing, unless their parents earn money. You know, and what I say is that, well, why don't we just make the kids go to work? Just cut to the chase. Tell kids y'all got to start working. Maybe cut some of them school hours and go work as the shampoo girl so that your mama can get money to do what we know did. We cut poverty in half when we expanded the child tax credit to include the poorest, the 17 million kids that this bill doesn't cover. So, at the end of the day, the main thing, let's keep the main thing, that this legislation before us will make Americans more in debt, will make them hungrier, will make them sicker, will make them more ignorant. They'll be falling behind other nations, will be upending national security, all to lavish more and more and more and more on the luckiest and wealthiest among us. And Madam Chair, I am so, and I just want to point out to y'all, full disclosure, I'm woke, and I yield back.
Well, Ms. Moore, I think that applause indicates performance, having been brought to the Rules Committee this morning. I do have a lot of fact checks, but as I've done a couple of times this morning, I am going to resist. But
I'm sure you will.
But I'm going to wind up entering some things into the record that were said about the TCJA when it was passed, to show that the same kinds of things are being said now, and they're wrong, and they're going to be proven wrong, just like the things said in 2017.
Madam Chair, can I just make an intervention? We're not talking about the 2017 tax cut and I wasn't here then. This is the bill that I have gone through, and what I have said, you can fact check what I said, and people are going to be hungry and losing health care. Let's talk about this bill. I don't want to talk about that bill because I wasn't
let me
there.
talk about this bill.
Okay, talk about it, Madam
Chairman Smith.
You the chair. You can do whatever you want.
Chairman Smith. Our friends on the other side of the aisle continue to assert that the extension of the 2017 tax cuts places an additional burden on our working class families and benefits only billionaires and special interests. However, isn't it true that President Trump's tax cuts increased American families' income and were a boon to the working class, and that the bottom 20% of earners saw their federal tax rate fall to its lowest level in 40 years, while the top 10% of earners now pay over 75% of all income taxes? And as a result of the Trump tax cuts, the 1% paid more income taxes than ever before. Can you check my facts?
Your facts are 100% accurate. I think it's important to note, Chair Fox, if you listen to the counterparts that you just heard, if you use their statements, it actually proves that our tax bill is cutting taxes for working class. My good friend from the Ways and Means Committee said that in 2029, $5 billion in tax increases on people because of the expiring provisions. In order to those to be increased, that means they had to be cut, and that's what we're doing here. We are cutting $5 billion for those tipped employees, those Uber drivers, those linemen who work overtime, and it's for 4 years. I hope it's much longer, but you know what? Don't say that it's increasing $5 billion, but you're not giving us credit for the $5 billion tax cut that we're doing right now. And I also want to point out, Chair Fox, back in 2017, in those Trump tax cuts, the 17 million children that Ms. Moore was talking about that are being left behind, yeah, they're going to be left behind by the Democrats when they vote no on this bill, because that would mean a refundability would go from $1,700 to $1,000. So every one of those 17 million children would lose $700 pulled out because the Democrats voted no.
So in effect, the shares of those who foot the tax burden got more progressive in the 2017 bill, and will get that way, and will be that way again with this bill. Correct?
That's correct.
And last, despite all of the rhetoric, and I have to tell you, it really qualifies as rhetoric. Again, performance, I think, is a better term for it. The Democrats could have raised the tax income bracket when they were in control and passed their reconciliation efforts, because the tax cut expiration was in the 10-year window. Isn't that correct?
It's absolutely correct.
And they failed to do so. Again, they have a credibility problem here. We hear all the time from Democrats about what we're doing, but never taking responsibility for what they could have done when they had the majority in House and Senate as recently as 6 months, and the presidency as recently as 6 months ago, correct? Excuse me, they didn't have the
6 months
majority
ago,
in the House.
they didn't have the
But
majority in the House.
3 years ago, excuse me, 2.5 years ago, they had that majority.
They absolutely had all three branches of government 2.5
Right,
years
they
ago.
had all three branches of government, and they could have done that then, but they did not. Thank you again, Chairman Smith. Mr. McGovern, I'm recognizing you.
Oh, okay. So, first of all, let's be clear. I think Democrats are willing to work with Republicans on helping middle-class families with tax relief and helping those in the lower income brackets get into the middle class. That's never been a question. We don't have any problem with that. We're happy to work with you on something like that. But we're talking about this reconciliation bill, and CBO just did an analysis, which basically, and I said this earlier, I'll repeat it again, it shows how your bill would impact the bottom 10% and the top 10%. And as you see on this graph here, the bottom 10% are going to be worse off, and the top 10% are going to be much better off. And one of the reasons why is because in this beautiful bill that you think is so beautiful, there are cuts to SNAP that amount to $230 billion, cuts to Medicaid that amount to $880 billion. And so basically, I mean, I'm trying to put this politely, but middle-class families, those struggling to get a middle class, are going to be screwed if this becomes law. And we went over this earlier, you know, with the latest version of this bill, the top 0.1% stands to gain $255,000 on average in 2027 alone. That's $700 a day. People who make over $1 million a year will also get their pockets lined. On average, these millionaires will have an additional $81,500 per year. For those earning less than $50,000, as Ms. Moore pointed out, The average benefit is $265. That's less than $1 a day. So that is what our problem is with your reconciliation bill. The people that we think that we get elected to try to fight for are going to be hurt the most in this reconciliation bill. And let me also just say, I mean, I kind of hope that we would get to a point where Democrats and Republicans and liberals and conservatives would all agree on some fundamental basic principles. One is that, you know, everybody should have health care. Two is that nobody should go hungry in this country. I mean, we live in the richest country in the history of the world. We have 46 million Americans who are food insecure or hungry. I don't know about you, I'm ashamed of that. And as I said, because I'm also on the Agriculture Committee during the debate, is that hunger is a political condition. We have the money to end hunger. We have the infrastructure. We know what to do. We lack the political will. We have the political will to give billionaires tax cuts, but we don't have the political will to end hunger in this country. In fact, what is particularly galling is that this bill takes from those with the least and gives to those with the most. I said this in the Agriculture Committee. You guys make Marie Antoinette look down to earth. I mean, this is like crazy. I can't believe that you're doing this. I mean, again, as someone who's on the Ag Committee, and the chairman heard me, and the ranking member heard me speak at length about this, but I find it unconscionable. I find it unconscionable and immoral that we're here debating a bill will take food away from kids. I mean, this bill will do that. All the denials won't change the fact that this bill will hurt these people. It will take food off the table of families of 7, 8, 9-year-old kids in your communities. It'll mean more kids go to school hungry, more kids get kicked off their free school meals, more kids will suffer chronic illnesses because they don't have access to good nutrition. By the way, there's a cost to being indifferent about those who are food insecure in this country. And because of this bill, you know, more and more people are not going to go without health care, they're going to go without food. And for most of last week's hearing in the Ag Committee, and, you know, most Republicans, this is the thing that really bothers me, most Republicans on the Agriculture Committee couldn't even bother to show up during the debate. I mean, I made a comment, I think that almost got my words taken down. I said, look, I mean, we're all arguing about work requirements for people who are poor. You know, how about some work requirements for members of Congress that should show up to these committee hearings and pay attention to the witnesses and offer amendments and to actually be engaged? I mean, most of them came in for 5 minutes and then left. Well, guess what? I sat there for virtually all of the 13 hours. I heard firsthand how much this bill is going to screw over kids and seniors and working families and so many other people who voted for Republicans and who I think now are going to feel betrayed by Republicans. They're going to lose their food assistance. Now, I don't know why you know, so many people didn't show up, but I think it's because many of you know how deeply unpopular what you're trying to do here is among the American people. And since you guys don't want to talk about it, I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. Your bill cuts SNAP, a program that provides kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities with, on average, of about $2 per meal to afford food. You're going to cut it by over $313 billion. You know, when the chairman of the Budget Committee was here a month and a half ago advocating these cuts in food assistance, I asked him a simple question. I said, what is the average SNAP benefit? He had no idea. He had no idea. He didn't know it was $2 per person per meal or $6 a day, and yet was advocating these huge cuts. But that means you're gutting 1/3 of the entire program. That is the biggest cut in history. And, you know, your bill takes food away from families with kids if their single parent is struggling to find a job or can't access childcare. Your bill forces older adults up to age 65, many who have limited educations and dismal job prospects, off of benefits in 3 months. I mean, who's hiring a 64-year-old who was recently laid off? I mean, do you really think that you can change careers At 64, it's not easy. Some people can, it's not easy. Your bill prevents future increases to benefit calculations, meaning families will have less money for food in the future as costs rise. I mean, really, this is $2 per person per meal. That's what it is. And your bill threatens food benefits for 16 million children, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities by shifting the cost of benefits onto states whose budgets cannot support the hundreds of millions of dollars that have to put up every year to maintain benefits for these individuals. Chairman Thompson, I want to ask you a pretty simple question. This bill, the bill that you wrote, takes benefits away from families with kids as young as 7 years old if their parent loses a job and cannot find another job. So let's say you're a single dad with a college degree, you live in a small rural town, there may not be a lot of jobs available, you have a college degree, but millions of single dads in this country are in this position. And let's say you get laid off from your job with no notice, no warning. And let's say it's March. So you now got 90 days to get a new job or you lose your portion of the SNAP benefits, which means less food in the fridge for you and your family. So yes or no, Mr. Chairman, do you think it's right for the government to punish those kids because mom or dad can't get a job, locked down in 90 days? And let me just also add, the majority of able-bodied people who are on the benefit actually work. They actually work. They earn so little, they need the benefit. But I asked the question, I mean, do you think that that is an okay thing to have happen?
Well, Mr. McGovern, being on the Agriculture Committee as long as you have, I think I really felt like you'd have a great grasp on the entirety of the nutrition title of the Farm Bill. States have had and will have waivers in those situations so that that they can exercise. When you got a single parent, like you said, there's not two parents there. Obviously, there's provisions if there are two parents, one parent would apply, the other parent it would not apply to in terms of any kind of work, volunteer, or education opportunities, which we pay for. And there was also, I mean, there's a deduction from SNAP income for SNAP eligibility for uncapped amount of child care expenses, which includes child care. And then we have federal government also funds subsidized child care through the Child Care and Development Block Grant, not to mention the child tax credit and the child and dependent care tax credit. So absolutely, there should not be a loss of access to supplemental nutrition. I know that one of the things they talked about was CBO made the comment about 3 million people, I believe, that were coming off of SNAP. Well, those are individuals who choose not, choose not to engage in work, volunteer time, or education, or a big part of that and you're right, it's not half though, yet at the most it's 27% of folks on SNAP are working. But some of those folks are coming off because they've worked their way off, which is the American dream. They no longer are living in poverty.
I'm going to yield to, that's kind of a word salad, but the bottom line is if that single parent can't find a job,
I've heard word salad.
they lose their benefits. It's that simple. I mean, they lose their benefits. And by the way, we have a child care crisis in this country too. I don't know whether Ranking Member Craig wants to add anything.
No, I would just add that one of the most egregious parts of this bill is changing that scenario where that single dad, when their child turns 7, then would have work requirements. And again, child care crisis in our country. And add on top of that, that if you're married, actually, only one of you has work requirements. So, it's crazy. You can stay home and still be eligible for the benefit if you're married and your spouse goes to work. But if you're a single mom or a single dad, the new dependent age for someone is 7 years old.
Right. And by the way, the vast majority of people in this country who are on SNAP are kids. They're seniors and they're people with disabilities. And veterans as well. In your home state, Mr. Chairman Thompson of Pennsylvania, they'll be, under this bill, they're going to be on the hook for over $1 billion in benefits alone if this bill is acted. So what if Pennsylvania or any other state can't meet that cost? I know you think they can, but what if they can't? I mean, I think the governor of your state says the bill will make groceries more expensive, close down local grocery stores, and force kids to go hungry. But I want to just say, you know, this state cost share that you all talk about, saying that we're not going to cut benefits. Well, you know, like again, if Pennsylvania had to absorb $1 billion, that's a lot for a state budget. What if they can't do it? Then did they then do benefit cuts?
Well, I actually reject your premise of your question that states will refuse to cover 5% of a supplemental nutrition assistance program, given that they have 2 years to adjust their state budgets. SNAP, as you know, is the only state-administered entitlement benefit that is fully funded by the federal government. And states are already paying anywhere from 25 to 50% of the cost of Medicaid benefits in their states. States are fully capable of paying for SNAP, and every single state has achieved an error rate below 6% in the last 10 years, which would bring them down to that base cost share. And it really, the time has come to impose clear incentives for states to improve their services to SNAP participants and control costs. And the only way for that to occur is for them to have some level of skin in the game on benefit expenditures.
Well, as you know, it's not just 5%, it could go up to 25%, and for some states. But let me switch to Ranking Member Craig so we can get, you know, get some different perspectives here. Ranking Member, what will states do if they can't meet the absurd new scam set up by Republicans in this bill?
We all know that they're going to cut the benefit. It's just that plain and simple. And look, the way that this bill takes the error rate right now, if it's $56 or less, the state does not count that, whether it's an underpayment or an overpayment. But like under this, everybody's error rate is going up. And I'm sorry that the chairwoman left, because 19% of her households in her district are benefiting from the SNAP program today. And the cost in that state is going to be just exorbitant.
So isn't this just a backdoor way to take food assistance away from people without having to get your fingerprints on it?
Well, it's shifting the blame for taking away the benefit. So this body is trying to shift the blame to states. 23 governors wrote to us to say, we cannot afford this, we cannot pay for this.
And in fact, Ranking Member, is there anything in this bill that prevents a state from cutting benefits for kids?
There's absolutely nothing in this bill.
So this bill could lead to kids, seniors, veterans, and Americans with disabilities from being cut off of food assistance or seeing their benefits reduced.
This bill will lead to benefit loss to millions of Americans.
Now, Chairman Thompson, you know, even if you disagree with everything that we just said, would you support amendments?
And that's a pretty accurate statement,
Yeah, no, yeah.
Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you.
Yeah, but would you support amendments that simply say that SNAP provisions in this bill cannot go into effect unless no child, no veteran, and no one living in a rural community will have their food benefits cut under this bill? I mean, we tried to offer that in committee because there's great concern.
Well,
over
Mr. Ranking Member, I just don't see it necessary, given the depth and the width of the nutrition title. You know, what we're putting forward can't be taken in a silo. You have to look the entirety of how the nutrition program works. And I don't believe, actually, I believe that we're going to be empowering more children to have a better future. There may be parents out there that will choose not to engage in work requirements that, by the way, we've had since the 1970s.
Right, but
this is
but
not something
not
new.
Not at seven, not with kids at seven and 8-year-old, 9-year-old.
If you go back and you look at the general work requirements, it's age 6. We move it to 7
And I don't
with
know-
this bill.
And I don't know how we, I don't know how we provide children a better future by providing them less food and nutrition, you know, as they're growing up. I mean,
I don't know how we guarantee a better future if we do everything we can to keep children stuck in intergenerational poverty.
well, first of all, a lot of people who are on SNAP, you know, who have been on SNAP, have gone on to be very successful people. This kind of stigmatization that if you're on SNAP, that somehow you're going to always be stuck in poverty is just not the reality. I'll go to Ms. Craig and then to Ms. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, I'm offended by your last statement. You know, my own mother was a single mom who was going to school at night to get her teaching degree for 9 years to become a teacher. Yep, she did it, but under the scenario we just outlined, my mom would no longer be eligible for benefits once I turn 7 years old because my mom is going to school, not able to work during 80 hours a month. That is the truth, and you know it. And look, 11 million people, according to the Center on Budget and Policy, including 4 million children, live in households that would be at risk of losing these benefits if this bill passes.
Well, and if I can, I'd just say, you read the bill, it's an average of 80 hours a month. That's 20 hours a week. Doesn't have to be 20 hours. It just has to be an average of 80 over a month. And it is work. And like the ranking member said, approximately 27% of SNAP recipients are working today already, but they're living in poverty. But it can be volunteer work, but it also, your mom would qualify because she was actually getting education, and that is a qualifier for
Not 80
receiving
hours a
SNAP
week,
benefits.
not 80 hours a
Right.
month.
And let me just, we throw around these numbers, 13 million people will lose their health care, so many, 5 million people will lose their food assistance benefits. And I worry sometimes that there are people in this chamber, who look at those numbers and kind of view them as statistics, and fail to appreciate kind of the human element behind them. One of the things that I've learned in this job is that people's lives are complicated, and one glove doesn't fit all. And as much as we want to, say that this should apply to everybody or this should apply to everybody, and this, and it is complicated. In my experience, especially with a lot of single parents raising kids, they want to be good parents because that's the best thing they can do to make sure their kids have a bright future. And to have to add on to that now, if I don't meet this new requirement, I will lose my SNAP benefit, and there'll be less food in the house. I don't understand why this is something that my Republican friends feel that they have to do. But Ms. Moore.
Mr. Ranking Member, we can also say, that has been a quandary of certain folks in certain situations. You're right. It's complex. People have very different lives.
What happens if child care is not available?
And that is why the state
What happens
has
if there's no
and will
transportation?
retain flexibility with waivers to be able to meet those individual needs. We just need to make sure that the states administer those programs according to the intent of Congress.
Lots of luck with that. And I would just, again, say, I think a better way to do it is to not make these cuts and maybe not give tax breaks to billionaires. But Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate this vigorous discussion. As a co-chair of the bipartisan foster youth program here in Congress, I can tell you that leaving a 7-year-old at home while the parent goes to work, there's a name for that. It's called child abuse and neglect. That will get you a case. And I know people who have had their children removed from their homes for that very reason. They were at work, couldn't afford child care, and left their child at home. Let me just say this. As a survivor of childhood sexual assault, I guarantee you that Chester the molester is going to know that your child is at home on a regular basis while you're out working to meet these work requirements. And they will find an opportunity to pretend that your mom told them to come by, or you've seen them, or come on, go to the store with me. And if you're 7 years old, you're vulnerable. I can tell you that if the house catches on fire while that 7-year-old is in the house because they tried to make themselves some chicken nuggets and turn the stove on, that is going to be a little bit of a problem. I also want to mention another thing about this 80 hours. I think this 80 hours is very interesting. I remember my daughter once working for a daycare center. And the minute she hit that 19th hour, no matter how busy they were, they sent her home.
Right.
Because they didn't want to incur the payroll tax charges. There's employers make decisions that low-wage people, low-income people that you're targeting don't have any choice about it. You're working in a fast food restaurant. They're not going to let you work 40 hours a week, so they have to pay workman's comp. They're not going to let you work 20 hours a week. in order to do it. They're dumb if they do. Because they don't, the whole point is to have people churning in and out. So I don't want to, this is, I so appreciate my colleagues here from the Ag Committee that have greater information about this particular part of the bill, but I just could not let it pass without talking, so if you want to change anything, this 7-year-old at home alone, it's a name for it. Child abuse and neglect. Thank you. Now you're back.
I just want to ask a few quick questions to Chairman Smith. Chairman Smith, you keep saying that if we don't pass this beautiful bill, it will result in the biggest tax increase in history. Well, as I see it, that's your fault. And why? Because when you passed your tax bill in 2017, you made the corporate tax cuts permanent, but you made the tax cuts for middle class temporary. So when those cuts expire, and the rates go up on hardworking Americans, is because you drafted your bill. That's why you drafted your bill. I mean, another thing, you keep touting no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Setting aside that under this bill, parts of tips and overtime are still taxed, just like in 2017, you drafted those tax cuts as only being temporary, they expire. So if these are an important centerpiece to help working class Americans, why are you making them expire? Why are those tax cuts temporary?
So the bill that we passed in 2017 out of the House made everything permanent. It was the other side of the building that put the expirations in. But the bill that I drafted, Mr. McGovern, and that I was part of the Ways and Means Committee made everything permanent. And the good thing about it is this one big, beautiful bill before you will make all those expiring provisions permanent.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think the child tax credit should go down in 2029?
You're talking about 2029.
Yeah, no,
that is
yeah.
the enhanced boost that we're doing, which is $500 more for the child tax
but
credit.
But you think it should expire in 2029?
I would love for it to go longer, but I would love for Democrats to work with us to try to make sure we have permanent tax policy.
Do you think the standard deduction should fall in 2029?
Absolutely not. That's why I think Democrats would want to work with us to make sure that we continue to provide tax relief for working families.
Do you think taxes should go up on senior citizens in 2029?
That's why I hope Democrats will work with us to make sure that we're providing tax relief for seniors.
Do you think people should have to pay taxes on their tips in 2029?
That's why you'll vote with me to make sure that it doesn't happen, right, Mr. McGovern?
And do you think that people should have to pay tax on their overtime in 2029?
That's why we're eliminating it in this bill, and that's why you're voting against it.
No, I mean, I'm voting against it because I don't like the taxes for billionaires and the cuts in healthcare and the egregious
But no
cuts
tax
in
for
food and food
overtime is
benefits.
in this bill,
But
and you'll be voting no.
You know, I mean, and as I said at the beginning, I mean, we're more than willing to work with you on tax cuts and tax relief for those in the middle and for those vulnerable populations. But it just seems that all these provisions that seem to benefit the people who are most well-off and well-connected don't have to worry about that, but all this other stuff we do. So I'll just close with this. You know, I think this is an awful bill, and I understand why we began meeting at 1 in the morning to talk about this, because I think my Republican friends don't want people to know about it. The idea of people losing health care benefits, and the idea of billionaires getting tax cuts, and people losing their food benefits. I said this in the Ag Committee. I said that there's a special place in hell for people who take food away from hungry people. And I feel very, very strongly about this. I'm angry that this is the path that you have chosen to go down, and we're going to fight like hell on the House floor. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back now. Recognize Ms. Fishbach for her time of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can tell who got a full night's sleep, so that just kind of shows. But first, I want to start out by thanking Chairman Thompson for all of your work on your portion of the bill. I know you've been working a long time, and you have not only the America's farmers in concern, you know, that you're concerned with them and you're working towards them, but also the people that are affected by the bill. So I appreciate your work. And Chairman Guthrie and Chairman Wahlberg, appreciate what you've done. I mean, you have done wonderful things, and I know that you've been working on it for months and months and months, went through your committee, and we've all been working on those things over a great span of time. And Mr. Smith, Chairman Smith, excuse me, I have to say, I thank you for your work on Ways and Means, and I was honored to work with you on that. We've been working well over a year, working through all of these provisions and making sure that we are addressing the issues that we need to keep the economy going, to offer tax breaks to the middle income, and all of those things that we did. And you mentioned some of the provisions, or a lot of the provisions that were and we've discussed a few of them that are in the bill. And, I wanted to get just a little more specific, because some of, as we were talking about, we need to talk about people, we need to talk about what's going on. And, we heard about how important 198, over the year that we worked, and I'm sure everybody has heard from their constituents, we heard about how important the 199A 20% deduction is, and we were able to increase that to 23%. I'll just tell you, in my district, that affects 55,000 small businesses and family farms. And you know what? I don't think they're billionaires. I mean, if I have 55,000 billionaires in my district, that's incredible. I would like to meet them. And just to put it into perspective, in Ms. Scanlon's district, there are 60,000 small businesses that would be hit with a 43.4% tax rate if this bill isn't put in place. In Mr. Negus's district, it's over 110,000 small businesses that are affected by 199A. In Ms. Ledger Fernandez's district, it is over 41,000 small businesses. And in Mr. McGovern's, it is 67,000 small businesses that are affected. And these are not billionaires. They're not billionaires. These are small businesses, the backbone of our communities. And that's why that's so important. This bill does invest in tax relief for workers, families, farmers, rural communities in a way that we haven't seen before. This is incredible. And if we talk about the child tax credit, we talk about the enhanced child tax credit. In my district, 75,000 families are affected by that provision. In Ms. Scanlon's district, there are 83,000 families that are affected by that. Mr. Negus's district, 73,000 families that are affected by the child tax credit. In Ms. Ledger Fernandez's district, 75,000. And in Mr. McGovern, almost 100,000. And all of those people would see their child tax credit cut in half without this bill. These are regular people, regular middle-income people that will be affected if we do not take to heart those provisions and pass this bill. This is about making sure that people have what they need and the middle income are there and supported. And I also just wanted to say, we've made some mention about the length of time and that these provisions haven't been made permanent. And just as a side note, just to throw it out, when Democrats in 2022 passed the Inflation Reduction Act, they only extended the enhanced premium tax credits through 2025. Was there an election in 2024? Yeah, because I think that was the implication, that we had somehow done it because of an election. But instead, what was prioritized in that bill was wealthy individuals trying to buy electric vehicles. So that was the difference. This bill actually helps the middle income and not just do that. But I did want to just really focus a little bit, and I want Mr. Chairman Smith, we've talked a lot about the families and the middle income, but I did want to circle back and just talk a little bit about the provision that we put for seniors, that we created for seniors. So if you could talk just a little bit about that.
Absolutely. First off, I just want to hit on this bill affects 40 million children with the child tax credit. So every congressional district is drastically affected. In regards to the tax relief for seniors, this is currently in the tax code. A senior 65 years old and older gets to deduct about $1,900 from their standard deduction. They can get the standard deduction if they're single, $15,000, and then that senior deduction is an added tax savings for them. What we did, we actually increased it $4,000. So now they'll be able to deduct almost $6,000 of that standard deduction, and that is equivalent. That is the equivalent of a person who makes $75,000 or less a year not owing any on Social Security, any taxes on Social Security.
And Chairman Smith, I just have to ask so we can make sure that everybody understands. Are those billionaires?
If someone makes less than $75,000 a year, they're definitely not billionaires.
Thank you for clarifying that for me, because I hear that a lot, that we are just, benefiting billionaires, and it's absolutely not true. The American people are positively affected by this bill, the average middle-income family, and I thank you for putting it together, and I thank the chair for all of the input for this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Ms. Scanlon for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to our witnesses. Thank you for joining us here. You can thank the speaker for scheduling the early morning wake-up call for everyone. For some reason, I keep thinking of a song, There's Got to Be a Morning After. It was from a disaster film, which may be an appropriate analogy here, because we all know that you don't schedule a 1 a.m. hearing unless you have a disaster of a bill that you want to hide from the public. And we don't have to look far to see why they want to hide this bill. It's an all-out assault on the American social contract. They're trying to sell it as some kind of economic growth plan. Thank you, trickle-down fictions again. But if you look past the press releases, what you find is a Frankenstein monster of a bill that kicks people off their health care, cuts nutrition assistance for working families, guts clean energy investments, and hands out trillions of dollars in tax breaks to the wealthiest people of the country. And as we learned from a CBO report overnight, it's going to cut $500 billion from Medicare in addition to the cuts to Medicaid, and impose or initiate a wealth transfer from the 10% of folks in this country who have the lowest income to the 10% that have the highest. So not saying that there aren't lots of tax cuts in here, but it's at whose expense, I think, is the question. If Ms. Fishbach wants to have a conversation about tax cut for small businesses, we would love to have that conversation, but it was never brought up for discussion with the entirety of Congress. What we have seen, and in my district, maybe it's not the same thing in her district, but we've seen that tens of thousands of people will lose their health insurance, tens of thousands of families will lose SNAP benefits, and that's just unacceptable. Let's start with the cuts to food assistance. At a time when food prices are high and getting higher because of tariffs, when wages haven't kept up with the cost of living, when families are still recovering from the financial strain of the pandemic, this bill takes a sledgehammer to SNAP. We're talking about a program that helps feed nearly 42 million Americans, 1 in 4 children in this country, one of the most effective anti-poverty programs that we have. It lifts millions out of poverty every year, and it does so with efficiency and dignity. At a certain level, it even provides a form of corporate welfare so that big businesses don't have to pay their workers a living wage. But Republicans aren't satisfied with that. Instead of working to expand access to food, this bill imposes more paperwork requirements, shortens eligibility windows, and slashes benefits. Republicans are claiming this will promote work, but the overwhelming body of evidence shows that their work requirements don't actually increase employment. They just make it harder for people to eat. You can't work if you're hungry. You can't hold down a job if you can't afford to feed your kids. Kids can't succeed in school if they're hungry. And no one can pull themselves up by their bootstraps if they're stuck in a hole that Congress has already dug for them. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the SNAP cuts in this bill could result in nearly 2 million people losing access to food assistance. That's 2 million seniors, veterans, people with disabilities, single moms being told by the government of the richest nation on earth, sorry, you're on your own. And to what end? So that Republicans can claim to save a few $1 billion at the same time that they're extending the Trump tax cuts for the top 1%, a move that is going to cost this country over $3 trillion over the next decade. So let's be crystal clear. The trade-off that Republicans are proposing in this bill is not between cutting waste and boosting growth. It's between feeding children and giving billionaires another yacht. And speaking of tax cut, let's talk about what the bill does on that front, because it's breathtaking in its recklessness. It locks in place the worst parts of the 2017 Trump tax law. It extends tax breaks for corporations, slashes taxes for people at the very top, and opens up new loopholes for the ultra-wealthy to exploit. According to the Penn-Wharton budget model and the Tax Policy Center, more than half the benefits from these tax provisions go to the top 1%. Meanwhile, middle-class families will see little to no benefits, and millions of them will actually see their taxes go up because the cost of the Trump tariffs are greater than the tax cut they're going to receive. So this bill was going to increase the already obscene inequality in our tax code and do so at a moment when the ultra-wealthy are already paying a lower effective tax rate than working-class Americans. If you want to talk about fairness and rewarding work, maybe we should start by asking why a billionaire hedge fund manager pays a lower effective tax rate than a firefighter, a nurse, a plumber, or a school teacher. This isn't tax reform, it's tax rigging. It's trickle-down economics with a fresh coat of paint. And like every other time this theory has been tried, it's going to end in disaster. We already have a preview of what's coming because the fiscal impact of this bill is a five-alarm fire. The bill's projected to add more than $3 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years, and that's not coming from liberal think tanks. It's coming from conservative think tanks and former Republican budget officials. And that's a baseline estimate. That's before the creative accounting and gimmicks get stripped away. Once you dig into the details, factor in the full cost of the tax cut extensions, the impact of the new tariffs, and the backloaded nature of the spending cuts, the real number could be much higher. And that's before we even see what's going to be in the amendment that nobody's seen yet to this bill before it hits the floor. So Republicans are saying, don't worry, tax cuts will pay for themselves, but we've heard this song before. They said the same thing in 2001. They said it again in 2003. They definitely said it in 2017. And in every single case, the result was the same. Bigger deficits, slower growth, and greater income inequality. There's no serious economist, none, who believes that extending the tax cuts will magically balance the budget. And we know that Moody's just downgraded our credit rating in part because they know these tax cuts will balloon the deficit and make our fiscal situation even worse. How do the Republicans propose to deal with that deficit? Not by rolling back the tax cuts, not by asking the wealthiest among us to pay their fair share, but by cutting health care, slashing food assistance, and gutting the programs that ordinary Americans rely on every day. So looking at the health care cuts, because they're among the most devastating parts of this bill, if this bill becomes law, nearly 14 million people lose their health coverage. 14 million, millions of low-income Americans who rely on Medicaid for doctor's visits, prescription drugs, life-saving treatments. That includes working families who use the Affordable Care Act to buy coverage on the marketplace. It includes cancer patients, people with disabilities and chronic illnesses, and seniors in nursing homes. We're hearing from all of our nursing homes about how devastating these cuts will be. This bill rolls back Medicaid expansion, slashes subsidies for ACA coverage, and imposes harsh new work requirements that will lead to coverage losses without increasing employment. And we know this because the data is overwhelming. When Arkansas imposed similar Medicaid work requirements a few years ago, more than 18,000 people lost coverage, and there was no measurable increase in employment. That's because most Medicaid recipients are already working, or they're caring for a child, or they have a disability, or they're in school. So the work requirements are just so-called work requirements. They're actually paperwork requirements. They'll kick people off Medicaid not because they aren't eligible, but because they have to jump through more hoops to prove it. And it's not about promoting work. It's about punishing poverty and making life harder for people who are already struggling. Just like with SNAP, the savings from these health care cuts are pennies compared to the cost of the tax breaks that Republicans are giving to their wealthy donors. You don't get to call yourself fiscally responsible when you're taking health care away from cancer patients so that Elon Musk can get another tax write-off. Congressional Budget Office has been crystal clear. Medicaid work requirements don't increase employment, they just increase the paperwork and the number of people who lose health care. This isn't about work. It's about trying to justify an unjustifiable tax giveaway to the rich. And then we have the clean energy and environmental investments that are being gutted in this bill. At a time when we're seeing record wildfires, catastrophic flooding, skyrocketing insurance premiums due to climate-related disasters, Republicans want to gut the very programs that are helping us fight back. This bill rescinds billions of dollars in clean energy tax credits, slashes funding for renewable energy deployment, blocks support for home energy efficiency that many homeowners in my district have been able to use to upgrade their furnaces and water heaters and reduce their energy costs. And it even goes after investments in climate resilience and environmental justice. So this is just sabotage. These clean energy investments aren't just good for the planet, they're good for our economy. They've created jobs, they've reduced household energy bills, and they keep our air and water clean. And they help our communities, particularly disadvantaged communities, prepare for and respond to climate threats. But because these provisions were passed by Democrats and they help us transition to more sustainable energy sources and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, Republicans are determined to tear them down. And the irony is that a lot of these projects are happening in red states, Texas, Oklahoma, Iowa. They're leading the way in wind and solar development. But this bill is going to pull the rug out from under that progress, all to make a political point. The American people deserve better than this. They deserve a government that works for them, not one that caves to corporate lobbyists, science deniers, and billionaire donors. So just looking at the whole picture, this bill cuts food assistance from working families, kicks millions off their health care, hands trillions in tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans, blows a multi-trillion-dollar hole in the federal deficit, and sabotages our fight against climate change. So it's not a big, beautiful bill. It's a big, disgraceful betrayal of the American people. It's a bill that punishes the poor, rewards the rich, and threatens the stability of our economy. And the fact that it's being rushed through the House with no real debate, with new things being exposed about it practically on an hourly basis, no final CBO score, no transparency, no accountability, should alarm everyone here, regardless of party. So obviously, I'm not a fan of the bill. We have to do better. The sun is up. The American people are looking. Ranking Member Craig, this bill includes the most significant cuts to SNAP in decades. Can you explain what this means for working families and children and seniors who rely on SNAP to put food on the table?
Yeah, it's devastating. It is the largest cut in American history to the most successful anti-hunger program in American history. I mean, we're talking about, you know, and let me make sure my Republican colleagues understand this. The nutrition title is a title in the Farm Bill. This absolutely destroys the Farm Bill coalition that we have worked for decades to establish in our country.
One issue that is raising a lot of concern in Pennsylvania, which I represent, as does Mr. Thompson, is that for the first time ever, this bill would require states to start paying a portion of SNAP benefits. What would this kind of cost shift, Ms. Craig, mean for the state's ability to serve their residents?
Well, at the end of the day, every state's going to make its own decision about what they can accomplish here, and the net effect is going to be in many states around this country, they're going to cut the benefit. States already share 50% of the administration cost of this program. That goes to 75%. Most states, including Pennsylvania, are going to be on the hook for 25% of the benefit cost after this bill passes.
Well, I know that our state legislators are already gravely concerned about the reduction in federal benefits coming to the Commonwealth, and this is not giving them any ease. Representative Moore, the majority claims this bill is a middle-class tax cut, but analysis shows that people earning under $50,000 a year would get an average tax cut of less than $1 a day, while the top 1% would get nearly $300,000 a year. Does that sound like a fair or balanced approach to tax policy?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Ms. Scanlon. You are correct that it really increases inequality. And if, for those of us who remember our history, when we went into the Great Depression, it was the biggest inequality we had experienced in American history. And, you know, and this sort of resembles putting us in that direction. This bill is the top 1% get 20% of the benefit in 2027. The top 5% get 40% of the benefit. The top 10% get 52% of the benefit of this bill. Ms. Scanlon, if you'll just indulge me for a moment, I just want to talk a little bit about the quote-unquote small business benefit. I noticed that Ms. Fishbach referenced the numbers of small businesses in all of the Democrats' communities that would be affected. And so I just have a real question. Is or is it ain't a small business? I'm looking at one of the things I think is particularly egregious. One of the most expensive pieces of this big, beautiful bonanza for billionaires. That's the 199A deduction. They claim it's for small business, this pass-through. And, they wax on about, how important it is. In 2022, that was the year that we were able the JCT was able to find data. In 2022, taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction with adjusted gross income, all of it qualified business income, in the neighborhood of $200,000 a year. That small business claimed about $6,500, $6,500 on average. Taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction with adjusted gross income in the neighborhood of $10 million. Still, this is small business. They claimed about $520,000 of this deduction on average. In 2022, there were about 800 taxpayers. They're supposed to be, I know, Mr. Smith here is going to tell you that there are limits on how much you can earn in order to qualify for the 199A, but not so much in this bill, nor in 2022. There are about 800 taxpayers with adjusted gross incomes exceeding $100 million that received the 199A deduction and claimed $11 million of the deduction on average. And I'm not going to be picking on Republicans here in their district. I'll just talk about people in my community in Wisconsin. Dick and Liz Eline in Wisconsin saved over $40 million in taxes in 2018 by claiming this 199A deduction, and they received $115 million. Now, the next question is, well, these are our job creators. And I know I'm being performative. But in 2022, of the 17 million people who claimed the 199A deduction, fact checks this. 84% of these businesses had 0 employees, 0. And so thank you for asking me that question. And yeah, the benefit goes primarily to rich people. And like I said, just in the examples that you've given, the average taxpayer, not talking about business, but individual, is going to receive $265, at least until it expires in 2029.
I appreciate that, and I have a few more questions for you, but I wanted to yield to the chairwoman for a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
I think many people in here have just heard that our colleague Jerry Conway has just passed.
Oh, no.
So I want to ask us all to stop and say a prayer for his family. Please take some time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Everybody, and Ms. Scanlon.
And thank you, Madam Chair, for doing.
Thank you.
Oh, it's absolutely the right thing to do. You're recognized, Ms. Scanlon.
I appreciate that. Certainly a valued colleague, and this is quite a loss. Representative Moore, we had just talked about the fact that the top 1% or top 0.1% are going to get a $300,000 per year tax break, which is almost 4 times the median household income in my district. So the fact that the very top would not only not pay their fair share, but this kind of break, what do those kind of trade-offs say about the values and priorities in this legislation?
You know, Ms. Scanlon, it exacerbates the income equality that we have. But more importantly than that, you know, it really demonstrates that our values as Americans have sort of gone askew. When you can provide 310 times the benefit for the top than you do for the bottom, you are depriving people of the opportunity to participate in our economy in a meaningful way. And the costs of that are tremendous, you know. And then when you pile on stuff that's not in the Ways and Means jurisdiction, like the cuts to SNAP, the cuts to Medicaid. You know, when you give somebody, you know, it's $265 tax return, how far is that going to go with compensating for their loss of SNAP and Medicaid? There's not one page in here that gives them any child care assistance or anything else. And I just want to point out that, you know, we hear on and on and on, and I know Medicaid is not within our jurisdiction, but Medicare is, parts of Medicare are. And, you know, I'm so sorry, I'm just a little bit upset about Jerry, my friend. But what we're seeing is that as we dismantle healthcare and we dismantle SNAP, we're not just depriving the poorest of the poor. We are dismantling healthcare, period. I mean, rural hospitals are going to close. Urban hospitals are going to close down their maternity wards. Graduate students, I had docs come and say, graduate students, people who graduate from medical school aren't going to be able to have residencies because there didn't be no hospitals. And even if you have the best health insurance, the premier, you're rich, when you have your heart attack, you're not going to make it when you got to drive 35 miles to get to the ER. So when you think that it's just only them lazy boys in the basement that are going to be hurt, you better think twice. You're going to better think twice. When your provider leaves the area because there are too many Medicaid patients and go somewhere, you know, Scottsdale, Arizona or something, where there are rich people to practice so that they can, and you have no providers at all.
Well, I wanted to pursue that line with Mr. Pallone. In our community, we actually just lost the major healthcare system. It was bought out by a private equity entity and bankrupted. And we have been unable to find anyone to take it over because the Medicaid funding source is so unstable or not sustainable, or these cuts were threatened. So can you talk a little bit about what this is going to mean, these cuts to Medicaid for the entire community?
Well, as you point out, or already been stated, when you know, hospitals and all healthcare institutions depend on some kind of reimbursement, either private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever it is. And if you're a hospital or your nursing home or your community health center, whatever, is highly dependent on Medicaid, which many rural hospitals and institutions are, then they just don't get the reimbursement rate. And now these people are coming to the emergency room and they're going into the uncompensated care because they can't afford to pay the bill. And so what does the hospital do? Well, most states don't have the ability to make up for that. Some don't have much pay out much uncompensated care at all. And so they're, they either close because, now they can't make it, or they try to pass that on to private payers or other government, or other government payment programs. The other alternative is that the quality of care goes down. So in the case of a nursing home, rather than, if they don't close, then, and they get less money, then they just provide less services. One of the things that disturbed me the most in this bill, in the Energy and Commerce mark, was that they take away, the Republicans take away the nursing home staffing ratio, right? I think they saved $7 or $8 billion by doing that. But what happens then? There's no nurse there at night. There's no nurse. And people die because there's nobody to take care of them. The services go down. I remember years ago in my state, we had terrible nursing home situations, safety, health hazards. Nursing homes burned down. People died in the fires in my hometown. I don't want to go back to that. We've made a lot of progress, and we certainly don't want to go back to that. But if I could just add, when the gentleman from Wisconsin said that, from the Energy and Commerce perspective, we're not involved with the taxes, and I do think that, lower income or even middle income people are going to pay more with this bill in taxes. But that we're concentrating on all these other affordability issues, right? In other words, we spent our time when we were in the majority trying to expand options so people could live and it was more affordable. So expanding Medicaid was an example of that, right? Making, expansion of SNAP, making, having affordable connectivity programs so people could afford, to pay for the internet. LIHEAP, right? All those things are on the chopping block now. Some of them are on the chopping block in this bill with the Medicaid cuts. But, the president is essentially eliminating LIHEAP. The Republicans refuse to renew affordable connectivity. In this bill, they have up to $35 copay that's mandated, so people have to pay more out of pocket. So what are we talking about here? Everything in this bill, and I don't even get into the tax issues now, everything in this bill that's within our committee makes things less affordable. Right? At a time when the president said, when I'm elected, prices are going to go down, everything's going to become more affordable. It's the opposite is happening. Groceries cost more, inflation's going up, everybody's, and this is just aggravating that situation completely. It is the reverse Robin Hood. That's exactly what it is. Take from the poor and give to the rich. Not just with the taxes, but also with everything else, because all these things are paying for tax breaks primarily for wealthy people and corporate interests.
Well, you've touched on so many issues that are of really paramount concern for my constituents. The LIHEAP cuts obviously are huge in our northeastern cities where we have cold winters and hot summers. The Medicaid copay, as I understand it, that was something that many of our Republican colleagues were unaware of, the fact that this bill would impose a Medicaid copay. The issues with respect to hospitals, we hear quite a bit about how these Medicaid cuts are going to hurt rural hospitals, but they obviously also hurt our frontline urban hospitals. And we just had an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer this week about how many of our urban hospitals we've lost because they were dependent on Medicaid. So that remains a huge issue. Could you comment at all? As I understand it, there's a provision in this bill that would impact the expansion of Medicaid coverage for new mothers, which is something we've been trying to work on with the Black maternal health crisis in this country, and the fact that we have women dying at a rate in this country that is 3-4 times the rate of other developed nations. And one of the proven tactics for reducing maternal mortality is to make sure that women have health care coverage for the first year after birth.
I have to mention that Robin Kelly is in the room, who's a member of our committee, and she, with the CBC Brain Trust, worked very hard on a lot of these maternal mortality issues, because they even, in a disparate way, even affect Black women even more so, you know. But yeah, I mean, that was another thing that we did as Democrats. We expanded to 1 year postpartum coverage, which is negatively impacted in this bill. And again, it's another example of how Democrats were trying to make things better and more affordable and keep people healthy, as opposed to Republican efforts, which will all go in the other direction.
Representative Scott, Pennsylvania has a disproportionately high level of folks who have student loans, and they have a greater dollar value on average than most states, and that may be in part because of problems with funding our state universities, but nevertheless, we have a lot of people who have a lot of student loans that they are struggling to pay at this point. Can you comment on what this bill would do with respect to student loans?
Well, there are a couple of things on student loans. One, it limits the amount of student loans you can take out, so a lot of students will have to choose between going to college or taking out private loans to make out the difference. But on the repayment is much more expensive. And so it's much of a problem they have now. It'll be even more. So they limit the amount of aid you can get, so a lot of students won't be able to go to school. Those that do will be paying more, and for longer.
And I mean, it's an issue that is really something that over our lifetimes has really just taken on a whole new structure. I mean, when I went to college, I could work as a lifeguard and get a little help from my family and take out a few loans and could manage to do that. But now you can't, without a college degree, you can't make enough money to even begin to start paying for
Well,
college.
a few decades ago, the Pell Grant covered the 80% of the cost of going to a state college, tuition, room, and board. Now it's about 30%.
Yeah.
And that's where the student loan crisis came in, because families don't have that kind of money.
Sure.
They have to, if they don't have a lot of money, they have to come up with, make it up with loans.
Yeah.
And by limiting the amount you can borrow, you may not be able to get enough to be able to go, so you don't go at all. Or you get into the private loan market and pay all kinds of extra fees. And then after you've gone, the repayment is more expensive.
Right.
So it's just a bad deal, particularly if you're going this far into debt. People ought not be worse off.
So we've got bad news on the food front, we've got bad news on the health front, we've got bad news on the education front, we've got bad news on the tax front for our working families. I think it's a bad bill, and we shouldn't move it forward. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
You know, I've listened to this filibuster for a good while, all of us have. And, you know, when you keep hearing the four-letter word work being demonized, when you keep hearing the fact that because somebody has to go to work, your children are dying, mothers are starving. You know, it's really, that's really an insult to the working Americans, to that plumber who works 80 hours a week, to that electrician who works nonstop, to that waitress who is on her feet all day long. You know, and when you look at the work requirements, fact check, Ms. Moore, you know what it is? 20 hours a week. 20 hours, that, I think, if my math's right, that's 4 hours a day.
Mr. Norman, would you yield just 1 second? It's 80 hours a month, which comes out to 12.4 hours per week. So,
Fact check.
Fact
18
check.
Okay, 18 hours a week. Okay, that is an insult to whoever's watching this, this hearing. That's an insult to the hardworking Americans that, regardless of what you do, work brings dignity. Work brings a cause, a sense of purpose. Work brings a reason to get up in the morning. Work helps you find your God-given talent. And to say work is going to kill children, work is going to kill mothers, fathers, you're just wrong. You're not telling the truth. That's not right. America was built on work. And I can hear over and over and over again this
gentleman, you?
rich, poor, billionaires. You know, the identity politics, thank God 77 million people said no to that. They're tired of it. And America is a great country because of work, and people are willing to do it. And it's really, you know, when you look at the fraud that's going on, and I think from what, if you check your facts.
Would the gentleman yield?
We've got, no. There's 13 billion, that's, if you check the facts, 13 billion of fraud, like in the SNAP cases, people getting money when they shouldn't have. 13 billion per year. That's 1.3 billion per month, if I check my facts right. You know, Americans have had enough of this. And I'm sorry, I know you learned it from the President Biden. Free education, free food for 15 million illegals that came into this country. You know, free housing. I'm sorry, that's not how this country was built. And you know, I admire all of you for the work that you do. Each one of you do work. And for those who keep identifying as, you know, demonizing work and demonizing those who have been successful, you never know the long hours that they put in, the long hours that they took to build a business, the long hours that they didn't get a paycheck. So you're hurting the very people who you could give hope to. And by demonizing this, Americans are just tired of it. You want to know somebody who's a definition of hard work? Right here. Came from nothing. Look at what she did. Many of you, and if you want to say rich, I think if you've got your health, you're pretty rich. If you've got your health. Jerry Conley would get it back. So I resent you saying that, and I really, it's a sad day that we've gotten to that point in this country when so many people are doing that. And
Are you asking me?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I didn't think you would.
Filibustered long enough.
I think you would actually ask me a question about work.
I did not ask you a question. I'm not asking you a question. What I'm saying is, it's my time, Ms. Moore. I didn't interrupt you. You went on I counted, you went on for 20 minutes, which is fine. And you are entertaining, I'll give you that. But
I'm just really smart.
Ms. Moore, it's my time. All I'm saying is that the day of demonizing work, the day of demonizing America is over with. And Americans, people got it right. And we're going to continue to have a great country. This bill, this big, beautiful bill will help this country out. It's got some things we got to work out, but it'll help this country. And the other thing I will tell you is the taxes are the people's money. Government is y'all's God. The taxes are the people's money. And to give it back to them, like Chairman Smith and Chairman Thompson and Tim, you know, that's the right thing to do. So we're going to right the wrong for the last 4 years that this country has been through a living hell with this past president. And thank God we got people who are willing to step up and go to work. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Mr. DeGoose, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my friend from South Carolina talked a lot about work. Just for the record, we've been working for the last 8 hours here in the committee, and I could say the same for the chairwoman. I'm not so sure I could say the same about you. I think you snuck out for a little shut-eye for a few hours, so I'm not sure. There was a lot of talk about work, but I haven't seen you in a few hours, so welcome back. Anyway, I do want to take a minute, in all seriousness, and I want to thank the chairwoman for taking a moment to center our conversation here, just to remember and honor our colleague, whom I know we all treasured, and he was a giant among giants in this institution. He was a ranking member of one of our committees. He was the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, appointed by Madam Speaker Emerita. He was one of the most prolific legislators in the House. I don't know that there's a single member of the House during his tenure in this body that had more laws signed, or excuse me, more pieces of legislation signed into law by presidents of both parties. And more than anything else, he was a fighter and a friend. And so I just know that we're going to miss him. And I think that it's a big loss for the people of Fairfax and for the folks in the Commonwealth of Virginia and for this institution. I want to ask some questions. Thank you to the panel. You all have been, I think it's the longest panel. As you know, we started at 1 a.m., so we've been here for about 8 hours. I'm told the sun has risen and that it's morning outside, but we haven't, been outside the room yet. So we'll just have to take your word for it. And as I said to the panel that preceded yours, I have been, I think maybe I can speak for my colleagues on this side of the aisle, we have been on this collective journey to try to figure out why the Speaker and Republican leadership decided to do this midnight, middle of the night, dead of night hearing on your reconciliation bill. And of course, we believe it's because this bill is indefensible and the Republican leadership did not want this bill debated out in the open. And I've tried to get answers from a variety of my different colleagues. One of my colleagues from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, offered an explanation more recently and essentially said, well, we did it in anticipation that there would be extensive debate by Democrats on this committee. Of course, there was only 4 of us on this committee. Mr. Guthrie, Chairman Guthrie, you haven't had a question in a while, so maybe I'll pose this to you. How long was your hearing in Energy and Commerce?
My hearing, first, my comments on Jerry. He was probably one of my dear friends here and was supposed to be honored this weekend in Dayton, Ohio with a NATO meeting. People don't really realize there's actually a NATO parliament, and some of us are designated. He was the president or speaker of the NATO parliament. So not only is Jerry beloved by all of us, he's beloved around the world. All of our NATO allies, every time he showed up at a meeting, Jerry, there's Jerry, and they just, everybody adored him because he's just an adorable, wonderful person, and I'm going to miss him. And I'll be in Dayton this weekend, and I'm sure a lot of us are going to shed a lot of tears for him. So, saying that. So, the question, my hearing went for 26 and a half hours.
26 and a half hours. What time did you start it?
We started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. So you weren't worried about the anticipatory debate. You knew that Ranking Member Pallone was going to come armed with extensive arguments and motions and amendments, but you decided to hold the hearing during the day, nonetheless, right?
We started during the day.
Started during the day.
Started during the day.
Yeah. Well, I wish that the Speaker would have taken the same approach, but it's clear to me, and I think clear to the American public, that he did not want to have this debate happen during the day, and I can understand why, given what we've heard thus far. Chairman Smith, I want to talk to you a bit about tax on tips. I heard your opening statement, and I think in some of the colloquies as far, I think suffice to say that you're very passionate about the no tax on tips. Is that a fair?
Yeah, I'm passionate because of the 4 million tipped employees. Just yesterday in Washington, D.C., at the restaurant that I was at, my waiter asked me, are you going to be able to deliver this, Chairman? So this affects real Americans, so very much passionate about it.
Totally. Why haven't you passed a standalone bill to get this done if it's so important?
Because there's a 60-vote rule over in the Senate.
The Senate just passed their bill yesterday.
Which is unconstitutional because all taxing
Of
has
course,
to originate from the
I'm well
House.
aware, but I think, I guess I heard your first explanation was, well, there's 60-vote Senate barrier, so of course we could never get it passed in the Senate. But then Ted Cruz and Jackie Rosen, my understanding is, they passed the bill by unanimous consent. Of course, as you said, there's the constitutionality issue. So I just don't understand why the Ways and Means Committee doesn't just mark up a bill. I think the sponsor of the bill is sitting right behind you. He's been in this hearing since like 3 a.m., Mr. Horsford. He's got a great bill on this. I think we could get this on the bill tomorrow. I think there'd be bipartisan strong support. Clearly, there's unanimous support in the Senate. I mean, if you're so passionate about it, why don't we get it done?
Mr. Neguse, you know that I have tried to work on tax policy, bipartisan tax policy the last Congress, that we got 82% of the vote to move it forward. Unfortunately, it died in the Senate. So sometimes bipartisan tax policy does not work. I believe the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, the tax relief for seniors are so urgent that I would not allow a tax bill to move forward unless it includes that in the House of Representatives. That's why I'm delivering for working class Americans.
Yeah, no, well, anyway, I guess I don't want to belabor the point here. You keep referencing the Senate. Unless I'm missing something, I thought the United States Senate passed on unanimous consent without any objections Ted Cruz, Jackie Rosen, Democrat, Republican bill to not tax tips. And so I'm not really understanding the hurdle there. But anyway, you have a different worldview as to, I guess, the way to effectuate it. Can you give us a sense of where the state and local tax deduction piece is going to end? What are we going to be voting on later today?
What I'll say is that the $30,000 deduction that we passed out of the Ways and Means Committee, capping it at people who make less than $400,000, the Ways and Means Committee felt like that was a reasonable compromise that would help provide necessary tax relief. And that's what the language is right now.
Okay, but I mean, you're the chairman of the committee. We're supposed to be voting on this bill in a few hours, is what I understand. There's rumors of a manager's amendment or maybe a secondary manager's amendment, or they'll come up with some other way to describe a third manager's amendment. I'm not sure. There's a lot of reporting on it. Who would I go to talk to figure out what we're voting on later today as it relates to the state and local tax deduction?
I would say that's going to be the discussion of the Rules Committee when the manager's amendment is offered and debated. So you'll probably know before most members of Congress.
I hope so. We've been here for 8 hours, and we've yet to get any indication of that. And I'm not, I mean, this would apply to Chairman Guthrie as well. I mean, we've heard a lot about the IRA phase-outs. I don't know if you have anything to share with the group about where that stands?
That would be Ways and Means Committee jurisdiction, not Guthrie's. E&C doesn't have a lot of committee of jurisdiction.
Well, I'll let you two battle that out.
But from my understanding, the Ways and Means Committee, I have not seen any changes to the phase-outs or what we've had in regards to the IRA.
So what we have in the rules mark now, you believe, is what we'll be voting on this evening or whenever?
That's what I'm here testifying in regards to.
Okay, well, that's a different answer. But I can appreciate your position. I guess my point here, and I know I was hoping to ask Mr. Roy this question because I hadn't seen him the last 8 hours, but he appeared, well, yeah, apparently he's negotiating it. So maybe he can come in and he can give us some indication as to the answers on both of those fronts. Oh, I see. I guess Chip Roy's announced I'm a no, but I don't know that makes, anyway, we'll hear from him directly. Some questions for you, Chairman Thompson, with respect to the agriculture mark. Help me understand, and maybe Ranking Member Craig can help me understand this as well. You all have sunsetted the exemption for, well, no, sorry. You've included an exemption for veterans within what you've determined to be the able-bodied requirements in SNAP.
Veterans, homeless, and young people that age out of foster care up to age 24.
So veterans, homeless, and then what was the third?
Foster youth.
Foster youth.
Yeah.
But you've sunset that exemption in 2030. That exemption only lasts through 2030, correct?
Oh, that's correct, because those were actually put in place of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. That's where those three provisions were added. And I actually believe that.
Let me ask you, I guess the question I'm asking is, why not eliminate that sunset?
Well, my question back to you is, why would you not want those individuals to have access to greater opportunity, which only comes through being eligible under the SNAP title and the nutrition benefits, for the career and technical education, SNAP employment and career and technical education. We, of the Farm Bill.
Why are you exempting them
We
if
put
that's the
about
case?
$1.1 trillion is what we put into the nutrition title. And a big part of that
Sure.
is the investment in greater opportunity through those educational benefits.
Okay, let me take a step back so I can just understand that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is the rationale for the exemption. You've exempted veterans, homeless youth, foster youth from these requirements until 2030. So well, hold on, let me finish. You've clearly decided that it's important to proceed with those exemptions until 2030. Otherwise, you would have said, we're just going to end the exemption now. So you believe it's important to do for the next few years. Why have you decided not to extend it further? Why is 2030 the year that you've decided that veterans should no longer be able to be exempted from these
That was a
requirements?
part of what, quite frankly, my negotiations on that with the Fiscal Responsibility Act were with President Biden. And that was the.
Sure, but you're not locked into
and that
that
was the
now.
language
You
we
all
put
have
into it.
abandoned most of the Fiscal
Well,
Responsibility
even
Act agreements.
That was a great negotiations. We both sides got some good provisions. But at the same time, even back then, I felt that it really was disrespectful to veterans to, well, we'll just talk, you let off with veterans, to not have an opportunity to benefit from the investments that are there under this nutrition title for SNAP employment and career and technical education.
If you feel that way, why keep it? I don't understand. I guess you're saying we have this exemption, it's important for foster youth and for the homeless and for veterans, but also we believe that we shouldn't have this exemption, and so that's why we're comfortable with it ending in 2030.
Well, usually taking somebody off a cliff immediately is a really bad idea. We don't really do that with this bill. Even with the state share, we provide.
I agree with you
fiscal
about
year
describing it as a
2028
cliff
to
and
be
not an
able to get
opportunity.
that.
I mean, that's exactly what my sort of point is,
So
right? This-
we look closely at poverty cliffs and, and I think taking folks off of that, that 2030 expiration really will serve those the veterans population particularly. And I also think that the youth coming off out of
Sure.
foster care.
How much money do you think it would cost, your team may have a better sense of this than I would, to extend that out to 2031 or to 2032? Do you all know what it costs per year for that exemption to have continued?
I'm not sure the CBO is provided for. Yeah, we don't.
I mean, are we talking tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars?
Well, we'd have to look back, y'all would have to look back at the Fiscal Responsibility Act to see what the score was on
Okay.
that.
Here's why I ask. To me, it seems like really what we're getting at, right, is a question of priorities, resources, and values. And it would not take, I don't believe, a lot of resources, a lot of investment to be able to avoid that cliff hitting these veterans and these foster youth in 2030. Right, and let me give you an example, right? There's a simple way. Are you familiar with the tax on silencers? You're familiar with that?
I am.
Provision of tax code? And you're aware that this bill repeals that tax?
That's correct.
All right, and that tax, do you know how much that's going to generate in terms of revenue over 10 years?
I don't, it wasn't in my
It's one-
jurisdiction, but
No, I understand, let
but
me tell you.
I can tell you
It's
as a former
1.4
healthcare
Let me finish.
professional,
You
these
said you don't know, so let me tell you.
These suppressors
I hear you.
are a healthcare major. in terms
I
of
understand, I
hearing
hear you.
protection.
So let me just explain it to you. Over 10 years, the Joint Committee on Taxation estimates that this particular repeal generate $1.4 billion. Think about that. Hold on. I'm not asking you a question, Mr. Chairman. 1.4.
Well, you did ask me a
I'm not
question
asking you a
originally
question
about
now. I'll give you an
veterans.
opportunity
And what
in a moment to
question I
answer the
have for you,
question.
what do you have against
Mr.
veterans
Chairman,
being-
I will give you
having
an
an
opportunity to
opportunity
finish.
to climb
I'm not
a-
asking you a
run a little
question.
higher in the ladder of
Mr. Chairman, I'm not asking you a question. I'll
really good at
redirect
that.
it to the ranking member since I'm not asking you
All
this
right,
question.
just
Ranking
remember,
member.
it is the member of the committee's time, and.
Thank you, Mr.
so
Chairman.
We
So-
can't have the,
I will simply say this.
Back and forth.
And I'll address this towards the ranking member. $1.4 billion that will be generated by virtue of this repeal of the silencer tax. This is a tax that has been on the books since the mid-1930s. 100 years. That's during Republican administrations, Democratic administrations. I don't remember Republicans, or President Trump for that matter, trying to repeal this tax in 2017, when you all were pursuing this the first time around. And yet you've decided on this course to repeal this particular tax that would generate $1.4 billion in revenue. Just imagine, Ranking Member Craig, what you could do with that $1.4 billion to address the cliffs that the chairman of the Agriculture Committee had described with respect to veterans and foster youth. The poverty cliff, I think was the phrase that he used, that they will face under this bill in 4.5 years. Ranking Member, I'm happy to give you an opportunity.
Well, we could spend, we wouldn't have to cut, I suppose, or Republicans wouldn't have to cut food out of the mouths of hungry children, veterans, and our nation's seniors. What's happening in this committee is egregious. You just think about the revenue savings that you're cutting from a title of the Farm Bill. And I know I keep saying that, but I know my Republican colleagues across the aisle know that the nutrition title is part of the Farm Bill. And they know that these cuts, $313 billion to a title of the Farm Bill, outside of a 12-title, 5-year process, is putting a Farm Bill in jeopardy. And my colleagues are coming after food. We talk about work. I wish Mr. Norman was still here. Nobody here is arguing
He's
against
done working.
work.
He left.
He left again. He's done working, apparently. Mr. Norman said, what do you get? Are you kidding me? We already have work requirements in SNAP. What we're doing is we're adding work requirements to single parents of 7-year-olds. Who thinks that's a good idea? It's egregious. And you talk about child care costs in this country, it's egregious where we are. And, you know, Mr. Norman, and I could give you examples for every single one of your districts, but I'm going to use his just because I had it open here. We're talking about 11% of the state population in South Carolina that he's going to cut. We're talking about $321 million a year to the taxpayers of South Carolina in additional cost shifts. We're talking about $1 billion a year to the state of Pennsylvania. These are real dollars if we move forward with these. And so I have no idea why we think it's a good idea to repeal a tax on silencers when we are going to feed fewer children in our country as a result of this. It's a moral damn failure is what it is, Congressman.
I couldn't say it any better. Ranking Member Craig, I think you articulated it well. And I guess it is just full circle in some ways, given that this was the last panel that we're going to hear from. But it makes a lot more sense in retrospect now why Republicans decided to proceed with this particular hearing in the dead of night. Because I think when you begin to see the full picture, it's only when you have the chair of the Ways and Means Committee to talk about the various priorities they are pursuing, repeals of taxes on silencers by way of example, and hear from the Agriculture Committee about the priorities they are pursuing, massive cuts to the social safety net, that you begin to understand the full picture holistically that is reflected in this bill. And I think that is ultimately what House Republicans did not want the American people to hear or to see. Regrettably for them, we're going to have an opportunity throughout the rest of today and when this bill invariably gets to the floor to continue exposing it to the American public. And I think the more the American public learn about this bill, the less they're going to like it. So with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman, I think.
Gentleman yields back and now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for his time of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot said about a lot of different numbers here. But I want to come to you, Mr. Smith. I mean, my understanding is that the current tax rate for 2025, the top rate is 37%, and that is going to apply to people that are making, they're filing jointly, married filing jointly, $731,200, somewhere right there, and that if this bill passes, that tax rate at 37% is still going to be 37% for 2026. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So all this talk about tax cuts for billionaires, what the accurate statement would be is we are not allowing tax rates to go up.
We're keeping the same current tax policy with all the rates, because every individual rate, if Congress does not act by the end of this year, goes up, the lowest tax rate and the highest tax rate. And what this bill does, it just makes permanent current tax rates.
Okay. I'm going to come to you, Chairman Thompson, because I want to talk about SNAP and the work requirements and other things. And I want to say this. We met on two separate occasions, and there was an accusation made that you shut down debate. My recollection is that we met the first day, and then we came back and we met a second day, and we went from 10 to 10. And I read the various amendments that Democrats kept submitting, and it was basically the exact same amendment. Like they plagiarized each other with the amendments that they were submitting. And so finally, we went ahead and we had the votes on the amendments. And is that your recollection?
Well, that plus the fact that none of the amendments were submitted within the deadline. It's within the rules package that was unanimously adopted.
Absolutely.
And there was quite a bit of repetition, absolutely.
Okay. So what percentage of Farm Bill spending currently goes to SNAP benefits?
Approximately 82%.
82% of Farm Bill spending now goes to SNAP benefits.
That's correct.
And while the Democrats say they want to work in a bipartisan manner to pass a farm bill, their demand is that 82% of Farm Bill spending must go to SNAP benefits, which means that production agriculture is going to end up with less than 10%. Now, if you're not taking care of production agriculture, then you're not taking care of the food supply for anybody in this country, whether they're on SNAP or whether they are at the highest tax bracket in the country. Is that fair to say?
That is more than fair to say. If farmers fail, we have food insecurity. And no matter what the programs look like, what the rules are, what the regulations are, we have food insecurity, which quite frankly is national insecurity.
Right. So only 4 Democrats on the House Agriculture Committee voted for the Farm Bill in committee last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Craig, I don't think you were one of them, were you?
No, sir, I didn't, but I noticed
Okay,
Republicans
thank you.
didn't bring it to the floor because you didn't have the
Yeah.
votes.
Well, because of the demand that 80+% of it go to SNAP benefits.
5 million Americans versus 1 million Americans. That's the split in the Farm Bill between those two programs.
Explain those numbers, please.
SNAP covers 45 million Americans. The farm program covers about 1 million Americans.
Yes,
That's
ma'am,
the
and those
split.
1 million Americans provide 100% of the food
And-
for the American citizens.
And your
This
cuts
is
to
my time,
SNAP.
and you can wait.
This
I'm going to
is
come
the
to you.
gentleman's time.
Okay,
Because
I'm
I want
ready.
to talk
I'm
about some of
ready.
the votes you've cast on the Inflation Reduction Act and the
Ready.
American Rescue Plan. But without the 1 million farmers in this country, there's no food for the people who have SNAP benefits to buy. That's all there is to it. So, but I appreciate you coming clean on that.
I'm not coming clean, it's a fact.
Sure you are. Yeah, you're talking.
fact.
Yeah, you made it clear. You don't
That's
care
why
about
the
the 1 million.
coalition exists, because the nutrition and the farm
Ah,
programs
Is
exist
no, is the
together.
Gentleman's time. If you ask the
You
question.
exposed
answer.
yourself on not caring about the 1 million farmers, and that's fine.
Oh,
All right. GT. Federal law right now, today, and this is a Biden administration proposal I have. And I would remind everybody that's watching, when they had the House, the Senate, and the White House, they passed both the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act without a single Republican vote. So that they could have changed any of this they wanted to, and they chose not to.
That's correct.
Federal law limits the amount of time a time-limited, which is an able-bodied working-age adult without dependents, participant, commonly referred to as an able-bodied adult without dependents, can participate in SNAP to any 3 countable months in a 36-month period unless a person meets the work requirements. That's the current law.
That's correct. And the work requirement, we've had the work requirements since 1970s. Yeah.
Thank you for coming clean on that.
That's right. And when Bill Clinton signed the welfare to work requirements, the poverty rates declined more than at any other point in the country. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you dispute that, Ms. Craig?
I don't have that data in front of me, and I don't think GT does either.
Oh, come on. Democrats have routinely taken credit for what Bill Clinton did in the welfare to work. Just factually speaking, it was a good piece of legislation. And people went back to work and poverty rates declined. All right. So what we have done in the bill is effectively the two separate work exemptions. One is a general work requirement exemption, and we have made them match with the able-bodied working age adult exemptions. Is that correct?
That's correct. Reducing the, hopefully going forward, then reducing the confusion and the complexity for the participants to be able to gain better access.
Gain better access to what?
The SNAP.
Look,
This is gentleman's time.
work is good. Work is good.
Work is great.
You know, and without the 1 million American farmers, nobody in this country has food to eat. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Ledger Fernandez for her time of questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, I think it's really important that we do not mischaracterize what our witnesses have said. And there was a gross mischaracterization as to whether the ranking member supports our farmers. I know the ranking member supports our farmers because, indeed, if you just talk about SNAP, 1.5 times the benefit goes to the farmers. So when we're talking about protecting SNAP, we're also talking about protecting the farmer. Is that right, ranking member?
Well, if you cut SNAP by $300 billion, you're actually taking $30 billion right out of the farm income. And that is absolutely true, sir. And, you know, what's interesting
I'm sorry, I
is-
have not yielded time, Mr.
Oh,
Scott.
What's interesting, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, is that my colleague across the room here, 23% of folks, all households in his congressional district, have access to the SNAP program in our country. One of the highest rates in this room, and he is seeking to cut that program by $300 billion. And back to work, work is good. And matching the program, you're talking about sending single mothers and fathers to work almost 20 hours a week when their child turns 7 years old. If we were here to talk about work, we would be talking about trade skills, technical programs. We would be talking about ways in which to help people get out of low-wage jobs in our country. We'd be talking about raising the minimum wage in our country to help them get out of poverty. But we're not. We're here talking about cutting their health care, cutting their SNAP benefits. We're talking about items that are going to absolutely decimate rural communities like Mr. Scott's across the room here. And it's just stunning to me.
Me too.
Mr. Chairman,
one
since my name was
million-
called, I do expect a chance to respond to that.
Actually,
is that
the
the
proper,
rule?
the rule is that you can mention the gentleman from Georgia, but you're not to mention him by name in debate. And so if you would stick to just saying the gentleman or my colleague is fine, and if you would stick to that, but that, you know, but that's the way we're supposed to operate.
Would you like to restate it to say the gentleman from?
Yes, the gentleman from Georgia has one of the highest rates of SNAP households in the country. And he is promoting decimating this program. And look, you know, there's lots of things in here that should be in a farm bill, lots of elements. You cut the nutrition title, you plus up the farm programs in reconciliation in a partisan process. That's what's happening here. We should be sitting down and doing a farm bill. And honestly, I know my chairman sitting next to me does not want to cut SNAP by $300 billion, and many of the colleagues on our committee did not want to do it because they didn't show up for debate. They didn't want to be on the record talking about this because they know it's incredibly unpopular for the American people. We have traditionally been able to get a bipartisan farm bill from the Nutrition Coalition and the Farm Coalition. Of course, these coalitions are together, but we're destroying that here today, folks, and it has long-term consequences for us. I just hope you all know what you're doing on a partisan basis has long-term consequences.
Thank you, and I noticed that the education chair and ranking member, perked up, and they said, wait a minute, we're going to talk about education. We came here to talk about education, and we're actually cutting education by also hundreds and billions of dollars, so we're not going to get there. But I wanted to yield some time to my ranking member, Mr. McGovern, the gentleman from...
Yeah, you could, yeah. I won't be offended if you refer to me by my name, but you know what? Enough of this BS, because that's what it is. I mean, nobody here is saying that there isn't dignity in work. What we're saying is that life is complicated, and one glove doesn't always fit all. And what we're also saying, and because I believe this is true, that this is a backdoor attempt to force people off the benefit, so you can take that money and pay for tax cuts for billionaires. That's what it's about. And I will also tell the gentleman that over the years, hunger has gotten worse in this country. The only time it didn't, believe it or not, was during the pandemic. And that is when we increased the SNAP benefit and when we increased other nutritional programs to help people get through that difficult time. We actually saw hunger go down, food insecurity go down. And then when some of those programs sunsetted, hunger started to rise up again. So hunger is a political condition, my friends. I mean, we have the money, we have the resources, we know what to do to end it. What we lack is the political will. And again, tax cuts for billionaires paid for by savings in SNAP is not going to end hunger and food insecurity in this country. And again, I mean, the idea that we can't come together and say that ending hunger and food insecurity is a priority, that somehow it's okay to demonize people who are struggling. I mean, I find that, appalling, quite frankly. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern. You know what? Hunger is also a moral issue. It is a moral issue. And that's why 31 religious organizations have written to the chairs of all of the appropriate committees, asking them to not pass these cuts. And they point out that, so actually, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter sent to all the chairs of the committee from 31 religious organizations across the United States.
Without objection.
In the letter, this is why it's a moral issue. And they say it out loud. They say, they wrote it down, it is an abdication of the government's moral responsibility when the government seeks to reduce its investment in programs for the poor. Complacency can become greed and selfishness when the funds saved from the Medicaid and SNAP programs are used to ultimately widen the gap between rich and poor. Budgets are moral documents that outline a nation's priority. And I was at some of the members on here because I know that they believe deeply in the moral obligations. They know the teachings that ask us to feed the hungry, to take care of the poor. That is the essence of Jesus' teaching about love. It is the essence of almost every religion. Actually, it's the essence of everyone I know. And I think that that is a key failing of what we are doing here. But I want to move on for a moment, because I know we've given a lot of attention to ag, and I might come back there. But, Ranking Member Pallone, many of the children that we're talking about might be both receiving SNAP benefits and receiving Medicaid, right? And is that right? You know, many of the children, because this is, we're talking, and they are often working poor. Their families are working. We heard the ranking member Craig and so many stories. We have people, you know, congressmen and congresswomen here who've shared their stories about how their parents worked and received SNAP, and that's how they got ahead. But isn't that the case, that we have many children who rely on both SNAP and Medicaid?
It's absolutely the case, and I don't know how much you wanted me to expand on it, but, you know, I want to say really two things in response. First of all, you know, my colleagues and my chairman during the markup repeatedly said, and Mr. Norman said, you know, work, work, work. But the fact of the matter is that these people are working, right? The people that are getting SNAP, the people that are getting Medicaid, they're working, right? And it's the paperwork, it's the red tape that the Republicans are putting in place in this bill that is kicking people off. And I'm not suggesting that anybody's doing it intentionally, believe me, and I maybe shouldn't say this, but I'm going to, you know, Mr. McGovern he mentioned Marie Antoinette, right? And I was, for some reason, I guess it had nothing to do, 11 o'clock at night, a couple of nights ago, there was a movie on about Marie Antoinette, right? And she said to her husband, the King Louis, she said, I don't know why everybody out there hates us so much. You know, I care about the poor. But the problem is that at the time, they were, you know, all the money was going to the nobility and nothing was going to the average person, right? And so then one of her advisors says, well, you know, Madam Queen, whatever, you realize that the people have no bread, right? And she says, well, let them eat cake, right? Yeah. I mean, it's not that anybody here on the Republican side, you know, doesn't have moral values. They just don't understand. They just don't understand what's going on out there, right? And so they say, well, we're going to have work requirements. But then if you look at the states that had these work requirements, like Arkansas or Georgia, we find that almost everybody who was eligible for Medicaid, right, was working. And the problem was they didn't know that they had to fill out the papers. It was too onerous to fill out the paper. I just wanted to give you one story because I had it here. In Arkansas, which was one of the two states, but they only had it for a few months because they realized that it was kicking people off. And they said in the few months that the state had its work reporting requirements in effect, 18,000 people lost coverage. That's 1 in 4 people who were eligible for Medicaid. But research tells us that more than 95% of those people were meeting the requirements, but they were kicked off because they didn't even know that they had to meet the requirements. Even when they do, it's impossible to navigate. And they have one person here, Arkansas, attempting to document her work hours, shared that my mom said I need to go online and do this, and that I was on the phone with a lady trying to, and she said I needed to do something with my hours. Well, I was on the phone with the lady for like an hour, then she sent me to someone else, then she sent me to someone else. So I just gave up trying to report my hours worked, and she lost her Medicaid. In Georgia, there were like 300,000 to 400,000 people that were eligible. The state admitted they were eligible, but only about 7,000 ended up with coverage. That's the one state that still has it. Not because they weren't eligible, but because they couldn't go through the red tape. And you know, I'm not suggesting that anybody on the Republican side is intentionally doing this, but this is the reality, and this is what the CBO says is why all these people, millions of people under this bill, are going to lose their Medicaid because of this red tape. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's going to vary, and I'm glad you mentioned the Arkansas example, because indeed 18,000 people, right? In New Mexico, you have to fill out, this is what you fill out in New Mexico, right? It's not like people aren't working or that they aren't filling out a lot of paperwork. This is before this bill. And it asks all kinds of stuff. Your immigration status, what you're doing, where you're working. They are filling out too much paperwork as it is. And for a party that's always complaining about paperwork, they're going to just put more on there because that's not the purpose. The purpose isn't to get people back to work. It's to kick people off of Medicaid. It's to not recognize the hard work of those that already are. Because as you put it, what is it, 92%? 92% of adults under 65 on Medicaid are already working or can't work because they're caregiving, illness, they're going to school. So don't tell us about work, because we come from families that work. We come from families that get our hands dirty. We know what it looks like and what it feels like. And these are the people that we are working to protect. And I am very concerned about what they're going to do to indeed the people. When I go to my rural areas, when I went, to the dairy farms and talked to the people in my rural areas, they said, we are the people who get our hands dirty, because I represent a large rural district. They're going to get slammed, aren't they, Ranking Member Pallone? Because rural hospitals are going to go under. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record Medicaid cuts would threaten rural hospitals. And this is, Madam Chair? Yeah.
You finish the.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to go into it because I think it's really important that Americans who now have woken up and had their second cup of coffee, that they actually look at what's happening here, because it is really scary. In Pennsylvania, 12 rural hospitals, 24% are at immediate risk of closure from what you're doing here. In Michigan, 9 rural hospitals. Oklahoma, 24 rural hospitals. Several in my community as well. But if you are representing a rural area or a rural state, your rural hospitals are going to close. Because this is the thing. We're going to kick you off of Medicaid, and then we're not going to let you get onto the Affordable Care Act with the subsidies. Is that right? And so they're going to show up at the hospitals and not have any care, right?
Absolutely, and I want to explain why, because I'm not sure everyone knows that the CBO estimated that those 8.6 million under the bill that, or at least most of them, that would lose Medicaid because of the red tape, would immediately, or at least they would try to move over to the ACA and get a subsidized insurance policy under the ACA. But because of that, all of the savings that were going to be, go to the rich and the corporate interests under this bill would have been lost. Because if those people moved over to the ACA and got a subsidized insurance policy, the government would have to pay for their subsidy, and therefore there was no savings, or very, very little savings under the bill. And so then they put in the prohibition that if you were denied Medicaid, you could not go to the ACA and get a subsidy. You had to pay full freight, which of course none of them could afford to pay, right? So that is strictly to make sure that there's money saved to pay for the tax cuts for the wealthy and the corporate interests. That's the only reason that's in there. Again, it's not because, I think the GOP hate the poor. It's because they have to come up with this money to pay for the tax cut for the rich and the corporate interests. That's the bottom line.
So I think it's also, once again, budgets reflect your values. Chairman Moore, I was wondering if you happen to have the bill, if you would mind reading the title of section 106 on page 901, line 20 in the Rules Committee print. Oh, sorry, Chairman Guthrie.
I was about to say, you had made me a chairman. I was just going to say, I
I didn't hear your
accept.
question then, I'm sorry. I didn't hear, I didn't know it was directed at me, I'm sorry.
Okay.
What, will you ask again?
Okay, if you'd go to page 901. Page 901, line 20 of the bill. Do you have the bill in
I
front of you?
don't have the bill in
Mr.
front of me, but
Yeah,
read the,
I'll pass this down to you.
okay.
Just read that one line. Line 20.
I don't think, that's not in my jurisdiction, I'm sorry, that's why I didn't know
Okay,
about it.
we can pass it. I think that was Ways and Means, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Chairman Smith, sorry.
Okay, so what are you asking?
Would you please, so that the American public knows what this bill does, one of the little things that it does, would you please read page 901, line 20?
I think it'd be better if you read it.
Oh, he doesn't want to read it.
I'll
read it.
I know the
Well, actually,
legislation, but I'm not
Ranking
gonna be
Member
part
Moore,
of your little
Ranking Member
show
Moore
here, so you can read it.
It was a question if you would read it, so I'll ask Ranking
said
Member
no.
Moore to read the text. This is in their bill. They don't want to read a line from their own bill. Ranking Member.
I don't want to read the bill for you.
I'll help you out.
I am testifying about this legislation. I'm not going to read the bill to you.
Okay, I am.
Miss,
This is amazing.
Miss
We are
Lager
on-
Fernandez,
we-
shall I pass this back or shall I
No,
read
no,
it for
why
you?
don't you just read it?
I am a member of this committee. I am the
Line 20.
ranking vice chair of the committee. It says Section 111106, repeal of excise tax on indoor tanning services.
So they're going to repeal, they're repealing an excise tax on tanning beds. They're repealing a tax on silencers. At the same, so they're going to, okay, so if you have a tanning bed, you get a little bit of a tax break. And if you need a hospital bed in rural America, I'm sorry, you're out of luck. Right? And I don't know where this particular provision came from. We do know that there are certain elected officials who appear to have a certain orange hue about them, that maybe they want to make sure that tanning beds get a little bit of special credit. But really, we are prioritizing tanning beds over hospital beds in rural America. So, I do want to talk a little bit about the tax credit, the child tax credit. Because one of the things that is sad about the child tax credit, I agree that it should have gone on for longer. We fought, Rosa DeLauro has been fighting for that expanded child tax credit for almost her entire time here, and she is joined by so many of us on the Democratic caucus, I think all of us. Now, sadly, it didn't get extended, but it didn't get extended because we could not get the Republican votes to extend it in the way it was. And right now, what they have in this bill would actually deny the full value of the child tax credit to 17 million children because their families don't make enough money to qualify for it. Now, I don't know if the chair wants to answer any more questions, but maybe I'll just ask Ranking Member Moore, is that what's going to happen with the child tax credit? Is the families who need it the most won't get it? Well, does the child tax credit extend to all the families
So what
of
this
America?
legislation does, of the 17 million children that you're talking about, they're going to make sure that their refundability is $1,700. At the end of this year, it drops to $1,000. So we're making sure that they are staying whole of where they are currently. If this bill does not pass, those 17 million children will only have a $1,000 child tax credit instead of a $1,700.
But there is a discrepancy. Representative Moore.
Thank you so much. And Chairman Smith knows that this is very important to me. This is the reason that I came to Congress. And so while I appreciate the fact that this committee has finally recognized that as an OECD country, we need to provide some kind of child supplement to children. I mean, everybody else has figured that out before we did. And while people want to give women $5,000 to have babies, I just think it's a lot more practical to take care of the children that we already have. I guess the thing that and we're going to get to talking about work requirements again, but as people have pointed out, about 97% of people who are under the age of 65 and that receive any of these benefits they work. And if they're not working, they've worked the year before, they received any of these benefits. They work a year after they've gotten it. And the 6 or 7% of people who don't work, as Mr. McDermott has pointed out, they have Mr. McGovern, have very complicated lives. They're taking care of elders, they're taking care of children. So if a woman finds herself in a situation, for example, where she, for whatever reason, cannot work, there are 17 million children who will get zero. And these are the poorest kids that there are. And they need support. It's, a child supplement is supposed to recognize that child rearing is expensive. That kids don't earn money particularly, but they need their Cub Scout uniform. They have sports equipment. They can't participate. I can remember growing up when I couldn't go on a field trip because I didn't have $5 for the bus fare. And we're going to leave them out. And, because of this work requirement, the poorest children, 17 million of them, who have no control over whether or not employers will provide their parents with work, parents who perhaps don't have a high school diploma. I know people who wouldn't hire people because all their teeth were rotten. And that wasn't a good look for working in the restaurant. And these are children, the most needy will not receive any money whatsoever. And you have to earn at least $2,500, is that right, Mr. Chairman, to get the lowest amount of the tax credit. So someone, the mayor of Milwaukee, he's got 3 beautiful children, he'll get the maximum tax credit, and the kids who live down the street will get nothing.
It's that disparity. There are so many bad things in this bill that we really need another 3 or 4 days. The Inflation Reduction Act, what they are doing to clean energy, what they are doing in so many different areas, condemning the United States to be so far behind, condemning us to be, second to China on renewable energy in so many different ways. But, I think that we will just continue to talk about these other things because it's really important. But with that, I want to yield just a really quick few seconds to my colleague.
Yes, I just wanted to seek unanimous consent on an article. My colleague mentioned the issues with respect to rural hospitals, but there's a Philadelphia Inquirer article from May 19th entitled "Pennsylvania Hospitals Like Crozier-Chester with a lot of Medicaid patients keep closing. Budget cuts would speed up that trend." And it discusses how half of our adult hospitals in southeastern Pennsylvania have closed due to lack of adequate Medicaid funding.
Without objection.
Thank you.
And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Houchin, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the panel being here and for long hours and testifying. I do want to offer to my chairman of Energy and Commerce, Chairman Guthrie, to just touch on anything that you would like to cover out of the many accusations that have been leveled about the bill. But my one question to you, since high school diplomas were mentioned, if somebody doesn't have a high school diploma, then they might not be able to get a job per the work requirement we have in the bill. Doesn't participating in some sort of education program count toward those requirements?
Yeah, if you're working towards a GED program, that would count towards your work requirement.
So if you want to go through, I'll yield time to you to cover
thanks a
the
lot.
many accusations.
Thanks a lot, and I come from a product of hard work too. My whole life growing up, my childhood up through high school, my dad worked in a Ford foundry. That's pretty hard in Alabama, so that's pretty hard work when you're in the heat of the summer. So I come from that as well. And if you look at, they talked about the coverage loss. I always say, look at ineligible, illegal, and able. So if you look at the coverage loss that comes from the Medicaid requirement, it's people that aren't eligible to participate in the Medicaid program by the rules set up by people who voted for the Medicaid program. The other are the people that are not here in a legal presence. And the other is the able-bodied. And when we talk about able-bodied, well, one, I know that we talked about the maternal health program. That was actually bipartisan. I think Doc Burgess was really engaged in doing that. It was extended for a year. And that, if it's anywhere in the bill, I want somebody to point that out because it's not in the bill that that's affected. But the work requirement does not apply to you if you're a pregnant woman, if you're under 19 or over the age of 64, if you're a tribe member, if you're a parent, guardian, caretaker, relative of a disabled individual, or have a dependent child. Veterans with a disability rated as total. Individuals who are medically frail, which includes but is not limited to people with the following conditions: blind, disabled, substance use disorder, disabling mental disorder, physical and intellectual development disability, serious or complex medical condition, or other conditions identified by the state or approved by the secretary, or you're for compliance with TANF or SNAP, which SNAP's had them, we argue, since the 1970s, so we think we can do this. People have brought up Georgia and Arkansas. Those were problems. People were working and could not get Medicaid. And that is absolutely not what we want. That's why we took great pains to make sure we simplify the reporting requirements. People have due process rights. We want people to have Medicaid, but if they're not working and able to work, but we don't want to use the work requirement to deprive people of Medicaid. So we feel that is there. The other number, because they throw up 13 million, there's like over 5 million, but that comes from an expiring provision in the Inflation Reduction Act. And it was brought up by my friend from Wisconsin and others that, well, why don't we make all these other things permanent? That wasn't made permanent. It's expiring, and because it's expiring, that's where the 5 million comes from. So there were decisions that I don't know why y'all decided in the IRA to spend $32 billion or $27 billion on the Green Energy Fund when you could have made this last longer. And then my friend from Massachusetts talked about, well, this is for the well-connected. We had a hearing yesterday where there was a nonprofit that was started by a well-connected individual, had $100 in the checking account of the non-progressive forward, and got a $2 billion grant, which the CEO's salary of that is over $800,000. So she's getting paid 5 times a member of Congress to implement a grant appropriated by Congress. And if that's not well connected and run, and that's money that could have been spent for these. And with rural hospitals, I love to see when that article was written, because we really sat down, all of us, we got a lot of energy and commerce people here. I went to rural hospitals. It's urban hospitals. It's any hospital that has a high Medicaid population, which typically also has a high Medicare population. So the low reimbursement rates for those programs affect those hospitals. That's what we're talking about here. And if you look at an item came up that I didn't know as much about, state-directed payments. We sat down, and that's probably what they're writing about, because there were people saying that those should not stay where they are. And we sat down with hospitals, we all did. We looked, and we said, yeah, this really ups the reimbursement for hospitals that have high Medicaid so they can stay open. So we held harmless that provision. Now, going forward, there's reform in it, but it held harmless. States said that they had difficult times with their budgets, and the provider taxes helped them get through. You know, President Biden called them a scam. President Obama wanted to be 3.5. So a lot of people know this is sending money up to match federal money. But we said, okay, we realized it would be a big burden on states if we took a big approach to it. So we held harmless. We said, we're going to freeze where you are. You can increase, but we don't want rural hospitals on the edge closing because we took away state-directed payments, because we lowered the provider taxes for states. And so if anybody's closing tomorrow because of this bill, then it means they were already going to be closing anyway, because this bill doesn't affect that. And then there were people that are ineligible for Medicaid, so on the ACA. So that was another one. So they said if you're on Medicaid and you fall off Medicaid, you can't go to the ACA. The ACA sets up the provision that if you have other coverage, you can't go on if you have other coverage. So if somebody has Medicaid, this is what our argument wasn't save money, but if somebody has Medicaid and the only reason they become ineligible because they are able-bodied under all the exemptions that I read, but they're able-bodied and they fall off Medicaid just because they won't work, then they shouldn't have the opportunity to go get a subsidized plan in another form. And so that's what that provision was there for. So this whole committee, Energy, we spent a lot of time making sure that we reform a program that's grown twice the size of inflation. I mean, one state has spent $26 billion more on Medicaid in the last 3 years. We felt it was unsustainable. We walled off, there's two groups, there's the Affordable Care Act. So if I'm a healthy Kentuckian and I go to the hospital, the federal government pays 90%. If I'm a disabled child in Kentucky, go to the hospital, the federal government pays 72%. Talk about values. But we have left that alone in our bill because of the states have budgeted and put their hospitals around that. So unfortunately, that's what was put into law under the Affordable Care Act. And so we looked at all of that. How do we get a handle on the growth in Medicaid and make it sustainable and protect it for mothers and pregnant women, mothers, children, the disabled, what the program was originally intended for, because most of the great growth is in the expansion population. And it was, I think this proposal was well thought out. I received a letter from the Kentucky Hospital Association. I said saying that thank you for the path that you took, because this is something we can deal with. I sat with hospital executives when they listened to the rhetoric and they saw where I thought our plan was going, and I could say, look, this is where I think it's going. They would all say, wow, we can all live with this. So we've given a product that saves the program. It puts it on a more sustainable path. It's still a growing program. It's going to spend over 1.1. We're going to spend $700 billion this year, 1.1 trillion 10 years from now after this bill's in full effect. So we're not cutting Medicaid. What we're trying to do is deploy the resources for the people that need it the most and reform the program and let states have to take more responsibility in the future, but hold them harmless today so we don't have these hospitals on the edge, like my friend from Pennsylvania mentioned, on the edge, being affected by what we do here in the next few days.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you. You did spend time with hospitals from my state, talking to them about what we were doing in this bill. I really appreciate the time that you took there with them and with many other members. Any member who had hospitals with questions, you took time to visit with, and we're grateful for that. I just want to make a few exclamation points on some of the things that you said. Medicaid alone is on pace to outpace defense spending. Medicaid alone is on pace to outpace defense spending.
That's it's going up from $700 billion out of $1.1 trillion under this bill.
That is not sustainable. And Mr. Chairman, what happens to the Medicaid population when we can no longer afford that level of spending?
Well, it's the fear when the interest on the debt just gets so big, it overcomes it all. And so I said to hospitals, a lot of hospital CEOs that I've talked to, yours and others, and I said, look, this is a beginning to bend the cost curve. This will be a much different conversation when we get to the point that we can't borrow money anymore because our debt's too high. And we need to have this conversation now because we can do things that's sustainable and can keep everybody operating. But we get to a point where we can't borrow anymore. It's a different conversation.
And we've been talking about safeguarding Medicaid for the people who need it most. Mm-hmm. You said it best. We are preventing the ineligible, the illegal, and the able from accessing benefits and taking dollars away from the very people who this program was designed to help. Pregnant women, children, the disabled, seniors. If we did nothing, would there be more or less money available to take care of the traditional population?
Well, if you think about it, if you're a state program and you get 90 cents, in my state you get 72.90, so 90 cents for one patient and 72 cents for the other, if the incentive is there, I don't think it was intentional, it was to get states to expand, but now the incentive is there to spend more, have more access and care for the higher reimbursement.
And finally, we are saving approximately $700 million in Medicaid over the 10-year window because of making sure people who are ineligible, illegal, and able are not accessing benefits designed for the people who need it most.
Able access them if they work, but
if they work, that's right. But we're saving money, but we're still increasing spending in Medicaid. So when Democrats say we're slashing Medicaid, we're still increasing our overall spend in Medicaid over the window. Is that correct?
From about $700 billion to $1.1 trillion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A lot's been said here today. I would like to offer the opportunity for Chairman Thompson from my neighboring district to offer, in similar fashion, anything that he would like to rebut based on what's been said here today.
Oh, I thank my neighbor to the north for yielding some time. I just want to start out by saying, contrary to the disparaging remarks we've endured today, based on fear, not facts, the goal is not to hurt those struggling in poverty. The goal is to fulfill the purpose that is in law of the nutrition title. In the nutrition title, as of the FRA, by the way, any of those who voted for the FRA were the ones that approved those benefits that we talked about for the homeless, those aging out of foster care, and veterans. You that voted for that were the ones that voted to have those expire in 2030. There was a question during some of the questioning of where that came from. So, but within the FRA, we obviously food security has always been a part of the nutrition title. Really important. But it has a dual purpose. It is officially codified and in law, and that is workforce development. That became a part of that purpose. And I would say we also, not in law, but my own personal perspective is we need to achieve sustainability of this critical program, and not to have cuts. And I've said all along, we've had that discussion in committee, and I read too often about cuts that are happening, and there are no cuts. The House Committee on Agriculture is leading efforts to restore integrity to the SNAP program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. The committee's reforms ensure that SNAP works the way that Congress intended it to, going back to the 1970s. We're really proud of that program. It has been a program that has restored rungs in a ladder of opportunity for folks to be able to pull themselves out of poverty, while at the same time providing supplemental nutritional assistance. And the goal is, and we do that in terms of the program integrity in areas by reinforcing work. Those who can work should. And there certainly are plenty of waivers and provisions so that to address kids, the reason that it's always been 6 years and younger as a waiver under the general work requirements is because it was recognized that if you had a preschool child at home, that you would have to be able to care for them. It also applies if you have someone in your house that is disabled, including maybe a parent that you have to provide care for. Always those exemptions are there. But by reinforcing work, rooting out waste, and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end executive and state abuse and overreach. Because when the executive branch, and specifically the states, do things the wrong way, it is the SNAP participants, those individuals, those families are the ones that are hurt most. So the reason for this reform, it's intended to intent to supplement the food budget for low-income individuals. That's what SNAP is. The SNAP has ballooned in cost. Since 2019, SNAP rolls have increased by 17%, from 36 million in 2019 to 42 million. And a lot of that has occurred at the state level. And while the overall cost of the program has grown by 83%, ballooning from 60 billion to 110 billion annually, states do administer the program. They administer the program. There's a cost share for administration of the program, and the collectively, the states make $13 billion per year in erroneous payments. both overpayments and underpayments. And both of those hurt the beneficiaries, the people that we've been spending hours now talking about how do we help them. The national average error rate is 11.68%, and that has nearly doubled just since 2019. So what is the impact? Obviously, we all know what the impact is when it's an underpayment. You know, that single-parent mom with 2 little babies the states are not providing sufficient assistance in putting money into their SNAP EBT card. And that's obvious how that hurts those families. But I will tell you that the overpayments, which there's more overpayments than underpayments based on the data, has even, I think, greater harm. If you're that single-parent mom with 2 little babies and the card gets charged, you're going to use whatever's on that card. And that's fine, because that's the benefits you were given. And when you go, and by the way, SNAP beneficiaries use an average of 2 to 3 forms of payment when they go. They're not using just SNAP. That's obviously supplemental to cash and to checks or debit cards. So how does the overpayment hurt them? Well, because the states will come back and claw that back. It may be 3, 4, 6 months later. Now, where is that single-parent mom with 2 little babies supposed to find that money at that point? That's where program integrity is so important. It protects, one of the things it does, it protects the beneficiary. It protects that single mom from that. And so the error rate by these states is completely unacceptable. And you know what? Why do they do it? Because there's no skin in the game. They don't have there's no accountability. They get the money, they execute the program, and if they don't do it right, which is with these error rates is a significant amount, I believe, Pennsylvania doesn't do it right. It's double digits. And there's a lot of Pennsylvanians that are hurt because of these error rates. And that's unacceptable. States have to do a better job. So what we provide is, we could have come in and just done a punishment, but we did a carrot and a stick. And we put it at just 5% cost share, but it's based on their error rates. And I happen to believe that looking over the past couple decades, every state can get their error rate down below to be at that 5% mark. Only 28% of able-bodied adults without dependents on SNAP have earned income from work. That's largely because of not because of the law that and the regulations that Congress passes and the executive branch writes. It's because of how it's poorly administered by the states. The USDA and states have intentionally limited enforcement of the SNAP work requirement for adult without dependent children, able-bodied adults, through waivers, leaving 40% of these work-ready individuals today under a waiver of the ABOD work requirement, and remaining on the SNAP rolls long after the 3-month time limit for compliance with the work requirement. So because of the SNAP benefit, unlike other entitlement benefits, is 100% funded by the federal government, there is minimal, I would say no incentive for states to control costs, to enhance efficiency, and improve outcomes for recipients. The gentlelady showed the Medicaid paperwork. That is not paperwork that I don't believe comes from the federal government, because I know in the SNAP program, it is the states determine that bureaucracy. And there are problems with states that will take months in order to process those applications under the nutrition title. That's unacceptable, and that's why we need to hold states accountable. And I don't believe that no state out there is going to cut SNAP benefits. You heard about the passion for that assistance on both sides of the aisle and here. And so I think you're being pretty much unrealistic and disrespectful to our colleagues that work in state capitals to think that this program would be any less important to them. And we're talking 5%. That I believe that they can all get there. So with that, I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Mr. Langworthy, would you yield a moment? I think, Mr. Thompson, you brought up a very significant word in your comments, and that's integrity. And what we keep hearing on our side is we want integrity in these programs to save them. But integrity, and we're hearing that these are moral programs. Well, integrity is moral too. And we want integrity in the programs so that we can save them. And I think you've just outlined that extremely well. And it's a word we have not heard enough of in this debate here, and I think probably in the committees, because we keep hearing about cuts when we're talking about having integrity in the programs. So thank you, Mr.
If the gentleman from New York will yield just a few minutes.
Certainly.
You know, we did not roll back the daily amounts that these recipients receive. There was an increase when the market basket analysis was done at the direction of the 2018 Farm Bill. And again, I agree, it's only like $6 a day, something like that. That amount was not rolled back within this, nor are we preventing going forward adjustments based on inflation, because that is the current law. And so I think those corrections are really important to make, and I thank the gentleman from New York for yielding.
And I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, fake news, misinformation, it has long existed in human societies. And today we heard several folks reference Marie Antoinette and let them eat cake. She never uttered those words. As historians will tell you, there's no evidence that she ever said it. I understand the intent in which it was used, but she never said those words. In fact, the rumor, let me finish.
I just say you guys
The
make
rumor-
Marie Antoinette look like she's down to earth.
No, not going there. But the rumor that she said those words started circulating in the streets of Paris a couple of weeks after her head had been severed by the guillotine. And as everybody knows, the brain only functions for 2 seconds. Scientific data done at the guillotine by a French scientist showed the brain only functions for 2 seconds, 2 blinks of the eye subsequent to the head being severed. Misinformation is still out there, and sometimes it's both sides of the aisle that just, we start these stories or these rumors in the minds of people. And one of those that all of us have been guilty of is talking about work requirements related to this bill, because it's actually community engagement. So if you're going to school, as we've heard some testimony today, if you're engaged in your community in any way, going to school, getting a drug treatment program, it counts. Volunteering in your community for that 18.47 hours a week counts, or 80 hours. It doesn't have to all be done in a week. 80 hours over the course of the 4.33 weeks in a month counts. And so I heard, because we fall into that trap, I heard that, you know, how can you work when you need daycare? Well, you could be volunteering with the local daycare and count as community engagement. So we need to try to get the facts straight in this point in history, or else 200 years from now, they're going to be talking about work requirements when in fact it's community engagement. Just as we have heard today that Marie Antoinette said, let them eat cake, which she never did. Now, we have also heard other disparagements today which are not accurate. The gentleman from Missouri threw shade on the Energy and Commerce Committee earlier by saying that it didn't have great jurisdiction. Now, having heard some of this, I'm sure his opinion has changed, and knowing that in order for him to make final comments, he will need to be recognized by a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I'm sure his opinion has changed in the last few hours as we've been debating this, and I would now ask the gentleman from Missouri if he would like to correct any things that are misunderstood that have been said today or that somehow otherwise need correction, so the historical record will be complete.
I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding, asking that question, and also for serving on a fairly decent committee. I appreciate the work that you all have been doing. This bill is a bill for working Americans. I'm a product of the working class. Like I said earlier, I grew up most of my life in a single wide trailer, and then we upgraded to a double wide. My dad was one of those 199A employees that would benefit in this bill. He was the employee of one. He had a 2-car garage. He was the best transmission overhaul mechanic that you could find. And I was the first in my family to ever graduate college. They were the first in their family to ever graduate from high school. And so the community that I represent, my hometown where I live today, is less than 5,000 people. The per capita income is just at $24,000. $24,000 a year. My grandparents never had running water on the farm that I live on. I was the first one to drill a well, so we didn't have to use an outhouse. I understand the struggles of working Americans, and that's why for over the last year, Chair Fox, we have traveled throughout this country. We've had 15 different field hearings from a homeless shelter in Chicago to an Indian reservation in Arizona to the second largest port in Staten Island. We went all over this country to hear from real small business owners, real working moms, real farmers of the issues that they're facing in today's economy. And that's what this bill delivers on. This bill makes permanent what is expiring at the end of this year. Every individual tax rate will be made permanent. The 10% tax rate will be made permanent. Every single one. The child tax credit, which affects 40 million Americans, 40 million children. If Congress does not act by passing this legislation, you will see the child tax credit go from $2,000 to $1,000. To $1,000. That affects working families. The guaranteed deduction, which 91% of Americans use when they file their taxes, that gets slashed in half if we don't pass this bill. But guess what? This bill also increases that guaranteed deduction, $1,000 per individual. That's real tax relief for the 91% of Americans that use it to file their taxes. We also enhanced the child tax credit, $500, to make the child tax credit $2,500. Inflation's gone up a lot since 2017, and we're indexing it for inflation. We're also delivering on the promise that we made to the voters of no taxation on tips, no tax on overtime, tax relief for seniors, also allowing you to be able to deduct your interest from autos made in the United States. I'll tell you, the senior citizen who's an Uber driver is going to benefit the most from this tax package, because no tax on tips, senior tax relief, and also they can deduct their interest if that car is made in the United States. These are real impacts for real Americans. In fact, an average family of 4 under this tax bill will see their tax cuts of $1,300. $1,300. Where I come from, $1,300 is a lot of money in the paychecks of working families who are struggling just to get by. In this tax bill, what it does for small businesses, there's 26 million small businesses right now that are wondering, is their tax rate going to be 43.4% next year or 23 to 28%? And these are those mom and pops on Main Street that are just surviving. That's my parents' auto repair shop in Southeast Missouri. They're deciding of how to invest, how to grow right now with the uncertainty, and this bill will provide that certainty. In fact, we also enhance the small business deduction to 23%, allowing them to have more parity with the big corporations with having a lower tax rate as a small business owner. We also go after special interest tax provision. Those tipped employees, those linemen working overtime, those seniors who are living paycheck to paycheck. That's what we're going to do with those green credits. We're also going to hold elite universities accountable. We're going to make sure that they pay their share of revenues coming from endowments. Corporate tax rate's 21%. The top tax rate will be 21%. If an endowment can have $55 billion, more than most countries, I think that they're not really paying their fair share. We're always talking about paying their fair share, but we're going to make sure those elite universities pay their fair share. It's the same way with woke non-for-profits. We're holding them accountable. We're also saving $140 billion in the tax code to make sure illegals aren't benefiting from the tax code. And this is all to deliver real relief for the average, everyday American who sent us to Washington for this mandate. I appreciate you for allowing us to be here today.
Madam Chair, I
Still
yield
your
back.
time.
I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will engage Mr. Wahlberg. I appreciate your patience throughout this hearing. I can relate that it's a little lonely when you sit at the edge of the table, but would welcome any closing thoughts and comments from you and the incredible work that your committee members produced at the Education and Workforce Committee.
Well, Mr. Jack, I appreciate that. Bobby and I are feeling like Rodney Dangerfield down here at the end of, you know, I served on the Ag Committee, my first term in office, great committee. Got a great Ag district that I represent. I served on Energy and Commerce up until I took the chairmanship of this fabulous committee. And I never wanted to serve on Ways and Means. It's not up to my standards yet. No, I love you, Jason. I love you. Just had to get that in. But I do appreciate that. Education workforce, and I don't want to belabor this, but we did some amazing work, I believe. $350 billion of savings that will, I think, foster better opportunity for students in higher education at lower costs. In the Northwest Ordinance, it's probably included in some of your state's constitution that says religion, morality, knowledge being necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, schools and the means of education shall forever be encouraged. I don't think we've been encouraging education as we ought to, and for that reason, my ranking member, Scott, and I, and Representative Neguse, I'll respond to your question, which was a legitimate question. We started at 10:15 in the morning on our markup. 5.5 hours later, after 33 or 34 amendments that we debated together, we completed it. And I turned to Bobby and I said, Bobby, what happened? He said, what do you mean? I said, it's still light out. I think that shows how a committee can work together to get things done, whether we agree or not on everything, and we didn't. But I think the passion is there for education. So what we did in this bill, seeing that right now, 40% of master's degree programs and a quarter of bachelor's degree programs leave students worse off than if they never started in higher education because of the costs and the debt that they have. Within the next 10 years, if we don't do something, we have $300 billion of debt to the students that they're going to lose over the next 10 years. Taxpayers lose 20 cents on every dollar that they lend to post-secondary education right now. That's not a winning formula. So in our legislation, Mr. Jack, we attempted to reduce from 5 disparate loan programs, some without, well, most without any limit on them, down to 2. And we put reasonable caps in for undergrad, for grad, and for professional grad students. Why did we do that? To give incentive to colleges and universities, trade schools, community colleges, to live within their means, and ultimately we gave them something they've asked for many years, and now they have the opportunity to counsel their students on the basis of what their program will afford to them once they graduate, what they should take as a loan and no more. For that reason, we have a chance to give them skin in the game, that if students come out at the end of the pipeline and they are paying off their student loan, keeping on track to do that, and they have advanced in their ability to earn, we give them a special carrot called a promise grant. If they don't, and the students are defaulting and not achieving what they ought to achieve, then we give them a portion of risk sharing to contribute, that carrot and stick approach. Bobby and I agreed on a very significant portion of the bill, and that's workforce Pell, short-term Pell. We know our manufacturing entities, our trades, need people in the jobs these days. And why not give them certification programs, apprenticeship programs, short-term degrees that we can use workforce Pell for, to bring them out of that pipeline with a skill, with a job, and without huge student loan debt. And Bobby and I are going to continue to work on other workforce programs to ramp up that deal, but we did get that into this bill as well. So I won't belabor the point, but that $350 billion of savings is all being put in to make it more accessible for students to come out of the end of the pipeline. We don't agree on all of that. I get that. But that's the approach, and I think in the end, we're going to see a better higher education system.
I wonder if the gentleman might give the ranking member a chance to.
Well, he already had a chance to address one of your concerns,
but
but
yeah.
yeah.
For him. I just heard a lot of references to Bobby.
Respectfully,
Mr.
Mr. Neguse, I reclaim my time, and I appreciate your comments, Chairman Wahlberg, and obviously appreciated your testimony throughout this hearing, Mr. Scott. And with that, I yield back to our chairwoman, Ms. Fox.
Madam Chair, can I publicly thank Rules Republicans for all those profound last questions?
You just did.
Just did.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
Excuse me,
I'd
Mr.
like to thank you and the gentleman from Colorado for your kind words about Jerry Connolly, as the Virginia delegation. Several people said very nice things, and I'd like to thank you for those.
I want to say, I think it's important we always acknowledge each other because we all work hard, and it's important that we do that, no matter the party. with the next panel. Thank you. I have an important announcement to make. To the members in the room who've been waiting patiently to deliver amendment testimony, I have a brief announcement about how we're going to proceed. Those of you who've been excused can go. We're going to begin with the leadership panel, but it will still be an amendment panel. Democrat leadership has asked to testify as a panel of 3 to begin with. But it's our understanding they will abide by the procedures of an amendment panel, meaning 5 minutes of testimony each. We will then move to calling up members to testify on amendments, 8 members at a time. We've been doing our best to monitor when members have arrived and are arriving. We're also doing our best to cross-reference our notes on this with the staff of our Democrat counterparts so we get it as right as possible. I'll be calling up the members 8 at a time. I've been patient this entire meeting, and I ask for reciprocal patience here. If you just walked in, you may need to wait for a third panel. And for those listening who aren't here, you may need to wait for a fourth panel, and so on. Again, I'm asking everyone to be patient. We'll be identifying the members for each panel verbally. I believe if you are on the Democrat side, and I think everyone who wants to offer an amendment is on the Democrat side, you may talk to the Democrat staff outside about where you might be in the queue. Mr. Jeffries, I understand you want to address the group in terms of the loss of Mr. Connolly first, and then I'll identify you for your testimony.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the moment of silence and the kind words of remembrance on behalf of our dear colleague, Jerry Connolly, who really was a member's member, someone who conducted himself with the highest degree of intellect, brilliance, resilience, integrity, humor, and wit. It's a great loss for his family, great loss for his district, great loss for the Commonwealth of Virginia, great loss for us as House Democrats, but certainly a great loss for the Congress and for the country, given just the depth of his representation, the relationships that he had on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the Capitol, and the fierce representation that he provided to the people that he's been privileged to represent for decades. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some brief words of reflection on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus.
Well, I'm reminded of an old poem, "For Whom the Bell Tolls."
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Now, I'd like to recognize that we have Minority Leader Jeffries, Leader Clark, and part of the leadership, Mr. Aguilar, at the witness table for our first panel. So I now will recognize each of you. Will you be going first, Mr. Jeffries?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for the opportunity to testify at this incredibly important Rules Committee meeting. I also thank my colleagues, Whip Catherine Clark and Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar, for partnering with me on this amendment. Come before you today with an amendment to strike the unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American cuts to the health care and food assistance of the American people. America is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We are better than this. The great American middle-class dream is that when you work hard and play by the rules, you should have the ability to provide a comfortable life for yourself and for your family, a good paying job, educate your children, purchase a home, and have access to high quality and affordable health care, as well as be able to put food on your kitchen or dining room table. Unfortunately, we are here today discussing a bill that would make that American dream harder to reach for millions by increasing costs for families, hardworking American families, and gutting the things that they need to survive and thrive. This reckless budget would take health care and food assistance away from millions of people in order to provide tax cuts to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. It would hurt children, hurt seniors, hurt families, hurt women, hurt people with disabilities, and hurt our nation's veterans. If enacted, the GOP tax scam would represent the largest cut to health care in American history and the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history in order to provide the largest tax breaks to billionaires like Elon Musk in American history. So let's begin with the health care component of this amendment. Everyone should have access to high quality and affordable health care in the United States of America. In 1965, Congress created both Medicare and Medicaid. In the intervening decades, Congress passed legislation to expand and strengthen these important programs. In 2010, this Congress, under the leadership of Speaker Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi, passed the historic Affordable Care Act, which created new protections for people with pre-existing conditions and expanded health care for tens of millions of people who couldn't otherwise afford it. Since then, we have managed to achieve the lowest uninsured rate in history. Why would we go backward? Which is what the GOP tax scam would do. We know, however, that our healthcare system is not perfect. Too many Americans continue to be unable to pay their medical bills and struggle to get access to the care that they need. As Democrats, we are ready to work in a bipartisan manner to address these challenges, but we will never support any Republican effort to rip away health care from the American people. This GOP tax scam will force nearly 14 million people to lose their health coverage and cause millions more to pay higher copays, premiums, and deductibles. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, and people will die in all of your districts. Now, prior to the modern SNAP program being created in 1964, there was vast hunger and food insecurity across this country, including in low-income communities, rural areas, and communities of color. Thanks to public investigation, community-based organizations, and some good journalism, these challenges were spotlighted, and the need for an expansion of federal food assistance was highlighted. The American people were moved by images of children with distended bellies rummaging around in garbage and families going hungry. It finally compelled Congress to act. And over the last 60 years, we as a country have made significant progress to reduce hunger and help people afford nutritional food. Unfortunately, the policies in this GOP tax scam threaten to undo this progress and return us to an age where far too many children or veterans or seniors are struggling to eat and get access to the nutrition that they need. It's also important to recognize that SNAP is a vital part of providing opportunity for our farmers, who we stand with, food makers, small businesses, truckers, independent grocers, and the entire supply chain. So for the Republicans who have promised to love and cherish Medicaid, I ask you to support this amendment. For the Republicans who believe we should not rip food away from the mouths of children, seniors, and veterans, we ask you to support this amendment. And for the Republicans who believe that the gospel in Matthew 25 and 35 teaches us to stand up for the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the least, the lost, and the left behind, we ask you to support this amendment and strike these harmful cuts to health care and nutritional assistance. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the Ranking Member McGovern, the members of this committee. I am a proud co-sponsor of Leader Jeffrey's amendment, Protecting Medicaid and SNAP. And my Democratic colleagues have done an excellent job laying out how taking Medicaid and food from kids and seniors and veterans and moms to give tax cuts to billionaires while increasing our deficit is a triple threat to the American people. But unfortunately, it doesn't end there. I'm offering an additional amendment that strikes a provision that would defund Planned Parenthood. Speaker Johnson recently said about this provision, it is about going after, quote, big abortion. But he knows better than that. We all know the federal government doesn't pay for abortion care. We all know Republicans have already decimated access to safe abortions in this country. So what does this provision actually do? It further defunds women's health care. It defunds cancer screenings, prenatal care, postpartum services, fertility treatments, preventative care. 96% of Planned Parenthood's clinical work has nothing to do with abortion, but everything to do with serving millions of women, most of them overwhelmingly in rural and underserved areas, who are having a hard time finding reproductive care or any health care, especially in states with abortion bans. Faced with the choice of either breaking the law or breaking their oath to put patients first, OBGYNs are packing up and leaving. As a result, 35% of counties in America don't have a single obstetrician. In Georgia, it's 42%. In Texas, it's 50%. Clinics are shutting down while maternal mortality is on the rise. Infant mortality is up for the first time in decades. How does this bill respond to this Republican-manufactured crisis? It piles on. It makes it even harder for women to find health care. Without this amendment, it would shut down nearly 600 health centers run by Planned Parenthood, 64% of which serve women living in medical deserts. These are communities that don't have enough health care providers as it is. These are women who overwhelmingly live in rural areas. These are women that you represent. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, 7,500 South Carolinians will lose their doctor. All of them, 100%, live in a medical desert. 9,200 Georgians are on the edge of that same cliff, 75% in medical deserts. 22,000 Hoosiers, 82% medical deserts. 24,000 Virginians, 50%. 37,000 North Carolinians, 67%. 51,000 Minnesotans, 69%. And 118,000 Texans. Count on Planned Parenthood in a state where babies and pregnant women are dying at a historic rate. 2/3 of Texans live in medical deserts, and 141,000 New Yorkers are about to see 47 clinics boarded up 61% of them in the neediest areas in New York State. Millions of women are counting on their representatives to make the right decision. Women like Cheryl from North Carolina, who years ago was overdue for a pap smear, but she didn't have insurance and she kept putting it off. A friend mentioned Planned Parenthood would provide this free of charge. She booked an appointment, got checked, and it came back abnormal. They caught it early, and the cancer was removed. Cheryl credits Planned Parenthood with saving her life. A lot of stories begin like Cheryl's. They should all end in the same way, with health care that saves lives. I hope this amendment gives you all pause. When the women in this country deserve health care, and I hope you will think about the moms struggling to get by and stay healthy for the sake of their children and their families. It is not too late. Do right by them. Make this amendment in order for floor consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member McGovern, distinguished colleagues on the committee. I appreciate your kind words about our colleague, Mr. Connolly, as well, Madam Chair. I'm grateful for the opportunity to introduce amendments that would strengthen SNAP, a program that helps families across the country meet their basic needs. I'm also proud to co-sponsor Leader Jeffrey's amendment. State governments can't afford to take on the extra costs that this legislation would impose on them. It would force leaders in red states and blue states to either raise taxes or remove people from SNAP, leaving even more Americans hungrier and poorer. I wish more Americans had the opportunity to hear from our prior panel's testimony during the workday, but this committee made the choice to hide from the public and keep hidden what's actually in this bill. In fact, we're still told that managers' amendments are still being negotiated and are incomplete. It is outrageous that this committee is debating these policies under the cover of darkness, but it shouldn't be surprising. Legislation you intend to pass, started at some ungodly hour, kicks millions of Americans off their health insurance and takes away food assistance for families who need it most. As grocery prices rise, I cannot understand why my Republican colleagues want to take food out of the mouths of mothers, children, and veterans while making health care even more expensive. House Democrats are eager to take on waste, fraud, and abuse throughout the federal government, but we cannot find a willing partner on the other side of the aisle because of our colleagues' single-minded focus on cutting health care for people who need it most. This legislation doesn't make Medicaid or SNAP more efficient or more fair, Madam Chair. All this bill does is ensure that billionaires who have never had to worry about a hospital bill or putting food on the table can continue to pay less in taxes than a teacher, a firefighter, or a nurse. Madam Chair, it is a fact that only House Democrats want to make health care more accessible and more affordable for everyone. We will continue to fight back against this effort to drive up costs of health insurance and end basic needs programs just to make a group of campaign donors happy. The contrast is clear. House Republicans are making health care more expensive and less accessible. House Democrats want to ensure that every American can earn the peace of mind of a good-paying job with great benefits. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar, would you mind leaving your testimony with me? Because I don't believe I heard a couple of things that you said, and I just want to look at it before I make any comments.
Of course.
Okay, I want to double check that I heard some things that I think you said.
Okay.
Before I make any comments.
Of course.
I'm going to recognize, before I speak, I'm going to recognize any of my colleagues. Ms. Houchin, Mr. Langworthy, Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I would just like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article entitled Rich State Poor People. And if I might,
Without objection.
if I might just read from it, the oil and gas boom has helped New Mexico has become the nation's second biggest oil producing state. Taxes paid on the state's oil production will generate, and in quotations, more money than we know what to do with, according to Democrat State Senator and Legislative Finance Committee Chair George Munoz. States are flush with cash that are well run. Thank you.
Without objection. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah. First of all, let me just address something that Chairman Smith said. He went through all the things in the tax section of the reconciliation bill that, quite frankly, most of us support. I mean, the child tax credit, the no tax on tips, the middle-class tax cuts. But what he omitted was the tax cuts for billionaires. What he omitted were the cuts to Medicaid that will throw people off of health care, or the cuts to SNAP. Leader Jeffries, I mean, we're reasonable. We're happy to work with them. But there's no way in hell we're going to support a bill that's going to throw 14 million people off of health care, or throw millions of people off of SNAP. Maybe you can maybe comment on how would children, how would seniors be impacted by the legislation that is before us?
Well, thank you, Mr. McGovern. This legislation would rip health care away from approximately 14 million Americans, including millions of children who will be adversely impacted by the fact that Medicaid is being cut in the greatest numbers in American history, children who would otherwise be able to see a doctor when they're sick but might not be able to as a result of Medicaid being ripped away. Children who will no longer have the ability to receive preventative care that could catch things early enough to avoid serious illness or death. They're impacted by the GOP tax scam. Seniors, of course, who will have their Medicaid ripped away from them will also be adversely impacted because the majority of seniors who receive nursing home care in America or home care in America, these aren't statistics, it's our parents, our grandmother, our grandfather, our great-grandmother and grandfather. The majority of people who receive nursing home care in America or home care in America, which allows people to maintain dignity and respect in their amazing golden years, they rely on Medicaid to receive that assistance. And that, of course, is at risk of being ripped away from them. And Mr. McGovern, it's all being done in service of enacting the largest tax breaks for billionaires in American history. Billionaires like Elon Musk, who's the last person in this country who deserves a tax break.
And Ms. Aguilar, I support your amendment. Interesting enough, the House Agriculture Committee never did a hearing on the cost-sharing issue with states. And there's a reason why governors all over the country are panicking, that they may be hit with a bill of hundreds of millions of dollars or even $1 billion in the case of Pennsylvania, which they're not going to be able to meet, and therefore it will result in them costing, it will end up cutting the benefit to people. And so I support it totally. And Leader Clark, let me ask you, is it possible at all for other providers like community health centers to absorb the patients that Planned Parenthood health centers see annually? And what services for women would be at risk?
Thank you so much for the question, and let's bust this myth once and for all, because we have two things going on here. We have the nearly 14 million Americans, including many women, seniors, moms, pregnant moms, who are going to be have their health care taken away from them totally, and that impacts health care centers. FQHCs. They receive, Medicaid is the single largest source of payments, reimbursements for our FQHCs. And this is what's always pointed to by the right, as they will just pick up these services for women out of this defunded clinics for Planned Parenthood. It is impossible. At the same time that you are cutting Medicaid to these clinics, in Massachusetts alone, that'll be a almost $1.2 billion cut to these health centers, and saying if you're going to pick up what Planned Parenthood provides, you would have to increase the capacity of our FQHCs by 56%. So we're going to take away Medicaid over here, and then we're going to say magically increase capacity by 56% to serve the women who will no longer have a place to get the cancer screenings, the prenatal care, the fertility treatments, contraception, reproductive health care that they need, and that is increasingly difficult to find.
I regret that so much of what is done in this Congress and in this current administration around health care is so politically charged.
Yeah.
And again, going back to the SNAP issue, people are going to see their benefits cut. Again, on average of $2 a person, per meal. That's it. And if states can't meet their cost share, they have no choice but to cut the benefit. And no hearings on this, not one single hearing. And this is a major change, and not even the courtesy of a hearing. We weren't able to bring in governors or anybody from any states to be able to comment on what the impact of this would be, or whether even all the states could meet, their financial obligation. And I mean, that it's part of a reconciliation bill, and that nobody even cares enough to do a hearing on it. Is that the way you legislate around here? I don't know if you want to add anything before I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I think that's incredibly important, and I just share that the cost-share discussion really breaks a promise of 50 years of a relationship between the federal government and the states. This is shifting more resources so they can be the bad guys, and so they can reduce benefits, kick people off of eligibility. It's just an existential threat and would result in significant reductions in benefits to the people who need it most.
And I'll just say finally, all this does is it gives my Republican friends some cover to be able to dodge responsibility, and when benefits get cut, say, hey, it's not me, it's the states. And again, that to me is very cynical. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach. Thank you. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think we just heard a little bit about myth busting. So, Leader Jeffries, I was wondering if you could address the myth which we have had thrown at us repeatedly throughout all the committee hearings on this bill, that somehow these proposals are going to be paid for by kicking undocumented immigrants off federally subsidized food and health care. Is that true? Are undocumented immigrants getting federal health care and federal food benefits?
Yeah, it's a great question. Under current law, undocumented immigrants are already ineligible for Medicaid, the ACA exchanges, and for SNAP benefits. Not a single undocumented immigrant in this country gets a dime in federal taxpayer dollars for any part of comprehensive Medicaid coverage. Not one. And so when we're talking about nearly 14 million people who are going to be thrown off their health insurance, millions of others who are going to be jammed up by this aggressive cut to SNAP, the largest cut to food assistance in American history, we're talking about American children. We're talking about everyday Americans. We're talking about Americans with disabilities. And when it comes to nutritional assistance, we're talking about veterans who have served this country sacrificed, risked it all, and they're going to lose access to the food assistance they need to live a life of dignity and respect. Those are the facts. That's why we're fighting hard to stop this GOP tax scam that will hurt everyday Americans dead in its tracks.
I appreciate that because we've heard this gaslighting, for weeks now, and we knew it wasn't true, but I appreciate your clarifying that as well. And of course, to the extent that anyone was trying to game the system and get benefits to which they were not entitled, we have inspectors general who were tasked with rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse, but unfortunately have been fired by this administration. So, don't preach about wanting to ferret out fraud, waste, and abuse when you're pulling the watchdogs whose job it was. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I've already came to you. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Leader Jeffries, Whip Clark, and Chairman Aguilar for your leadership and for the amendments that you submitted before the committee today. As you all know, we started at 1 a.m., so this hearing's been going now for about 10 hours. We've heard from many Republican chairmen. We have, of course, many members of our caucus who are here that we'll hear from. The only person, and of course we have all the leadership of the House Democratic Caucus, and we're so grateful that each of you came forward to testify in this fashion. The one person we haven't heard from is the Speaker, who came here briefly earlier but was not willing, I guess, to testify in the way that you all have. Mr. Leader, I know you offered to debate the Speaker on the floor. I believe sent a letter to him about a month and a half ago on this particular reconciliation bill, and I wonder if you might expound a bit on why you think that is important for the American people to be able to hear that debate and that dialogue.
Well, I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Colorado. And first of all, let me thank all of the members of the Rules Committee, certainly my colleagues on the Democratic side who have done a tremendous job for the American people, Jim McGovern, Mary Gay Scanlon, you, Joe Neguse, and of course, Teresa Leger-Fernandez. Let me also thank the chair, Chairwoman Fox, from the great state of North Carolina by way of New York City. She may have left the Bronx, but the boogie down Bronx has never left her. So thank you for providing this opportunity for us to have this discussion. But one person is missing, Speaker Mike Johnson. Over a month ago, I asked our distinguished colleague from Louisiana, the Speaker of the House, to debate any of us, but certainly myself, on the House floor about this very bill. He believes it's one big, beautiful bill. We believe it's one big, ugly bill. That's going to hurt the American people, hurt children, hurt families, hurt veterans, hurt seniors, cut health care, cut nutritional assistance, explode the debt by a minimum of $3.8 trillion. This is being done by people who claim to be the stewards of fiscal responsibility. $3.8 trillion, if not more. And so the offer still stands. I'd love to have the opportunity to debate Speaker Johnson anytime, any place, right here at the Rules Committee, or certainly on the floor of the House of Representatives. Not a duel, a debate of ideas.
I couldn't agree more, and I thank the leader, the whip, the chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to each of you for coming and testifying. Rep. Clark, as you described the impact that the abortion bans have had on states across this country, the lack of reproductive health care in states around this country, and then that this bill would then add to that difficulty. I am reminded, and I've been sharing lately, a story that I didn't used to talk about because it was so hard, about how when I was pregnant, I almost bled to death. And I remember lying on that hospital surgery piece of metal. And they didn't put me to sleep because we were trying to save the baby. And they were screaming, we're going to lose her, we're going to lose her, we're going to lose her. Those doctors could concentrate on saving my life. They did not have to worry about whether they were going to be criminally charged or whether they were going to have to shut down their practice because they were working on a complicated pregnancy. And now we know across the country, in rural areas especially, we are losing our OBGYN care. So I want you to talk a little bit more about what happens in those rural areas, what happens in those areas where doctors are fleeing, and how what they're doing in this bill by going after Planned Parenthood, does that make it worse?
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that story. And it is the story of women across this country. Pregnancy is often complicated, and it needs interventions. And we want safe outcomes. The way we get that is good prenatal care and being able to find that within a 50-mile drive from your home. And with the abortion bans, that is becoming out of reach for so many people. And it compounds the cruelty in this bill that is already there in all that they are taking away from women and children and families, from their health care, from food programs, public schools, the list goes on, for this cynical exercise of giving tax cuts to people who are too wealthy to need them or maybe even notice them. So we have to keep our eye focused on what is happening. And with this amendment, it may seem like a sort of insignificant or a very detailed part of this overall package, but the themes are the same. And at the end of the day, it is denial of health care for women in this country. And at the same time, we have a White House lamenting, why aren't women having children? Maybe we'll give them $5,000. If you don't have a safe place to have a child, if you cannot guarantee that you will survive, have the medical attention that you will need, and if you're able to have that child, that child will be able to access health care, that you'll be able to find affordable quality child care near where you go to work, that you will be able to have the fundamentals of a housing to be able to put a life together. A recent study showed the majority of families in this country, 60% of families, cannot afford the basics. And what they're saying in this, and what makes it so pernicious, is this has no place in a reconciliation bill. This is ideology, and this is policy. And this is saying, we don't like abortion providers, and it's not enough to outlaw them in our own states, to deny that care in those states. If there is an affiliate or a subsidiary in any state, then we will shut down the clinic that is not providing abortion care, but is providing this critical primary care for women. That doesn't belong in this bill either, and it is part of the pattern and the theme of this bill, that the American family is put last, and we are making the winner's circle so very small. And it doesn't include women in this country, it doesn't include working families, it doesn't include seniors and veterans, and the 99.9% of people who get up and work hard every single day and want to have a future for their children, a place in this economy, want their small business to survive this tariff regime, want to be able to put a life together that has hope. And instead, we're offering them ideology wrapped up as healthcare, it is a cruelty and it is a shame. And that is why we have seen the Democratic caucus and the American people united against this bill.
Thank you, Rip Clark. Chairman Aguilar, your amendment, I think, touches on a very important fact, and that is that people are working. And they're working really hard, and they're often not getting paid enough. And when Democrats were in charge, we increased jobs. But right now, there is a recession looming. And what they're going to do is kick people out of Medicaid, and they're not going to be able to get nutrition programs. And they're saying it's because people are lazy. Is that right, Chairman Aguilar? I mean, what is really happening with regards to American families who are working hard and just maybe not making enough money
Thank
to
you.
afford health care?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for sharing your story, first of all, and for the question. My amendment prevents what I hope is something we can all agree on. No child in our country should go hungry. Yet under this bill, nearly 645,000 people, including children ages 7 to 18, will lose some or all of their SNAP benefit just in my state of California. Whether you're a child in New Mexico or Maine or California, that isn't right. As cruel and failed as that 3-month time limit is, it has never been applied to parents and grandparents with dependent children. It's right in the name, able-bodied adults without dependents. So what is supposed to happen, the child turns 7 and now doesn't need to go to school by themselves. It's just plain wrong, and it puts kids at risk. No one is staying home for SNAP benefits that are $6 per person per day. If my colleagues were serious, we wouldn't be providing childcare and transportation and fair wages to help families make ends meet rather than cutting these important benefits.
Thank you, Chair Aguilar. And Leader Jeffries, thank you for painting the picture of what hunger looked like in America and what poverty looked like in America when we decided that that was not an acceptable picture for us. And I think it's a policy choice, but I think you also touched on a sense that it's also a moral choice. And I entered into the record earlier today a letter from 31 faith organizations who were opposing these kinds of cuts because they noted that it was against a principle, a moral principle, that government should provide for those who are in need. And I just wanted to give you the last word. I'm the last Democrat who gets to ask a question on these issues of how you see the values and the choices that are being made in this bill.
Well, thank you again for sharing your powerful story in such a compelling way, and it really does illustrate the challenges that we confront here. When we make policy decisions, we are impacting the American people in ways that, in certain cases, could be questions of life and death. It's often been said, Dr. King made this observation, that budgets are moral documents. And I don't question anyone's faith in this room. There are people of faith on both sides of the aisle. But we do have to ask the question, can't simply be enough to go to synagogue or go to the mosque or go to church and pray on Sunday and then come to Washington, D.C. and pray on the American people the rest of the week. P-R-E-Y. Pray on the poor, pray on the sick, pray on the afflicted, pray on working families, pray on everyday Americans, pray on our children, pray on our veterans, pray on older Americans. It can't be sufficient to go to church and pray on Sunday, but then come to Washington, D.C., advance a bill like the GOP tax scam, and prey on the American people for the rest of the week. Democrats will never stand for it, and we're going to fight hard to make sure that we do everything we can to uplift the American people, to protect their health care, protect nutritional assistance, protect our veterans, protect our children, protect our women, our families, older Americans, and to protect the American way of life. I yield back.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Whip Clark. Thank you, Chair Aguilar. I will say that, as we did the procession on Palm Sunday, our Archbishop said exactly that he wanted to pray for all of us, that we would remember the poor and the needy, and that we would have the grace in our hearts to do what's right. Tribal leaders came and met with me yesterday and said that they had done the blessings in the morning so that they could bring them to Washington, D.C., because the cuts to Medicaid, the cuts to tribal sovereignty, the cuts was something their people could not survive. And so I think those prayers and those blessings are important so that when we come to Washington, we act from our hearts and that we let that lead our decisions. Thank you very much for all three of you for this incredible amendments, this incredible testimony. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Mr. Griffith, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. The witnesses are excused.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Yeah.
I'm
Well,
going to announce the names.
yeah, but before you do, can I make one statement? Please. I want to thank all my colleagues who have been here for an incredibly long time. Some of them have been here since 1 o'clock in the morning. And I feel very proud to be part of this caucus, and I feel very proud of all the members who are here who want to make their voices and their views heard. And I especially want to also thank Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi for being here for hours as well. And I want to thank our leadership team. But it means a lot to me personally, and I think to everybody on this committee, that we have so many colleagues that feel so strongly that they have waited for hours and hours and hours to be able to present their amendments. And I thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me say that.
Okay, the next panel will be Tim Kennedy, Norma Torres, Al Green, Mr. Horsford, Ms. Beatty, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Gomez, and Ms. Robin Kelly.
Oh, yeah, the leader.
If you all would quickly get to the tables, please. We can fit in one more. One more. We can do one more. 2, 4. We got 7. Who's not there? Oh, yeah. May I suggest, if you're here for the next panel, start down here and move up here. It makes it a lot easier to get people seated. Okay.
Kennedy's first.
Mr. Kennedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman
For
Fox.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I'm here today to offer 2 critical amendments. First, to strike Section 44-111 and preserve the current 10% state cost share for Medicaid expansion, preventing the financial burden that will otherwise fall on states and safety net hospitals. Second, to strike Section 44-126, which targets and defunds community health centers that provide family planning services. Taken together, these provisions in the underlying bill, in addition to the massive cuts to Medicaid that this bill ensures, would decimate access to care for millions of Americans, particularly low-income women, children, and seniors. As members of the majority attempt to shove this bill down the throats of the American people, and frankly, some members of their own party, in a process that started in the middle of the night while America slept, my Democratic colleagues and I are here to stand up and shed light on what you're hoping to hide from the American people. As an occupational therapist myself, the husband of a physical therapist, the son of a nurse, and the representative of a community with 285,000 people who depend on these services, including 110,000 children, let me focus on what's at stake with the Medicaid provisions outlined in this bill. Since the passage of the Affordable Care Act in 2010, nearly 25 million Americans nationwide have gained access to care through the Medicaid expansion. That means moms have access to prenatal and postnatal care. Children can get regular checkups. And people struggling to put food on the table can still see a doctor before minor issues become emergencies. It means those in rural areas, often far from major hospitals, can visit clinics, access telehealth services, or get prescriptions filled without having to travel hours for basic preventative care. States that expanded Medicaid saw the uninsured rate among low-income adults decrease by more than half. It is so popular that even in states where the legislature and governor opposed it, like Oklahoma, when put to the voters, it was approved. In New York, the state I represent, expanding Medicaid has given over 1 million people access to care. With this bill, New York will face nearly $1 billion in new costs, while other states could see their expansions repealed entirely. As I've been here since the wee hours of the morning, participating in a broken process that started at 1 a.m., I cannot fathom why members of this majority would choose to rip life-saving care away from your own constituents in the name of tax breaks for billionaires, aside from the fact that the president told you to do so. As an occupational therapist, again, I've worked with patients, young and old, people who rely on Medicaid for necessary care. I've seen what happens when patients delay care because they cannot afford it. Minor conditions become chronic, emergency room wait times lengthen, and hospitals cannot absorb the cost. As a result, our healthcare system becomes destabilized. In cutting Medicaid, we don't eliminate the need for care, we just eliminate access to care. And for those who aren't on Medicaid, we only make care more expensive and harder to get. We force families to choose between medicine and groceries. We push more patients into overcrowded ERs, and we risk lives. This Republican bill does not save money, and it sure doesn't help the people who sent us here to represent them. It shifts the burden to states, to hospitals, and to the people who can least afford it. Simply put, it's cruelty. My amendments protect Medicaid expansion programs and ensure that millions of Americans don't lose the care that they need, and that our public hospitals and safety net systems can continue to function. Without our Democratic amendments, this bill will make all Americans less safe and healthcare less accessible, particularly for our most vulnerable citizens. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments. Healthcare, we know, is not a luxury reserved for the few, and it shouldn't be. It is a right, and it is our responsibility to protect it. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Torres, you're recognized. You're a former member of the committee. We're glad to have you back.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman, Ranking Member McGovern. It's great to be back with all of you here, although under difficult circumstances. I know how difficult it is to have to work through the night, but the work that we're doing here today is really important. It's important for members to be able to share how this bill will impact our constituents. The bill before the committee, it is truly a disaster for the American people. It would throw almost 14 million people off Medicaid. It would cause our hospitals to close in areas that need them the most. It would cut food assistance for more than 3 million Americans, and all to help the multi-billionaires that pay much less in taxes. I fully support many of the amendments proposed by Democrats to fix these cruel actions, and I hope that they'll be made in order. I have 3 amendments that would address problems in the bill and in the current policies of the Trump administration. First, I have submitted an amendment number 507, which would protect the health care of nearly 340,000 of my constituents by striking the hundreds of billions of Medicaid cuts contained in this bill. It's a common sense at this time when families are struggling with higher prices of food and good due to the self-inflicted wound of tariffs caused by our president. Second, I have an amendment to prevent the $300 billion in cuts to food assistance, programs like SNAP. The Republican reconciliation bill would kick more than 3 million people off of food stamp assistance, again, while we are getting imported eggs from Turkey and other countries that are willing to help us in a time of need when our food prices are so high. Third, I have submitted an amendment to lift the SALT deduction cap imposed by the 2017 tax scam bill. The reality is that this simply shifts more federal taxes to Californians when California already contributes much more than many of your states. For example, California is a donor state. We send $692 billion to the federal government, and we receive back $609. That means we send $83 billion to many of your states to help fund the quality of life that all of you enjoy. Representative Griffin, Virginia they pay $107 billion. They receive more than in federal government that they give. Chip Roy of Texas gets back $71 billion more. Chairwoman Fox, North Carolina, gets $53 billion more. Representative Norman of South Carolina, you receive $35 billion more. Representative Austin Scott of Georgia and Brian Jack of Georgia receives $35 billion more. And Representative Hutching of Indiana receives $30 billion more. So if we want to talk about welfare and welfare to the very poor, let's start with your states. Maybe your states should pay their fair share. Lastly, I have an amendment that would help stop the unlawful and dangerous firings of Federal Aviation Administration workers who maintain our air traffic control systems. They are the backbone of the air traffic control system. They are the unseen workers that help keep planes in the air and provide safe landings when we land. They support our air traffic controllers that ensure a safe flying public. While the administration is trying to recruit more air traffic controllers, they continue to fire probationary employees and reduce staffing for the people who maintain these systems. This is something that is critical that we need to address. Next and lastly, I have an amendment that would strike the 5% federal tax on remittance transfers in this bill. the tax proposal in this bill would disproportionately impact immigrant workers who already pay into a system that they cannot reclaim any of the Social Security or taxes, state, local taxes that they pay into. I'm sorry, lastly, I have an amendment that would disapprove of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers work plan for fiscal year 2025. This plan isn't just flawed, it blatantly politicizes the project selection process in attempts to leave, once again, California, the state that all of you depend for welfare for your constituents, to have zero projects allocated by them. I think the American people should know what is in this bill. It's a tax giveaway to the filthy rich. Thank you, Chairwoman, for your patience, and I yield back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Mr. Green, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ranking Member, members all, I am here today because of SNAP and a concern. But first, I'd like to thank Ms. Mang, Grace Mang, for introducing the Fairness for Victims of SNAP Skimming Act. It has been reduced to Amendment number 30. I had a similar piece of legislation, and this whole issue was called to my attention by a news reporter from Channel 2 KPRC in Houston, Texas. And as a result of his engagement, we produced a piece of legislation. I do not want to see block grants to Texas for health care. Madam Chair, Texas refused $100 billion to expand Medicaid. This is one of the reasons why Texas has the highest percentage of uninsured persons and the highest number of uninsured persons in the United States of America. I don't know that Texas is going to be responsible enough to accept the grants. What will you do and what will we do when Texas does what it does quite regularly, and that is decline federal dollars? So I'm here today to talk about a program that has benefited not only Texans, but persons across the length and breadth of the country. And this has been a bipartisan effort in the past. It was in existence until December of last year, right around Christmas. And it has to do with reimbursing persons who have their SNAP monies skimmed away with electronic devices such that they have to sometimes go without food. They're victims. We should not allow the criminals.
Al, would you suspend for just a minute? There's a knocking noise going on somewhere. Do you all hear that? And it's bothering everybody out there because I can see it on your faces. I don't know where it's coming from. It stopped. All right. Okay. It stopped. So I don't know what's causing it, but it was hard, making it hard to hear you and understand you. So I want to make sure we can hear you, and it's also distracting. So we'll start again. You didn't lose any time.
Thank you. I will elevate the level of my voice.
Okay, if you would speak up a little bit.
Thank you, I shall.
Thank you.
As I was indicating, this has been bipartisan. It has prevented criminals from causing persons to lose food. And I think that it should be bipartisan now in terms of reinstating this program such that people who need food and cannot afford the necessity of life will be able to acquire the food that they merit. I would also add this, that this program is one that has been sponsored by Republicans. So Republicans and Democrats should be able to agree to prevent criminals from taking food. Finally, this. There's been talk about work and how work is good, and I agree, work brings dignity. But the thing, Madam Chair, that hit a nerve with me was when our dear brother, whose name I cannot call because it's not appropriate to do so, but if I could call Mr. Norman's name, I would. This dear brother said that work built America, and he's right. It did. Over 10 million people working for more than 240 years without a paycheck. America is a great country, and it's great, Madam Chair, because of the economic foundational mothers and fathers whose lives were sacrificed. If you're in this country, you're standing on the backs of those persons who were enslaved. And you're right, work ought to be recognized. In this country, in our capital, in Emancipation Hall, the recognition for 240 years of enslavement is a plaque not much larger than that picture on the wall. That's an emancipation. It would seem to me that if we truly appreciate the dignity in work, then we would express that dignity for the people who had a hand in building the White House, a hand in building the Capitol, built the roads, the bridges, planted the seeds, harvested the crops, fed the nation. Why don't we recognize them to the same extent that we recognize people who are victims of the Holocaust? It just seems to me that if we're going to talk about work, let's talk about the people who built the country. And finally, I want to thank you for the time, and I'd like to thank the ranking member as well, and would hope that we can save this SNAP program. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, to the ranking member, to the Assistant Democratic Leader, to the members of the committee. I've been with you since 3 o'clock this morning. I want to thank you for your time, but I'm here to bring the voices of 750,000 people in Nevada who elected me to do a job, and that's to make sure their perspective is heard by this Congress and this committee. I know we've heard a lot, but I want to touch on what this bad-built bill for billionaires doesn't do, because it barely touches housing, a crisis that is affecting more than just the people in my district. My disappointment is with what is not in here. So once again, like I did in the Ways and Means Committee, I am here to let you and the American people know that there's nothing to address the fact that rent increases are outpacing people's income, that there's nothing in this bill that builds out housing for the middle class, that there's nothing in this bill that touches Trump's blanket tariffs, which are taxes that Americans pay, not some foreign governments, that will raise the cost of housing. In fact, in 2018, the CBO projected that the initial Trump tax cuts would reduce residential investment since their provisions are not favorable towards housing. That report proved true, as inflation-adjusted residential investment today is nowhere close to its pre-2018 trend. I'll also tell you what this bill does have. It has an annual tax cut for billionaires, over $255,000 a year, while the average benefit for working people earning less than $50,000 annually is a meager $265. The cutting of health care for 14 million Americans, and the selling of Nevada public lands without a single dollar going to the state for which those lands are intended. So let's recap. Trump is making borrowing more expensive. He's raising the cost of housing materials due to tariffs, and extending the GOP tax scam means continued reductions in residential investment and making Nevadans pay for it with our land. Please make it make sense. That's why I am offering a package of amendments to help our veterans, to address tipped workers, small businesses, and the hospitality sector, which has been hit hard by President Trump's tariffs. However, for the purposes of this hearing, I will focus my remarks around helping our veterans. My amendment seeks to address the housing crisis that my colleagues seem to be ignoring. This amendment would create a Veterans Housing Fund through a 1% surtax on excessive corporate stock buybacks, limited to firms with over $10 billion in assets. We are asking that the largest companies who recorded nearly $1 trillion in buybacks pay 1%. Over 30,000 veterans are experiencing homelessness. If my colleagues are committed to helping veterans, then you can support this amendment to help balance that equation. This is not a blue city amendment. According to HUD's 2024 Annual Homelessness Assessment Report, nearly half of veterans experiencing homelessness are in suburban or rural communities. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this committee represent 8 states that total around 6,000 veterans who are experiencing homelessness. Georgia, nearly 650. Virginia, around 400. New York, almost 1,200. Indiana, over 400. Texas, nearly 1,850. South Carolina, almost 400. Minnesota, 300. And North Carolina, nearly 700 veterans experiencing homelessness. There is nothing in this bill that addresses shelter, mental health, substance abuse, job training, and other assistance specifically for our veterans. So I'm urging my Republican colleagues to work with us now to fix this bill before it goes to the floor. We want to work with you to address the problems facing our constituents. Earlier this month, I introduced 3 bills that can help address the housing crisis. We need legislation that addresses the corporate takeover of single-family homes, like my Home Act. Not one Republican joined when I brought that bill forward. I introduced my Unlock Housing Act to address affordable housing by allowing the Bureau of Land Management to be able to lease the land to local governments and tribes specifically for affordable housing. This is a smart method to use the laws that already exist to build out more housing. Why? Because as Nevadans know, the land that we sell has not helped create the housing that we need. But we are seeing the same story over and over, that this bill does not have working people in mind. Instead, we have people like Representative Mark Amodei pushing to sell off more than 500,000 acres of land in Nevada under the guise of creating more affordable housing. He didn't even give a second thought to selling out our community. And for what? To use Nevada as a cash grab for the nation's debt? Don't believe me? Look at Section 8315 of the bill. If my colleagues are truly serious about addressing the struggles of the middle class and specifically housing affordability, then please support my amendments. I'm also putting on the record that I've sent a letter to Chairman Smith and to Speaker Johnson to bring up my TIPS Act to ensure that tip workers receive the benefits that they are entitled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I urge you to make and order my amendment, amendment number 280. This amendment is simple. It would stop the implementation of the Reconciliations Bill's massive cuts for the wealthy if the bill's other provisions result in reduction in funding of Medicaid, Social Security, or SNAP. Let me just put it in simple terms. It says no tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans if you cut the programs that everyday Americans, families, seniors, and others rely on. If you believe that is true, then you should have no problem supporting my amendment, which would make no changes if the bill does not cut Medicaid or food assistance. We are here to serve our constituents, and I know I'm not the only one here who has received thousands of letters and calls demanding that Congress protect health care, food assistance, and other critical programs. Constituents are saying, what are we doing? Well, I'm telling you, this panel shows you what Democrats are doing. We are fighting. And despite what the title of the Republican Budget Reconciliation Bill would have you believe, it is not one big, beautiful bill. It's a big billionaire's bankroll bill. And it is one of the biggest and most reckless and heartless attack on American families. It would rip away health care from almost 14 million Americans and 11 million children with food assistance. And the worst part of it is none of this is necessary. It is only being done to bankroll a billionaire's tax cut. That is why I am offering this amendment. I am offering this amendment for the 2.4 million Ohioans who rely on Medicaid to access critical health care services like blood pressure, diabetes screenings, mammograms, mental health services, and other life care situations. I am offering this amendment for the millions of women across the country who rely on Medicaid to cover birth of their child and to keep them and their babies healthy before and after birth. I am offering this amendment for the more than 42 Americans without federal food assistance that they might not eat tomorrow. I am offering this amendment for Anisha, an Ohioan, a constituent mother of two, and a recent cancer survivor who relies on Medicaid. She's scheduled for surgery that Medicaid makes affordable. Her family also depends on SNAP to put healthy food on the table. Losing these benefits would be devastating. In short, I'm offering this amendment for Americans who are struggling to get by, who are counting on us, Democrats and Republicans, to lower their costs and to improve their lives, not enrich billionaires. Unfortunately, families I'm fighting for will not benefit from the tax cuts in this package. The top 0.1% of earners, billionaires, will see a tax break of some $278,000 per year. And that is a tax break of $762 per day, almost twice the weekly salary of someone making minimum wage in Ohio. It is clear that this bill is an attempt to sell out hardworking American families who are just trying to make ends meet to benefit the few. This bill would harm our constituents, Democrats' constituents, Republicans' constituents. Republicans have claimed that this bill does not cut benefits. And if you believe that is true, you should have no problem supporting my amendment, which would make no changes if the bill does not cut Medicaid and food assistance. So I would urge you to make this in order. And Madam Chair, I would like to enter into the records the GOP's budget plan, this article, the GOP's budget plan that makes it hard to conceal its lies about Medicaid and SNAP.
Without objection.
Thank you. Lastly, let me just say to the American people, we have been here all night, and we're here because of you. They planned this hearing at 1 a.m. in the morning to 5, and here we are now in the first panel at 11:45. Is this the way our country should run? Is this what you expect from our leaders? Let me answer it for you. The answer is no, and that's why we are here today. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern, for letting us testify today about issues that matter to all of us and to the American people. Over the past several weeks, I've been very concerned about what this Republican reconciliation bill will do. Not only does this bill, the bill, if it's enacted, the House bill, would be the biggest loss of health care coverage in American history that will strip health care from almost 14 million Americans. But as my colleague just said, how many of the pieces of this legislation have been considered in the dark of night when the American people are not able to watch what is happening? It's been too many pieces of this legislation. I have offered several amendments. Medicaid is the largest payer of long-term care in America, which is why I filed an amendment to ensure Medicaid home and community-based services, or HCBS, are not cut or reduced as a result of this reconciliation bill. We know that the majority of seniors and individuals with disabilities would prefer to receive care in the comfort of their homes, in the communities that they've known, where they can maintain an independent life, remain engaged in their communities, and age with dignity. And in fact, it is less expensive than in nursing homes, which is where most long-term care in America is paid for by Medicaid. Yet hundreds of thousands of Americans are already sitting on state wait lists to access home-based care, and this bill will exacerbate this issue. No one should have to sit for years on a waiting list to get the care that they deserve, and caregivers shouldn't live in poverty to do this critical work. Let's be honest. The long-term care health system in this country is broken. And until someone you've loved or you yourself are in it, you don't know how bad it is. And this system, this bill, is going to break the system even more. I'm asking that my Republican colleagues change course on this misguided bill that would harm seniors and individuals living with disabilities. I'm also strongly supportive, and I'm a co-sponsor of Representative Riley's amendment regarding President Trump's Most Favored Nation executive order that was issued May 12th. In fact, I offered this exact amendment during the Energy and Commerce Committee markup last week. This amendment supports President Trump's executive order that aims to lower medication costs for Americans by preventing pharmaceutical manufacturers from charging Americans higher prices while giving discounts to other nations, when we, in fact, pay 2, 3, 4, 10 times as much as other countries do, and spend more on the research for these drugs than any other country in the world. No one in America should have to pay higher prices for medications than patients in other countries, which I have to admit to you, was shocked that every single Republican on the Energy and Commerce Committee voted against this amendment that supports their own president's prescription drug pricing plan. And I have to say, I was very surprised after being up for all night when I watched President Trump Wednesday night say this provision was going to be in this bill. So I think there's some communication issues too. Simply doesn't make sense. This logic is backwards and, quite frankly, absurd. And on top of this, we had a bipartisan deal that opened the door for a solution to lower drug costs for Americans last Congress. But thanks to Elon Musk, Republicans tanked that agreement and are now trying to pass a bill with no meaningful change that would not only fail to lower drug costs, but would also rip coverage away from 14 million Americans. I'm going to end by expressing my concerns with this legislation's impact on our environment and natural resources, which is why I filed 3 amendments that I offered during the natural resources markup 2 weeks ago. Taken together, these amendments would preserve judicial review. I think too many people forget we are a system of checks and balances in this democracy. Protect compliance with the Endangered Species Act, which has literally saved thousands of species, and prevent the Inflation Reduction Act decisions from NOAA from applying to fisheries, climate resilience, and harmful algae bloom forecasted in the Great Lakes. I'm getting that look, so thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. She yields back, and I recognize Mr. Gomez of California for 5 minutes.
Republicans are playing Russian roulette with the American people. That's right, I said it, Russian roulette. And that's because either you're going to lose your health care, that could probably save your life, or not. You can get a tax increase or not. This is serious business. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, Congress's nonpartisan scorekeeper says families making $30,000 or less will pay an average of $200 billion more in taxes because of this bill. Families making $50,000 a year, you have a 50-50 chance of seeing a real change in your taxes. But you'll have to wait till April to see how lucky you were. Now the billionaire establishment has nothing to worry about. They'll get a tax cut of $270,000 a year. Right here in this committee, the American people are witnessing one of the biggest transfers of wealth in American history. But Republicans are advancing legislation that will slash billions of dollars from Medicaid, health care for the working class, so that they can give trillions in tax breaks to the billionaires, ultra-wealthy, and the largest corporations in this country. Republicans are literally stealing from the poor to give to the rich, all while adding trillions in deficit spending and to the debt. They should be ashamed about this legislation, because look at not what's happening in my district, look at what's happening in their districts. In North Carolina, 400,000 people will lose Medicaid coverage. In Minnesota, 250,000 will lose the health care. Texas, 380,000. Virginia, 390,000. New York, 1.2 million. These aren't numbers, these are real people who will lose health care coverage. And if they don't have coverage, they might not have insulin, they might not have preventative care, they might have to go into the hospital to see an emergency doctor later, which can cost them their lives. We also know that 51% of new moms and their babies who are covered by Medicaid will lose. The seniors that don't get enough coverage through Medicare will lose. The sons or daughters that's assisted living facility will lose. People that live in rural communities that are mostly represented by Republicans will lose. Republicans are making it harder for working people to get by, harder for families to welcome a new child, get postpartum care, or cover basic medical needs during one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. Families are barely staying afloat. Many who are working 2 or more jobs just to get by, and they're already stretched thin by the cost of food, housing, and childcare. Now that Trump's tariffs are hitting them with an extra $4,900 a year. And Republicans always say that they're the pro-family party, but they never do actually anything that actually values the American family. And Republicans say they're the balanced budget party, but this bill balloons the deficit and saddles future generations with more debt that they have to pay off. Voters sent us here to lower costs and create real opportunities, and that's what we should be delivering on. We should make the child tax credit fully refundable and advanceable, and make it bigger and pay it monthly. We should build millions of starter homes for new families and help them buy their first home so that they can build wealth. We should make child care affordable and guaranteed paid family leave. But this bill does none of that. That's because Republicans choose the billionaire establishment that has taken root in D.C. over their own constituents. Now I ask the same question to my Republican colleagues as I asked in the Ways and Means. I want to ask you here, and they answered wrong. So I'm asking you guys, are you for the working man or woman who is struggling to get by, or the billionaires? Are you for the babies or the billionaires? Are you for the seniors or the billionaires? Are you for the American family or the billionaires? I have introduced 14 amendments making sure that billionaires pay their fair share to housing, to health care, and one of those bills is sponsored by Speaker Emerita, that is extend the ACA premium tax credit to help pregnant women and children. That's one of the things that we know, that in some of the states that are going to have the biggest cuts to Medicaid also are some of these southern states that have the highest maternal mortality rate in the country. You know, California has its problems, but we actually have one of the lowest maternal mortality rates in this country, the lowest. So here's the thing. Once again, are you for pregnant women or the billionaires? Are you for babies or billionaires? Because that's what this all comes down to. And I will ask that if you vote on just one amendment, maybe you can restore a little faith in this kid from California. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Kelly of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. I have an amendment at the desk titled Amendment Number 371. My amendment is simple and requires 12 months of continuous Medicaid and CHIP coverage of full benefits for pregnant and postpartum women. We've heard a lot about that. I've dedicated 10 years to this topic. This amendment will codify what we already know is essential, that 1 year of postpartum care is not just medically necessary, it is a matter of life and death. Let's remember that the United States maternal death rate remains far higher than other high-income countries, and nearly 2 out of 3 maternal deaths occur during the postpartum period. Our nation is facing a maternal health crisis, and it has been for years. It's shameful, and it has worsened. The maternal mortality and morbidity epidemic is particularly dangerous for people with disabilities who face a maternal death rate that is 11 times higher than the rate for non-disabled people. Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. And American Indian and Alaska Native women are twice as likely to die of complications. Medicaid improves maternal health outcomes and ensures access to vital pregnancy services. Medicaid covers almost half of all births in this country, and in many states it's more than that. And it covers more than half of all births in rural communities. Consider a new mom from Arkansas who was finally approved for Medicaid in her 3rd trimester following a delay in her eligibility determination. Her Medicaid coverage was invaluable during complicated labor and delivery. Her baby was not receiving enough oxygen, and she ultimately needed an unplanned cesarean section. Without Medicaid, that procedure would have resulted in profound medical debt, given the cost of a C-section in Arkansas is estimated to be close to $10,000 without insurance. Ensuring 12 months coverage can give women the peace of mind that they have stable coverage and access. Cutting funding means cutting care for moms and babies during their most vulnerable time. That means fewer prenatal checkups, more life-saving deliveries, and forcing states to choose between vital programs. Waivers aren't enough, especially during major budget cuts like those in this bill. In Michigan, 12-month postpartum Medicaid coverage reached nearly 45,000 moms, reducing maternal deaths from 36 to 22 per 100,000 births in a year. Most maternal deaths occur after childbirth. 1 in 3 happens 1 week and 1 year postpartum, between 1 week and 1 year postpartum. In Colorado, 89% of maternal deaths were preventable. Continuous guaranteed year-long coverage saved lives. Overall, over 80% of maternal deaths are preventable. This amendment codifies 12 months of full Medicaid and CHIP benefits to postpartum individuals, no more state-by-state patchwork, no more expiration dates on care, no more new mothers being dropped from coverage just 60 days after giving birth, right when they're still at high risk for complications like infection, postpartum depression, and more. Postpartum coverage for 12 months should be mandatory and permanent and immune from shifting state politics and budget pressures. We cannot expect someone to recover from childbirth, return to work, care for a newborn while also scrambling to reapply for coverage. That's not health care. It's chaos and disproportionately harms low-income families, rural communities, and communities of color. We've already seen the impact of this policy. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, Democrats enabled states to extend postpartum coverage to 12 months, and 49 states have done so. In just 4 years, red and blue states alike chose to prioritize maternal and child health. But making it optional isn't enough. With the deep cuts proposed in this bill, states will soon face painful budget choices that could jeopardize this progress. To protect moms and babies everywhere, we must make this coverage permanent, mandatory, and nationwide. This is about saving lives, supporting families, and finally treating maternal health as a national priority it should be. I have deep concerns states will roll back care for pregnant and postpartum women. My amendment ensures that all women in the United States, regardless of where they live, can access comprehensive health care for a full year following the birth of a child to survive and thrive. I've spoken to doctors, nurses, midwives, doulas, and this is what all of them recommend. If Republicans claim, quote unquote, they want to strengthen Medicaid for mothers, as they asserted in their press releases, then this should be a no-brainer and something that we all can support. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and help us build a stronger, safer future for all moms and families so that people are not being shut out from coverage because we have made it too complicated for them. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Do I have anyone on the Republican side that wishes to ask questions? Seeing none, recognize the gentleman. Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you. Just a couple of observations. First of all, I want to again thank you all for your commitment and your stamina and for being here. Again, I appreciate the fact that many of you waited many, many hours to be able to testify, but I think that's a reflection of how strongly you feel about the issues that you brought before this committee. And I think I speak for all the Democrats here. We all support your amendments, and we'll do our best to try to see what we can do to make them in order. But I also, when I was listening to everybody here, I couldn't help but think about what could have been. You know, again, as I said before, I mean, there are things in the tax bill that I think we all could agree on. You know, the middle-class tax cuts, the no tax on tips, and child tax credit, all that stuff. We could have come together and agreed on that. And I think that, you know, we would have, you know, if Republicans wanted our vote, we could have negotiated a better deal on the SNAP benefits, which, you know, right now is unacceptable, and certainly insisted that people don't get thrown off health care. But I think you could have gotten a bipartisan bill. Maybe not every Democrat and not every Republican, but you could have gotten a bipartisan bill that might have been able to make its way to the president's desk that reflected our values, that also reflected some of the Republican values, but didn't go after the most vulnerable people in this country. But I think what's happened here in this House right now is that the way the current leadership thinks of legislating is that whatever the most extreme element of their conference wants, that's the direction. And so there's no desire, there's no attempt to try to bring Democrats into the process. I'm reading, you know, breaking news. Speaker Johnson and House Freedom Caucus will go to White House today to meet with President Trump. Trump is expected to tell the House Freedom Caucus that the bill needs to pass today. I don't even know, you know, he was up here yesterday morning. I don't know, you know, maybe this will make a difference, but it doesn't sound like, if that's the strategy, that this bill is going to moderate. And I think that's bad for the country. This is a big deal. The implications of this Reconciliation Act on every aspect that was raised by all of you today is significant. It is going to adversely impact. It is going to hurt our constituents, as well as the constituents of our Republican colleagues. There is no doubt about that. And so again, I want to again thank you for being here, and again, I support all your amendments, and for what it's worth, and I think I speak for all of us up here, it's kind of inspiring for us to see you just kind of wait it out, because you know what the stakes are. And I think people who are tuning in also appreciate your being here today. So I thank you, and I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize Ms. Scanlon for.
Thank you. I want to echo the ranking member's remarks. I think the outpouring of members here is inspirational and is a measure of just how significant and impactful this bill is going to be in a negative way. And you've all raised important policy issues that deserve full legislative consideration. And also, the American people deserve to know where their representatives stand on these issues. So I would support a full vote on them. I did with respect to Representative Kelly's bill. This has been a major issue in my district, and I just wanted, in support of that bill, to seek unanimous consent to enter a Philadelphia Inquirer article from September 21st, 2022, entitled 80% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable, CDC says, highlighting a problem in Philadelphia.
Without
Yield
objection,
back.
so ordered.
Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Neguse for his 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Well, first, let me just say thank you to my colleagues and echo the sentiments from our ranking member and Ms. Scanlon, our deep appreciation. And it's not lost on us that there are several of our colleagues here, Mr. Chairman, who testified just a few short minutes ago, who've spent more time in this hearing than Republican colleagues of ours on this committee. There are several members. No, I'm not referencing the chairman, but others of your colleagues. Mr. Horsford has been here literally since we arrived and convened, and we have members who, as has Mr. Kennedy, I'll go down the whole list, but every member here has been here for literally going on 7, 8, 9, 10 hours for 5 minutes, to be able to speak for 5 minutes on behalf of the people that they represent. And I think that's a testament to their convictions and their passions for their constituencies. I want to ask just a few questions of Mr. Horsford and Mr. Gomez as the two members who serve on Ways and Means. Mr. Horsford, you heard me earlier, if you might, maybe at 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning, I don't remember exactly when, in my exchange with the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee regarding the tax on tips. And I'm still trying to understand why the Republicans on the committee don't just put your bill on the floor, given that there's bipartisan support for it, given that this seems to be an issue that they're passionate about. I struggle to understand why that's not the case. And I know you have fought vigorously on behalf of the people that you represent in Nevada for that particular policy, but I want to give you an opportunity to expound upon it if you're interested.
Thank you to the Assistant Democratic Leader. Look, to be clear, I've been working with a coalition of workers, the culinary workers, Unite Here, One Fair Wage, and others to bring legislation to provide relief to tip workers. 6 million tip workers in America today make as little as $2.13 an hour. $2.13. 70% of those workers are women, and women of color in particular. So on top of giving relief and allowing more tip workers to keep their hard-earned money by eliminating the tax on tips, we also need to give workers a raise. And that is what my bill does. No other bill does that. My bill also has important safeguards so that people continue to pay into Social Security, so that hedge funds are not able to grift off of the policy, so that we define what a tip worker is, so that it's not abused under our tax law. And so for Chairman Smith to sit here today and say, you know, he couldn't bring a bill to the committee is just wrong, because I'm ready. I've been ready, and my bill has been ready since the beginning of this Congress. And it comes from the actual tip workers who are affected by the policy. I am a co-sponsor of the bill that was unanimously passed by the Senate, the same version. And I see no reason why the House cannot bring up a standalone bill to make sure that we are advocating for the needs of tip workers and all workers. You're going to have all these compounding effects of cutting health care, of cutting nutrition programs, of making it harder for working families to get by. Then let's give workers a raise. Let's give them a raise that's livable enough to actually pay the rent on and to afford to buy a home. That is what Democrats stand for. That's what we're fighting for, is to give everyone an opportunity to not just survive, but to actually thrive in America. So thank you to the Assistant Leader for the opportunity to talk about that legislation. And Chairman Smith, wherever you are, my letter to you asking for a standalone vote on my legislation is at your office.
Well said. Well said. Mr. Gomez, there was a robust discussion earlier about the tax brackets.
Yeah.
And I think the chairman was not as candid as I would have hoped with respect to his description of the various tax brackets in the reconciliation bill. I wonder if you might talk about the billionaire tax bracket and the amendment that you proposed.
Yeah, first, I have an amendment that would increase taxes on billionaires, basically preventing them from getting any kind of tax break in this bill and actually require them to pay their fair share, increasing the tax bracket from 36% to 39%, roughly. So in this room, by show of hands, who believes a billionaire shouldn't get a tax break and actually should pay their fair share of taxes? Like, All right? How about on the Republicans? You guys can help me restore my faith. Because here's the thing.
There aren't many Republicans here on
Okay,
the committee,
but
unfortunately.
here's
They're
the
not-
thing.
They've all left, but.
And the reason why is that if you increase the taxes on the billionaires, you can actually give the people who are getting screwed at the bottom rungs of the economic ladder a tax break. So for the record, I want to enter into the record the distribution chart, distribution of the estimated revenue effects of the tax provisions of the chairman's markup, basically what's going to happen, into the record. This is by the Joint Committee on Taxation. It's an official record.
What's it on?
It basically shows how much, who's paying what in taxes under this bill by the Joint Committee on Taxation.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And here's the thing, the reason why, let's go over years. Calendar year 2027, if you're people that make less than $15,000 a year will pay an additional $1 billion in taxes. $1 billion. And here's the thing, in the year 2029, people that are making less than 15 million are going to pay 15,000 will pay another $2.6 billion in taxes that year. People that are making 15 to 30,000, 2.5 billion in additional taxes that year. And we go on to year 2031. They're actually less than 15,000. They're going to pay another $3.6 billion that tax year. 3.6 billion. And if you're making 15 to 30,000, you're going to be, all those people will be ponying up another $4.5 billion. $4.5 billion. And by the year 2033, let people that are in that tax bracket of less than 15,000, $3.7 billion just that year. And then the people making 15 to 30,000, $3.8 billion. So anybody that says that the people at those low rungs of the economic ladder are not getting screwed or are not going to be paying more in taxes are just absolutely wrong. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Nagus.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. I yield back.
I did.
Chairman yields back. Seeing anyone else seeing no one else wishing to ask questions, I thank this group for presenting your amendments. Thank you for being with us, and we will move on to the next group, and I'll need the names. All right, as they're leaving, our next panel will be Ms. Dexter, Mr. Carter, Ms. Takuda, Ms. Bonamici, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Tonko, Ms. Goodlander, and Ms. Stansberry. She's raised her hand. I don't know the answer to this. She wants to know why she's not.
Wow. Talk to them.
All right, if Ms. McLean Delaney could join as well. And now recognize Ms. Dexter of Oregon for her 5 minutes presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our ranking member. Today, I'm offering 3 amendments rooted in a basic principle. Government should work for the people, not silence them, not shield corruption, and certainly not rip away healthcare. Let's start with what this GOP tax scam tries to take from the public, their voice. Under current law, communities can protest oil and gas leasing decisions that threaten their land, water, or climate. This bill would impose a $150 fee, plus more for extra pages or lease parcels, just to be heard. And let's be honest about what that is. A tax on public participation, a toll on free speech. And it won't deter billion-dollar oil companies. It will deter working people, people who love outdoor places. At the same time, Republicans are slashing royalty payments and handing billions in giveaway to the fossil fuel industry. That tells you everything you need to know about where their priorities lie. My amendment would strike this unjust protest fee from the bill and protect the public's right to be heard. Second, we must ensure accountability. I'm offering an amendment to allocate a modest 0.5% of new funds to the Department of Interior's Office of the Inspector General, a nonpartisan watchdog that saves taxpayers' money by rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. This should be easy for Republicans to support. It's the same bipartisan provision they themselves championed by our current House Natural Resources Chair in 2021. It's simple. Let's ensure transparency and pass this amendment. And now I want to speak to what I believe is the most urgent and dangerous part of this legislation, its impact on healthcare. Before I came to Congress, I spent nearly 20 years caring for some of the sickest patients in our community. I've worked in emergency rooms. I know what happens when a system doesn't have the resources that it needs to serve its patients. That's why I'm offering an amendment to require states to report on how coverage losses under this bill would impact uncompensated care and emergency department wait times in safety net hospitals. If this bill were really only about ridding out waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid, we should welcome this kind of data. But we know the truth. This bill isn't about waste. It's about ripping healthcare away from nearly 14 million Americans and destabilizing the healthcare system for everyone else in the process. And for what? To give tax breaks to billionaires. Medicaid isn't just a lifeline for patients, it's a fundamental part of our healthcare infrastructure. Providers depend on it to stay open, to serve not only Medicaid patients, but you, me, everyone in our communities. Cutting Medicaid will mean clinics and hospitals in rural towns will shut down. Hospitals in cities will be over capacity. Seniors will be forced out of nursing facilities due to closures. And emergency rooms will go on divert, turning away people in crisis because there simply isn't enough space for people to be seen. We're talking about longer wait times for pediatric care, delays for life-saving cancer treatment, people suffering and dying, not because we don't have the tools to help them, but because we've made a political choice to take those tools away. These cuts will be devastating, and the consequences won't be statistics on a spreadsheet. They will be lives lost, futures cut short, and suffering that could have been prevented. And again, for what? Tax breaks for billionaires. I urge my Republican colleagues, show courage in this moment. Stand with the constituents who cannot afford to lose their voice and their health care. Support these amendments and defeat this outrageous and dangerous bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana for 5 minutes, Mr. Carter.
Well, okay. Okay. Let's start again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. My first amendment, number 299, preserves environmental justice block grants for that improve public health, the EPA has provided grants for more than 50 years that protect our constituents' public health and enhance their environment. This is especially true for the Environmental and Climate Justice Block Grant Program, which provides valuable funding that serves community centers, environmental rehabilitation projects, and public health revitalization initiatives that would otherwise not be possible. These projects are providing environmental and public health benefits in Democratic and Republican districts alike. However, this bipartisan bill ruthlessly claws back these funds and eliminates this vital program. Not only is this bill stealing people's health care, it's also making them sicker. My amendment will ensure that environmental and climate justice block grant projects that improve the health outcomes in low-income communities do not lose critical funding. If Republicans truly prioritize their constituents, they should easily agree with me that this funding is valuable and must be protected. My second amendment is Amendment Number 358, which would add to the text the bipartisan Next Generation 911 Act to the Republican budget reconciliation legislation before us today and fully fund programs using the proceeds from future spectrum auctions. Because of technology advances the telecommunications over from the past 50 years, Americans can communicate today in ways weren't even contemplated when 911 system was first created. Yet, our 911 systems are stuck in the past. Our first responders are unable to utilize these tools we take for granted in this digital age. We are far behind. Police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical technicians who serve communities we represent deserve better. I cannot think of a better use of dollars raised from auctioning off public airwaves than to upgrade old, outdated public safety communication systems. I hope my colleagues will vote yes on this amendment to modernize our 911 systems for the 21st century. Congress should give FCC the authority to begin spectrum auctions now. Those proceeds need to help our constituents and first responders not pay for tax cuts for the ultra-rich. My third amendment is Amendment 373, which states no funds can be used to effectuate the detention or removal of citizens of the United States or any non-citizen whose legal status was determined or visa revoked due to exercising simply their right to speech, free speech, not breaking any laws, simply their right to free speech. Last month, I led a delegation of House and Senate members to 2 ICE processing centers in Louisiana to meet with individuals who had their legal status revoked and remain in immigration detention simply because they exercised their right to free speech. If these individuals can be jailed for exercising their First Amendment rights, any person in this country is under the same threat. Now, let me be clear. I do not support any hate speech of any kind. Speech that supports anti-Semitism or calls for violence, I am totally opposed to. The individuals we met with were very clear. They don't support these matters either. My fourth amendment and last amendment is number 357, which states that 100% of Medicaid cuts resulting from waste, fraud, and abuse will go directly back into programs to strengthen Medicaid for generations to come. My Republican friends say that they want to help the people that Medicaid was, quote unquote, intended for, the most vulnerable. And to that I say, put your money where your mouth is. But we all know they won't. It's always been about enriching billionaires while ripping health care away from seniors, children, mothers, and those with disabilities. Republicans now say that Medicaid, shameful. We will put the most vulnerable at risk. That's why we keep spinning false narratives about waste, fraud, and abuse. But don't take my word for it. Take it from Republican Senator Josh Hawley, and I quote, "Will Republicans be the majority of the people or a permanent minority speaking only for C-suite?" So, If the goal is to protect Medicaid and root out waste, fraud, and abuse, we should have no opposition to support my amendment to reinvesting these funds into Medicaid. I have one final quote, ma'am, and I know I'm shortly over, but I want to remind people. I'm told yesterday that our president, Donald Trump, said, and I quote, please forgive my language, "Don't fuck with Medicaid." I hope he was serious, and I hope this committee takes it serious too. I yield.
Carter, Mr. Kuda, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member McGovern, I submit one amendment today, 159, protecting rural Americans from SNAP cuts. Every day, millions of Americans go to bed hungry. For 14 straight years, the United States has led the developed world in food insecurity. In 2023, over 1 in 4 Americans reported struggling to afford food. Think about that. In the richest nation on earth, 85 million people are missing meals. And where is this pain felt most deeply? Rural America, small towns, farming communities, places like Hawaii's 2nd District, where food is grown, but life is hard. 87% of the counties with the highest food insecurity are rural. Families face fewer job opportunities, fewer doctors, fewer grocery stores, and now even fewer lifelines. And Republicans want to make it worse. This isn't just a bad bill. It's a big bad bill. It's a big ugly bill, a brutal assault on rural families, working parents, seniors, kids. The GOP plan is to slash $313 billion from SNAP, gut Medicaid, rip lifelines out of the hands of people just trying to survive, and hand billions in tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy. All this as part of the GOP tax scam 2.0, a reckless giveaway to billionaires that will add $5 trillion to our national debt. $5 trillion in tax breaks for the rich, paid for by taking food off tables and putting health care out of reach for working Americans. This isn't fiscal policy. It's moral failure. It's the wealthiest 10% cashing in at the expense of the poorest, most vulnerable, hardworking people who labor every day to hold on to life in communities too often forgotten. Let me tell you about Anna, a constituent of mine from the rural west side of Oahu. She and her husband run a small family business. Last year, just $200 more in monthly sales pushed them over the limit for SNAP. $200. That tiny increase cost their children meals. Anna told me she had to measure every scoop of rice at dinner. She couldn't say yes when her youngest child asked for a second helping of food. She sent her kids to school hungry. Months later, after their sales dropped again, Anna reapplied. They were approved, and she cried. But now Anna and her husband wonder every day, should we sell our home? Should we leave our community? That's the America we're creating, where a family's survival depends on a spreadsheet and, sadly, declining sales. Anna isn't a cheat. She isn't lazy. She's not gaming the system. She is the system, the engine and the heart of rural America, working, sacrificing, raising kids, building a future, and yet this bill punishes her. SNAP works. It feeds families and fuels local economies. Every SNAP dollar we know generates over $1.50 in economic activity. It supports farmers, grocers, small-town businesses. It breaks cycles of poverty, and Medicaid keeps rural hospitals open, keeps parents and kids healthy. It keeps people alive. Cutting these programs isn't just cruel, it's anti-American. But here's the truth. The cruelty is the point, because this bill is about priorities. The GOP's priorities is clear. Cater to the billionaires, crush the working families, and let's call it policy. They're ready to hand out massive tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans while robbing the rest of the country of food and care. That's not a budget. That's a betrayal. So yes, this bill will devastate rural America. It will mean more hunger, more closed clinics, more families like Anna's forced to consider giving up their homes, their communities, their dignity, so that billionaires can buy a third yacht and pay even less in taxes. But we have a choice. We can do the right thing. We can stand with the families who work hard and ask only for a fair shot. We can vote for policies that invest in people, not punish them. We can reject the GOP tax scam. We can protect SNAP. We can defend Medicaid. And we can refuse to balance budgets on the backs of people who can least afford it. This amendment is our choice. If you are confident rural America will not see SNAP cuts or decreased benefits, as the chair of the Agriculture Committee has claimed, then this amendment will do no harm. Vote yes. But if you have a concern, and quite frankly, a conscience, vote yes. Reject this big bad bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment, which is number 24, is pro-family, pro-children, and pro-mom. It guarantees that this bill will not take away nutrition benefits for moms and hungry kids in the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, or WIC. Federal nutrition programs like WIC and SNAP and school meals are investments in the health, learning, and development of children and young adults in communities across the country and are some of the most successful tools we have for reducing child hunger. These nutrition programs have been associated with improved educational outcomes and reduced food insecurity, which is especially important for children from low-income and food-insecure families. And it's widely known that WIC contributes to healthier births, nutritious diets, and improved infant feeding practices, better health care for children, and higher academic achievement. The benefits are indisputable. So WIC has served as a lifeline for many mothers and their young children, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I would now like to make a few comments on amendments that I am either co-sponsoring or supporting. There is one by Ranking Member Bobby Scott to protect American children from going hungry with regard to the proposed cuts to SNAP. Yesterday, the Urban Institute released a new report highlighting that as many as 18.3 million children could lose access to free school meals as a result of the harmful provisions in this bill. And we know that every congressional district has children who are hungry. Families are working hard, but the income isn't keeping up with the cost. So I hope we can adopt Mr. Scott's amendment number 184. I also want to speak in support of a amendment that is going to be introduced or has been introduced by Representative Sykes to strike the language in the bill that cuts Medicaid. In Oregon, 1 in 3 people are covered by Medicaid, including 57% of Oregon children, and make no mistake, if you rip away health care from millions of Americans, people will die. Rural hospitals will close, cancer patients will go without treatment, and I will support this amendment, and proud to support this amendment. I also want to raise an issue in the amendment that is introduced by Representative Rivas, number 215. This is an amendment that will fix a catastrophic policy that's tucked quietly into this bill that would let the world's most powerful technology go unchecked for the next decade. This is a blank check for big tech. It would, and the bill, as written, will block state and local governments from regulating artificial intelligence for 10 years. That is a long time. That is a decade of risk. Let's be clear, we do not have federal policies or governance laws on data privacy, security, and bias. And I served on the bipartisan House AI task force, and we spent a long time studying these issues. And our report that was signed by both Republicans and Democrats explicitly warns against blanket and impulsive federal preemption of state AI policy. And I quote, "Without comprehensive federal AI or data privacy laws, states are well positioned to address gaps, tailor protections, and respond to emerging harms." But this bill ignores that bipartisan advice. Yesterday, 40 state attorneys general, including Oregon's Dan Rayfield, sent a bipartisan letter opposing this provision because of the unchecked harm it will cause. And let's talk about what that could look like. An algorithm that denies a disabled person access to housing and no state agency could intervene. A company that designs generative AI to imitate voices or faces without consent. States couldn't stop it. A hiring platform that discriminates by race or gender. Under this bill, if a company deliberately designs an algorithm that causes foreseeable harm, they'd be legally unaccountable, and it would leave policymakers and the public flying blind as a handful of corporations consolidate power over rapidly advancing technology. And I'm not talking about machines. I'm talking about civil rights, consumer safety, child protection, elections, employment, and more. The House AI Task Force made it clear we should empower good AI policy at the state level, not block it. This amendment strikes the provision and gets government out of the way so states can protect their people. Let's test whether Congress stands with the public or with the powerful. I also have a few bills I want to mention that, or excuse me, a few amendments that I'm co-sponsoring. One by Mr. Byer to keep energy costs low by taking two of the most successful energy policies in history, the production tax credit and the investment tax credit, protecting those. Also, Mr. Byer's amendment protecting bipartisan clean energy tax credits. I also want to support, be on record as supporting Ranking Member Bobby Scott's amendment number 261 that makes it harder for students, strikes the language that makes it harder for students to access high-quality education. And one more, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I want to support the amendment by my Oregon colleague, Representative Bynum, that ensures the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau retains current funding for protecting student borrowers. And I yield back.
Bonamici. The order now is Goodlander, Stansberry, Delaney, and Tlaib. Okay? Goodlander.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member McGovern, for the opportunity to be here today on behalf of the people of New Hampshire's 2nd District to offer a common sense, one-sentence amendment to this truly big and catastrophically bad bill. We know the bill is big. I brought a copy with me. It doesn't fit on this very big table in front of me. This bill is catastrophically bad because of what it does and what it fails to do, and that's where my amendment comes in. This bill is catastrophically bad because we know what it's going to do to 14 million Americans who will lose health coverage. The biggest cuts to health care in American history. It's going to hurt our kids, people with disabilities, pregnant women, seniors. It's going to jack up healthcare costs for everyone. Rural hospitals in my state are going to close and people are going to die. We know this bill is catastrophically bad because of what it's going to do to the more than 10 million Americans who are at risk of losing access to food because of the biggest cuts to SNAP in American history. We're talking about kids, about veterans, about hardworking people all across our country and in the most rural parts of my district, in Berlin, in Stewartstown, in Winchester. People are going to lose access to food. And for what? To give another big tax giveaway to big corporations and to billionaires. This bill also is going to bring about the biggest deficit increase in American history, $3.8 trillion, and that's trillion with a T, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, and it's going to add trillions of dollars to the national debt. So this bill is bad for all the things it will do, but one of the things this bill will not do, and another reason why it's catastrophically bad, is what it fails to do to really make government work better for hardworking people and to actually cut down on waste, fraud, and abuse. And that's where my straightforward, common sense, one-sentence amendment comes in. Title II of this big bill provides nearly $150 billion to the Department of Defense, and does this, mind you, at a moment when that department is in a state of pure and utter chaos under the leadership of a person who has no business serving as the Secretary of Defense. That's a lot of money, $150 billion. It's 10 times the state of New Hampshire's biennial budget. It's also, I should note, $50 billion above what the House Armed Services Committee was instructed to spend in this bill. And I read every bill I vote on, and it's $50 billion above. So I'm offering a straightforward amendment. It's one sentence that would simply require the Department of Defense, before it is able to spend the additional $50 billion, to do what it is already required to do by law and what it has failed to do under law for decades now, and that is to pass an independent audit. This is about basic government oversight, but the Department of Defense has failed 7 audits. It is the only federal department that has failed an audit, and it also accounts for more than half of our discretionary spending. We're talking about $1 trillion. This is not right. If you really want to talk about cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, I'd ask the question, isn't ensuring a clean audit of the Pentagon a top priority? If you want to know whether we're actually wasting money, an audit is going to help us do exactly that. So look, at the end of the day, it's about military readiness, and that's something that our national security depends upon. It's something our economic security depends upon. It's also about the public's trust. Small businesses across this country, people across America, have got to pass an audit to keep doing what they do. The Pentagon should be held to the same standard. And it's the public's trust that our democracy depends on. And so with that, I would say this big, truly big and catastrophically bad bill cannot be cured with one amendment, but this is a step towards progress on what I think we all share, a goal we all share, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. That is not what this bill does. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member, members of the committee. Before I get started, I just want to observe that we've been here for almost 12 hours, and I want to take a moment to thank all of the staff who've been holding it down for the last 12 hours in this room. And I want to also observe that I count exactly 2 Republicans in this room, while literally dozens of Democrats have sat here all night and all day to have 5 minutes in front of this committee to speak our piece on behalf of the American people. So I have a lot of ground to cover. If it's not obvious already, not only am I a no on this bill, I am a hell no. Let me tell you why. This bill puts a massive permanent tax break in place for the ultra wealthy and corporations on the backs of working Americans. It will literally make the poor people of this country poor while the rich get richer. It will give billions of dollars in kickbacks to defense contractors, private prisons, and big tech. It gives cuts to life-saving programs, Medicaid and healthcare, which all of you said you wouldn't cut for months, and here we are. Food assistance, school lunches, Pell Grants. It will decimate protections for the environment, NEPA, public lands, judicial review, climate and clean energy. It decimates protections for our federal workers. It makes them at will, and it threatens their retirement. It threatens our consumers. It eviscerates the federal budget. And, Madam Chair, despite what I have heard here for many hours of lying, it will put into place the largest increase in deficit spending this country has ever seen, ever. That is what this bill does, and that is why I oppose it. I'm here to present 6 amendments, one of which was voted down by the Republicans in oversight that would actually protect Medicaid, Social Security, veterans benefits, and food assistance. I'm also here to fight for a bill, an amendment to this bill that would make it impossible for people like Elon Musk and special government employees to self-deal and exploit the government for their own personal gain. I'm also here to present an amendment that would restore the protections for our tribal nations, because notwithstanding what I heard the chairman say in the dark of night in this room, this bill takes away the judicial rights of our tribal nations to defend their sacred lands and their tribal trust and treaty responsibilities, and it is shameful. It is absolutely shameful. I am also here to offer an amendment to restore climate funding that was cut out of our national budget, and I am here to present an amendment which the Republicans have already voted on in a number of different places and spaces that would make it impossible for our foreign adversaries to mine here in the United States and take advantage of our system. These are but a small offering to a 1,000-page bill that will literally kill Americans. This is but a small offering in the 500 amendments that my colleagues and I have waited all night and all day to present in this committee. So let me be perfectly clear. This bill will hurt the American people. It will raise the debt. It will give permanent tax breaks to the ultra wealthy. It will put billions of dollars into the pockets of Donald Trump's friends. It will cut life-saving programs. It will decimate protections for our communities. And it is happening on your watch, and we are here to fight it every step of the way in this committee, on the floor, in our communities, and we will not stop fighting. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. And thanks to all the staff, I agree as well, who've been here. I got here around 3 in the morning, and I echo what many of my Democratic colleagues have said. But I just have to say, as a preamble, you know, many of the things I've said won't be repeating others, but my heart is heavy. As a freshman member from Maryland, but grew up in this great state of Idaho and have lived here for 30 years. I've never seen anything like this in Washington. And I must say, I ran on common sense, common ground in my campaign, and there's none of that right here on Washington, on Capitol Hill. But that takes common ground, takes shared truths, and starting at least the same platform and the same set of facts, and shared value outputs. And I would think that we should come back together to really look at those things. The way in which we have not been able to really have hearings and an ability to really think and probe into all these issues is so important going forward. So my amendment, H313, is really about ensuring that children and families will continue to receive the food they need despite the proposals put forward in the package. In this country, I do think that we all agree, and many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in the Ag Committee believe that no child in this country should go hungry. My Republican colleagues repeatedly said that this package would not result in the kids going hungry and that benefits would remain whole for them. My amendment takes them at their word, and it seeks to ensure that no cuts to SNAP can be made unless the USDA and states confirm that these cuts will not lead to a reduction in benefits for households with kids. Taking Republicans at their word to prevent benefits that I would suspect they would want. In some nationally, 42 million currently depend on food assistance programs. And in my district, 1 in 9 households depends on SNAP. Half of them are children. This isn't just about ending hunger. It's about dignity, it's about opportunity, and it's about being able to concentrate in school and being able to thrive. And if you want to talk about economics, as we said before, SNAP pays for itself in economic benefits and health benefits. For every dollar in my district, but across the country, spent on SNAP, $1.50 comes back into our economies. And that means many of my farmers in District 6 sell into the food markets. It goes back to 2,700 national retailers and back to our truckers. Cutting SNAP hurts, not helps our national economy. And these cuts will even be more apparent in rural communities. And by the way, in rural communities, there is going to be a tsunami of issues that is going to impact them, not just with SNAP, but with Medicaid and all these core funding cuts, and it's going to hit our states as well. So let me just put another thing in it, and maybe it's the lawyer in me, but I dispute the GOP constant messaging that this is about financial discipline and tackling the deficit. None of these cuts to SNAP or to Medicaid or social net programs result in this objective. The numbers do not add up, because we all know that it is widely acknowledged that this current proposal is projected to increase the budget by nearly $3 trillion through 2034 by locking in tax cuts and spending increases that outweigh reductions in Medicaid and SNAP funding. So let me put a finer point on this. It will strip $18 billion in benefits from households with children. It will harm 1 in 5 kids who rely on SNAP, and it lowers the age by which a child is considered dependent from 18 to 7. No one I know would argue that an 8 or a 10 or a 12-year-old is not dependent on their parents for food, housing, or care. And the authors of this bill have exempted families within this new definition of dependent only if they are married or living in the same household. But what about single or unmarried parents who are doing their best? This bill leaves them behind. Last, the bill prevents future increases to the Thrifty Food Plan. $37 billion will be cut from food assistance for the next decade, and that includes slashing $1 billion from summer EBT, which is a lifeline for millions of kids as they head into summer. I repeat, children will be hungrier over the summer. So it's about feeding our kids and about their future and our country's future. If you'll also allow me, Chairwoman Fox, I do not serve on the Energy and Commerce Committee, but I spent the bulk of my life as a child advocate at Common Sense Media. Common Sense is a nonprofit dedicated to looking at how media impacts the health and well-being of our nation's children vis-a-vis media. And the reports that came today about Sykes' bill, H215, is really important because we have to stand ahead of making sure that AI and the most recent proposals that it would block states from regulating it is really, really important not to. 140 organizations have already stood up against it. And I would also say for our nation's kids, we need to look at that. In closing, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I, echo so much of what my colleagues have said, but I want to bring my district into this room. They're never going to be able to sit here in this audience and express to just, anger that they feel that yet again we're turning our backs to them and not billionaires and so much more. The reality is, and Madam Chair, and this is to everyone here, it is not just us saying it. It's nonpartisan organization looking at the numbers, looking at this budget, and it is our residents of all different likes, because to me, Medicaid is nonpartisan. I have met people of all different likes and backgrounds that are dependent on Medicaid. I have met so many people that are on SNAP, Madam Chair, and for all of my colleagues to understand, you all know many of our residents survivor mode. I'm not going to here to do shaming and blaming. The reality is we have broken systems in place, and we wonder why people look at Congress and shake their heads and the approval ratings are so low. It's because we don't put them first. And so I offered 6 amendments, Madam Chair, and I hope you all seriously take them into consideration. I have no health care cuts for moms and babies. This is important. As a founder of the Congressional Mamas Caucus, when I look at over 40% of births in our country are covered by Medicaid, but that's also prenatal care, postpartum. I mean, all the different things that you see. And I say this because, again, I'm bringing my district here. We have one of the worst infant mortality crises, and I mean, look at the crisis that we have in our country, but even in my backyard. And it's because we don't have the kind of care that we have. And Medicaid is a Band-Aid, y'all. It really is. Because we do have an inhumane, cruel healthcare system that's driven by profit and greed and not about healthcare. That's why a lot of my residents don't even call it a healthcare anymore. They call it sick care, Madam Chair. And so now we're about to rip the Band-Aid off. So my amendment says, do not cut prenatal and postnatal care. Again, tackling infant mortality is nonpartisan. Every community is, again, seeing that our children are not reaching the age of 1, and there's a reason to that. And again, it's because we're not doing our job here in Congress. The other amendment, and it's super important, is no money for polluters. I want to reiterate to all of you, again, my community, the majority of them are frontline communities. We have one of the worst air qualities in the state of Michigan, in Wayne County, that I represent. And we're making people sicker, and then now we're saying, we're not going to cover the fact that, again, we've allowed corporate polluters to be unchecked. You should see the lack of enforcement because the bills are written in a way they slap their hands, they pay a fine. It's part of doing business. But when you go to read a third grade class in my district, and I always tell them, they ask me what my job is, and I tell them I'm trying to make sure we have clean air and how many of you have asthma. A third of the class will raise their hand, Madam Chair. A third of them. And you look at the attendance rates and so forth. The other is really important. I really believe that we need no more aid to billionaires. I'm calling it that because I think that's how you all see it. They don't need it. The corporations don't need it. Some of them have not paid federal income tax for years. They don't need it. They're going to be okay, I promise. But I still remember the first Black woman ever elected in Congress, Shirley Chisholm, say that children can't learn if they're hungry. And I'm telling you, that is very real, but also children can't learn if they're being poisoned because they don't have clean water or clean air. And so I think it's incredibly important. My other amendment expand but don't restrict Medicaid. It is important to understand the importance of what Medicaid does right now. Again, the Band-Aid that I talked about. And we try to keep it tight. I know all of us that are fighting for Medicaid and making sure that we're expanding it and making it, again, closer to something a lot more humane. But I think it's incredibly important to understand this is life-saving. I've never had this many people in my community call me, parents with special needs children, petrified. They're so scared that we're going to put Amazon and FedEx and all these other corporations before them. That's what they're afraid of. And we wonder why they're so angry.
My other amendment, again, is around no money for Pentagon, because I want to talk to you all about this. In my community, I tell them, don't worry, guess what? Guess what? There is one budget that got an increase. Which budget is that? The Pentagon budget. Can't pass audits, Madam Chair. 7 audits in a row. The last audit, the last failed audit, showed that over half of the assets of the Pentagon are unaccounted for. Unaccounted for. So we have money for bombs and wars. And shame on any of my colleagues that own stocks in war manufacturing. You shouldn't even be voting on this bill. That's a conflict of interest. But Madam Chair, it's important to understand, we can't prioritize to build ships that can't float, planes that can't even fly in the rain. Trillions of dollars are going to that. And we're going to go ahead and fund it, $150 billion more dollars into to talk about waste and inefficiency. It is cool for us to put more money in a budget that can't pass an audit, but we're going to go ahead and throw people off of Medicaid and SNAP. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Let me see if there are questions. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, Madam Chair, first I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from Jacek Furman, an economist and the former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors and the deputy director of the National Economic Council. In his letter, Mr. Furman shares an outlook of what this horrible bill will mean for our economy, and he writes, and I quote, "The legislation would drive up mortgage interest rates and inflation, lower economic growth, and ultimately require Congress to pass additional tax increases or benefit reductions. All of this would further hurt the working and middle class." So, Madam Chair, more expensive mortgages, higher inflation, basic needs like food and health care ripped away from people in need, all to give us more tax breaks for billionaires. I think it's shameful, and I think this bill will actually will hurt real everyday people. I ask unanimous
Without
consent.
objection.
And then the other thing I'm going to say is, I mean, let's remind ourselves why we're here, right? We're dealing with a bill that does a million different things. It's so wide in its scope. But, I mean, I think what has kind of brought us all together is our deep concern over people losing their health care, people losing their food assistance, all to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. And that's just unacceptable. And, I mean, we wouldn't be who we are as Democrats if we didn't fight this with every ounce of energy we have. There are other things in this bill. Ms. Bonamici, I'm glad you brought up the AI aspect of this. I am scared out of my mind that there will be a 10-year moratorium on states' ability to be able to kind of regulate AI in their within their boundaries. Congress should do it, but we can't get our act together here. So the idea that we just we'll let it go wild, I mean, there's some real dangers to our kids, to our communities, and so I thank you for raising that. But again, you know, I mean, I'm grateful to all of you for sticking this out. You know, we have been talking amongst ourselves about how incredible it is to see all of you just stay here and remain here in solidarity and to, you know, be able to present your amendments. I think the American people appreciate it, and so I support all your amendments. Again, I thank you for being here. I yield back my time.
Later. 478. Okay, thank you. I just want to echo the ranking member's remarks. There are dozens of members still waiting. We really, really appreciate your passion, your amendments, which are so well taken, everybody bringing their expertise that would have been probably better served if we'd been able to use regular order, use committee structure to try to work on consensus bills. But it is so important that your constituents hear what you would do if our colleagues across the aisle were willing to work in a bipartisan manner, and just how much we could accomplish if that were an option around here. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. I just would, again, share the sentiments expressed by our ranking member and Ms. Scanlon, and our deep appreciation to our members of the House Democratic Caucus for hanging in and staying as long as you have. Again, we started this hearing at 1 a.m. It's now 1 p.m., so 12 hours later, and there are a number of you who have been here the entire time, all so that you could, as Representative Stansberry so eloquently put it, speak for 5 minutes on behalf of the communities that you serve, and to present very thoughtful, exceptional amendments that are developed by virtue of your expertise in your particular areas of expertise. And so I would just say thank you, and I hope that our colleagues on the other side might perhaps reconsider the closed nature of the rule. I suspect they won't, but hope springs eternal. So I thank my colleagues for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse, and thanks to all of you. I also thank you for coming and staying for this period of time, and you're now excused. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Fields, Ms. Dean, Ms. Schulten, Mr. Mervan, Mr. Tonko, Mr. Mannion, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. If you could come into the seats these people are vacating, please.
They're hired.
Right.
It changes in that aspect, but for those retired, it does not. But could you just walk us through what happens as it relates to those who may be hired in the future?
Yeah, in the future, they're going to have a choice.
Precisely the same time, 1 a.m. on August 2007, on the Children's Health and Protection was there. When this was discussed on the floor earlier yesterday, Mr. McGovern responded that this was decades ago. However, we've looked back and observed that you did indeed convene a hearing at 1:30 a.m. only a short time ago in 2022. It was for an omnibus, in addition to a short-term CR. Once again, those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Secondly, the letter asked, what else are you hiding? I want to be clear. I have been as open and transparent as possible throughout this entire process, as has the Speaker and everyone else involved. We posted the text of the Rules Committee print late Sunday night after the Budget Committee ordered the legislation reported, and we posted a comparative print at the same time showing the changes between the reported bill and the Rules Committee print. There have been many complaints from my friends on the other side about not knowing about whether there will be a manager's amendment and what will be in it. There will be a manager's amendment. It is how reconciliation has operated under both Republican and Democrat control. I certainly can't control the time that it will be ready, but I can assure my Democrat colleagues that they will certainly have more time than we were given in 2009 when a 309-page manager's amendment was dropped on us when the ranking member began reading the motion to report a rule for H.R. 2454. 309-page manager's amendment was dropped on us when the now ranking member began reading the motion to report a rule for H.R. 2454. The record is there. Our friends on the other side of the aisle love to cherry pick the facts about how this meeting is taking place in the dark of night. They've done it for several committee markups thus far. Never mind the fact that the only reason the hearings went as long as they did was because Democrats engaged in the legislative process, which is their right. But here's the thing, they can't have their cake and eat it too. They cannot complain about reporting legislation in the dark of night when the only reason it went so late was because of their own actions. Now, in the case of the Rules Committee, the same holds true. The Rules Committee has a long tradition of meeting late into the evening and reporting legislation long after most of America has gone to bed. It is our duty to advance the agenda of the House of Representatives, the people's house. Let's roll the clocks back to when Democrats held the majority in the 110th and 111th Congress. They reported legislation out of the Rules Committee well into the twilight hours. I know of what I speak. I was on the Rules Committee then. For example, HRES 587, 3:47 a.m., HRES 481, 2:09 a.m., HRES 597, 3:43 a.m., HRES 903, 2:25 a.m., and HRES 445 in the 116th Congress, 12:20 a.m. I do not think there's anything wrong with this. It is how the committee has operated when necessary. It has occurred under Democrat and Republican control. In this case, I do believe we'll be reporting not in the dark of night, but after the day has dawned. I encourage my colleagues on the other side to prove me wrong. Now to the business that's before us this morning. There'll be a lot of commentary from our friends across the aisle about what is not within this legislation. We'll experience ad nauseum a lot of granular level grievances, legislative indigestion, and I'm sure considerable allergic reactions to everything under the sun. It'll be the same song and dance routine that we've seen and heard for months, likely with more drama than Shakespeare on the Hill. Despite their misleading rhetoric and talking points, Democrats had their opportunities to deliver when they had full control and passed their own reconciliation packages. They did nothing to make the middle-class-centered Trump tax permanent. Despite the existence of the expiration of these tax cuts within their 10-year window, they refused. They even refused to raise the top income tax bracket, despite all their campaign talking points. Instead, they passed the so-called Inflation Reduction Act and the so-called American Rescue Plan Act that led to reckless spending and record inflation. But Republicans are here to do our jobs. And our jobs, in this case, isn't out of discretion. It's grounded in statute. We're considering legislation that executes the instructions given to the committees pursuant to the budget resolution, one that passed both chambers and is binding on this body and the Senate. And our express purpose is this: to ensure that our federal spending, taxation, and other revenue-generating concepts align with the current needs of the American people. The American people and this government, by extension, cannot afford inaction. Americans need this legislation to ensure our economic survival and the sustainability of this Republican government. Americans cannot afford the largest tax hike in our nation's history. Americans cannot afford the runaway, endless spending machines that Democrats have enshrined via their policies. Americans cannot afford the inflation caused by the Democrats in the last 4 years. Americans cannot afford a soft, fragile embrace of President Trump's successful policies on the border, national security, and growth. Inflation has fallen to the lowest level in more than 4 years as April's consumer price index smashed expectations for the third straight month. Workers' real wages are up 1.9%, increasing each of the last 3 months. Encounters with gotaways, the top threat to public safety, are down by 95%. In March of 2025, fentanyl traffic at the southern border fell by 54% compared to March of 2024. Lastly, Americans and this government cannot afford to ignore the specific pro-growth provisions that President Trump campaigned on. Our bill delivers on the specific acute policies American workers embraced. We end taxes on tips. We end taxes on overtime. We boost tax deductions for seniors. We expand family-centered tax incentives like the child tax credit, the standard deduction, and family leave. The One Big Beautiful Bill is our answer to the American people's mandate from November. It is a clear, full-throated response to the millions of hardworking men and women across the entire nation who demand a serious course correction from the last 4 years and the setting of our fiscal situation on a sustainable footing. The committees within the House have all completed their respective parts, and all the pieces have come together. I commend all the committees, chairmen, members, and staff who worked for months, often well into the night and early hours of the morning, to craft the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. We're here to finish the job and ship this legislation to the House floor. With that, I look forward to the discussion. I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, that's a lot to digest. Thank you. Madam Chair, before we get into the substance here, I've got a simple question. What the hell are Republicans so afraid of? What the hell are you so scared of that you guys are holding this hearing at 1 o'clock in the morning? It's a simple question that speaks to the heart of what's going on here, and one that I'm going to keep on asking. If Republicans are so proud of what is in this bill, then why are you trying to ram it through in the dead of night? If you guys are so proud to kick 14 million people off Medicaid, if you guys are so proud to rip food assistance out of the refrigerators of moms and dads and their kids, if you guys are so proud of shutting down rural hospitals and hurting our farmers, if you guys really think these are such great, awesome, beautiful things to do, like Trump keeps saying, then why not hold this hearing at 1 p.m. and not 1 a.m.? Why not debate this bill in prime time when most of the American people can watch? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I think it's prime time in Guam. And I think it's crystal clear. It's crystal clear to everyone what this is all about. Now, the chairwoman wants to pretend like meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning is business as usual around here. It is not. This is not normal at all. She had to go back 20 years into the archives to dig up a single example of rules meeting at 1 a.m. And I guess, is that supposed to be some kind of gotcha? I'm actually glad she went back 2 decades to bring it up, because in 2007, Democrats convened the Rules Committee at 1 a.m. to protect people's health care. You guys have us meeting at 1 a.m. to rip it away. Now look at the record. George W. Bush was president, and the Children's Health Insurance Program was about to expire. That's an actual emergency, not a fake emergency like this. He vetoed not 1, but 2 of the bills that we sent him because he didn't want to cover those additional kids. So you guys caught us doing what exactly? Trying to protect coverage for uninsured kids. Great, we're proud of that. There is no comparison here. This is a 1,000-page bill, for God's sake. 1,000+ pages, and you want to shove it through in the dead of night because Trump said, close your eyes and vote for it. You're using emergency procedures to jam this through Congress to meet an artificial deadline that you created yourselves because the billionaires just couldn't wait for their tax cut. It's astonishing, really. It takes my breath away. It's just over 100 days, and you guys have gone from promising to lower costs to ripping away people's health care. Now, of course, you don't want anyone to know what you're doing here. It's because you know that this bill betrays the people who voted for you. You have the most ineffective Congress in a century. You've passed almost no legislation into law. And this is how you want to roll out your big centerpiece legislation at 1 o'clock in the morning. This isn't just incompetence. It's much more nefarious than that. You are intentionally hiding what you are doing. What an insult to the people of this country. What disdain you guys must have for the people who voted for you. You know, people are so tired of getting screwed over by a system that doesn't work for them. America is fed up with this BS, and people want change. And I don't blame them. I'm fed up, too. They want us to make things better for regular people. And what your big, ugly bill does is the exact opposite. You guys and Trump are perpetuating the exact broken system that people hate. You're rigging things for the rich and powerful. More tax breaks for billionaires while regular people get screwed. More giveaways for those at the top while moms and dads struggle to get by. More loopholes into the tax code for Wall Street CEOs and bankers while working families fall further and further behind. That's the Republican agenda. That's what you guys think is big and beautiful. Greed, corruption, and tax breaks for billionaires. You want to steal from the wallets of working class people, steal from their ability to buy food and get health care, and then you have the nerve to claim that this bill is about cutting costs and reducing waste? Give me a break. This bill raises the debt limit by $4 trillion. $4 trillion with a T. Even your own members, budget hawks in the House and Senate, weren't happy with the latest version of this bill because they know it will blow up our deficit. And the true cost is likely trillions of dollars higher, a cost shouldered by the American taxpayer. So you want to cut taxes for the rich and pay for it by exploding the debt and stealing from the American people. Stealing from people with the least so you guys can give more to those with the most. And I just find that fundamentally wrong. Fundamentally cruel, totally out of touch, and totally and fundamentally immoral. Now let me walk through what your bill does, since you guys are so eager to sweep it under the rug. First, you are making the biggest cuts to Medicaid in American history. As a result of this bill, nearly 14 million Americans will lose their health care, and millions more will pay higher premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. That's just a fact. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, and people will die. And not a single one of the proposals in your bill is about making Medicaid work better. Not one. Your bill doesn't save Medicaid. Your bill destroys Medicaid. We can and we should make Medicaid work better. Absolutely. Instead, your bill creates more red tape, more hurdles, and kicks struggling people off their health insurance. Now, who asked for this garbage? I mean, more red tape? Oh, boy. When I talk to people back home, that's exactly what they want with their health care. More red tape. I mean, come on. And then, if that's not bad enough, you are making the biggest cut to food assistance in American history. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, at least 5 million Americans will lose food assistance under your plan. 5 million more hungry Americans because of this bill. And that's probably a lowball estimate, by the way. You're slashing benefits from children, from seniors living on fixed incomes, from veterans who served this country and now rely on food assistance just to get by. And why? And why? So that the top 0.1% People making over $3.5 million a year can pocket $314,000 a year in new tax giveaways. I mean, you are literally taking food off kids' plates to buy Elon Musk another yacht. I guess he's getting a good return on his campaign donations, but I just find this whole thing disgusting. And look, at the end of the day, this is simple. It is simple. It's about whose side you're on. You guys wrote this bill for the top 0.1%. You wrote it for the billion-dollar corporations who offshore jobs and dodge taxes. You wrote it for the big oil and big pharma CEOs who rip people off. You wrote it for the rich and famous, for the people who never, ever have to worry about where their next meal is coming from or how to take care of their elderly parents. So you guys picked a side, okay? You picked the billionaires. I get it. You want to betray the people who voted for you. You want to sell them out because Trump told you to. But guess what? Democrats are picking a side too. And we are siding with the vast, vast, vast majority of Americans who you are going to screw over with this bill. We are siding with the 14 million parents and grandparents who are going to get kicked off health care if this monstrosity passes. We're siding with struggling families who are already having a hard time buying groceries, and the farmers whose incomes will drop because you're gutting the nutrition programs that create demand for the food that they grow, and the rural grocery stores that they support, and the nurses who will lose their jobs when you start closing down rural hospitals. That's who we're siding with, and that's who we choose to fight for. Now, I've seen a lot in my time in Congress. I've seen my fair share of bad bills, but this takes the cake. This is not policy. This is theft. It is a direct transfer of wealth from the working and middle class to the ultra-wealthy, and it's being done on purpose and under the cover of night. Republicans have had every opportunity to make life better for the American people. You guys have a unified Republican government. You have the House. You have the Senate. You have the White House. You could have invested in housing, in child care, in clean energy, in community health. You could have closed tax loopholes and make sure that billionaires pay what they owe. Instead, you chose to side with those at the top. You chose to line the pockets of your rich donors, and the health and security of regular people be damned. This is not a governing philosophy. It is a scam. It is a scam. A scam. And I wasn't sent here to vote for trash like this. For the life of me, I cannot understand why you were doing this. Why the hell did you choose a career of public service just to do this? Just to rip away the health care and food assistance and security of working and middle-class Americans? Is that really what you came here to do? I don't understand this. I don't understand the cruelty. And let me say this to every Republican member who votes for this. You own it. You own it. You own every hospital that closes, every child that goes to bed hungry, every senior who loses care, and every American family forced to choose between groceries and rent, between their heating bill and their child care, between their kid's birthday party and their parents' long-term care. So you guys can force us to debate this bill in the dead of night. You can do it while the country sleeps. But the American people will wake up tomorrow morning, and I guarantee you they will wake up to how terrible your agenda is. They will remember this moment. They will remember who stood with the billionaires and who stood with them. We will make sure they remember, and I'll be damned if we let this pass quietly. I'm going to fight like hell, and I know I won't be alone. This is a farce, an outrageous insult to the people of this country to bring up a 1,000-page bill at 1 o'clock in the morning, a bill that's still being written, by the way, by Republicans as we speak, in a back room somewhere, for God's sake. And then to try to jam it through Congress in the middle of the night when nobody is watching is just unbelievably cynical. This is why people hate Washington. So if you guys think this ugly bill is so damn beautiful, like Trump keeps saying, you should have the courage to debate it in prime time. Madam Chair, we should reconvene at a reasonable hour and debate your bill in full view of the American people, not in the middle of the night like cowards. And for that reason, I move that the Rules Committee do now adjourn.
The gentleman, the question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
As for a roll call, Madam Chair.
The gentleman has asked for a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll. Why don't you just let me call?
Ms. Fishbach?
No.
Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. We will move on. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Chairman Rogers and Representative Smith from the Committee on Armed Services, Chairman Arrington and Representative Boyle from the Committee on the Budget, Chairman Hill and Representative Waters from the Committee on Financial Services, and Chairman Comer and Representative Lynch. There he is. Chairman Lynch from the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Your full statements will be submitted.
Ranking Member McGovern, I appreciate the opportunity to get the Armed Services Committee reconciliation title. The HAS title provides $150 billion in mandatory funding to modernize our military, revitalize the defense industrial base, and improve quality of life for our service members. The time for this level of investment is long overdue. The threats we face from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and others are much more complex and challenging than at any point in our history. We are being outpaced by our adversaries in the development and deployment of critical capabilities. Our defense industrial base is atrophied to the point where we may no longer be able to sustain prolonged conflict, and it all stems from a chronic underinvestment in our national security. Defense spending is not keeping up with inflation. In fact, we are currently at the lowest level of defense spending as a percentage of GDP since before World War II. That anemic level of investment is endangering our national security, and it must change. Reconciliation gives us the opportunity to do just that. It forces the Department to start building the future of American defense now. It invests billions to accelerate deployment of new, low-cost, attritable autonomous systems. These unmanned air, surface, and underwater systems are the key to victory on future battlefields. The HAS title will go a long way toward restoring American deterrence and building our ready, capable, and lethal fighting force that President Trump has promised. Finally, I'm very pleased to be able to report that the committee reported this out on a bipartisan basis. I think that demonstrates the underlying bipartisan consensus we have to increase investment in our national security. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your help in moving this critical bill forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really just have 2 points. I mean, certainly I agree with the chairman of the Armed Services Committee that we face a very complex threat environment and a need to modernize our military in a bunch of different directions. I'm not sure I agree on what the total number of the budget should be for the House Armed Services Committee, but 2 crucial points. If you believe that the Defense Department needs more money, that we need to spend more money on defense, you cannot vote for this reconciliation bill. This reconciliation bill is going to cut taxes over 10 years by somewhere between $5 and $7 trillion, depending on how you guys all finally decide what you're going to put in there and what you're not going to put in there. It is going to increase the debt and the deficit by $3.5 trillion or thereabouts. So whatever we cram into this bill, whatever $150 billion I guess they're going to try to throw at defense, will be irrelevant a year or 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, because our $35 trillion debt will continue to grow. Our $1.8 trillion yearly deficit will continue to grow. You won't have money to make an investment in anything, not even defense. So we are not going to see an increase in defense spending over the long haul because we are giving away all of the money. If, in fact, you believe that defense is that important, then you ought to be willing to pay for it. We simply cannot continue to borrow money forever. So it's not going to help defense. If you are a defense hawk, you cannot vote for this reconciliation bill, which leads into the second point. I have heard for a very long time from my Republican colleagues that the reason they have to pass their budget is because of the existential threat that the debt and the deficit pose for our nation. I wish I could replay all of the incredibly passionate speeches that I've heard on the floor and elsewhere from my Republican colleagues about how terrible this is. And that's what the reconciliation bill was going to do. And I can picture all of your constituents who you made these promises to, and then you get back here and you put this reconciliation bill up there and they say, well, how'd we do? You know, how'd we do on getting the debt down? Well, you know, it's difficult, it's complicated, but we actually added $3 trillion to it. So the budget hawks in the Republican conference, I mean, are you going to stand up tomorrow and say we were lying to you? You know, we never really meant it? I mean, it's just ridiculous that you would consider passing a reconciliation bill that's going to add $3 trillion to the debt after, you know, my gosh, the speeches I heard would have made you think that not getting the debt under control was going to kill us all in like a year. So this reconciliation bill is an utter disaster for the country for a lot of the reasons. I associate myself with many of the remarks that Mr. McGovern made on all the things that are being cut. But if you care about defense and you care about the debt, how in the hell can you vote for this? I mean, I look forward to someone making that argument at some point. So I hope that the Republicans who care about the debt and care about defense will vote this bill down. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. I've never considered myself much of a morning person, and this takes it to a whole new level. A few weeks ago, the House Financial Services Committee completed work on the assignment to us under the budget resolution from Congress adopted early in April. The resolution asked us to decrease the deficit by at least $1 billion over the 2025 to 2034 period. We've done that. We've rescinded the remaining unobligated balances with the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Green and Resilient Retrofit Program created under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. We ended the Public Accounting Oversight Board's authority to collect regulatory fees and transferred any unused balances to the Treasury. Audit oversight will continue without disruption. We put a firm cap on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's budget, setting its funding at no more than $249 million for fiscal 2025, with an annual adjustment for inflation going forward. For the CFPB Civil Penalty Fund, once direct victims are compensated, remaining funds will be transferred to the Treasury's general fund. Finally, we capped the assessment collected by the Office of Financial Research at the Treasury, aligning them with the average annual expenses of the Financial Stability Oversight Council over the past 3 years. Any surplus will, once again, be returned to the Treasury. I'm pleased to report that the Financial Services Committee exceeded our instruction by the Budget Committee, and that the CBO estimates the deficit will decrease by $5.2 billion from the efforts of our committee. During our markup, we spent over 9 hours debating our portion of this reconciliation bill. We considered all 40 amendments that our Democratic colleagues offered and did not limit the minority's ability to propose modifications to the underlying legislative text. After this long, comprehensive process, we favorably transmitted our committee print to fulfill our obligations to the reconciliation bill before rules today. I want to thank all my colleagues I want to remind all my colleagues to recall why we are here. The American people voted for fiscal responsibility. They voted for change. Our country is currently $37 trillion in debt, paying billions of dollars in interest each day on that debt. This year alone, we'll spend almost $1 trillion on total interest. If Congress fails to get our fiscal house in order, our debt will continue to grow exponentially, and our grandchildren will pay the consequences. For too long, government spending has been on a one-way ratchet up. So we're here today to finally do the difficult work of extricating our nation from this fiscal predicament. Financial Services Committee portion of the concurrent resolution does more than its part to reduce the deficit. I'm eager to finish our work and finally tackle these issues. I ask the committee for your support in advancing this bill to the House floor. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Representative Waters, you're recognized.
Well, I can't let that not be heard. Well, here we are. Republicans have dragged us here in the dead of the night under the guise of having a productive hearing about the GOP tax scam bill. But the truth is that Republicans couldn't care less about how bad this bill is. They're going to sit here and ignore every single thing that I and my Democratic colleagues have to say about this bill and how it will harm hard-working American families. And it's all because they are afraid of Donald Trump. They're so afraid of Donald Trump that they will gladly allow the American people to serve as collateral damage to the $5 trillion handout, $5 trillion handout to billionaires in this bill. They're so afraid of Donald Trump that they're okay with him getting richer while their constituents are getting poor. This isn't hyperbole. This is real life. This bill cuts programs that will literally make American families poor and make Donald Trump and his billionaire donors richer. I was there at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau after Trump and Elon Musk illegally attempted to shut down the Bureau. I heard from consumers about what shutting down the agency means for them. This is the very same agency that following the 2008 financial crisis, which many of us in this room remember, was created to stop predatory financial institutions from ripping off our constituents. The same agency that has saved American families $21 billion by returning to them funds that were swindled out of them. Trump failed to shut the agency down in court. So now they're trying to soliciting the help of Republicans. This bill, this budget scheme will slash the Bureau's budget by 70% and put the agency's crucial work, like cracking down on illegal junk fees, tackling discrimination in housing, and protecting service members and students from scams, to a grinding halt. This is all to cut taxes for billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Republicans are also pushing to gut the Financial Stability Oversight Council and Treasury's Office of Financial Research, agencies that are designed to prevent another financial crisis like the one in 2008. They're eliminating funding for affordable housing construction despite a national homelessness crisis. I also showed up at HUD because I know the harm this will pose to families. They're also so desperate to do Trump's bidding that they're eliminating another agency that doesn't cost taxpayers anything, the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, which oversees auditors to prevent frauds like Enron and ensure that companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party are on the up. What's even more sinister about Republicans dismantling our financial institutions, that they're doing this in the middle of an economic crisis. Our economy is falling behind Europe, China, and Canada. Americans are so economically anxious that they're holding off on starting a family and buying a home. The so-called pro-family party is making it harder for Americans to have kids and ripping away the American dream of home ownership. Inflation is rising, the dollar is down, yields are up, and borrowing is getting more expensive. And just this past Friday, Moody's lowered the United States credit rating because of Trump's reckless tariff policies and growing concerns about how this bill would jack up our debt by giving a massive, unnecessary handout to billionaires. Don't forget, he is all carrying out the most egregious crypto scheme in history, a scam that is enriching himself and his family while average investors lose money. But nothing in the bill addresses this crisis. Trump has thrown the U.S. economy. He's put us in this position. Republicans, let's face it, you're not serious about helping your constituents. You only care about kissing up to King Trump. This isn't what the American people elected us for. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. Mr. Arrington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. Only in the mind of a Democrat could a 22% tax hike prevention be a bill that's characterized as trash. Only in the mind of a Democrat could giving our soldiers, our sons and daughters in uniform, what they need to be ready to protect us, to keep us safe and free, be a scam. Only in the mind of a Democrat would keeping illegal immigrants from receiving taxpayer-funded social services so that we could sustain those programs for American citizens now and into the future could be a scam or trash. And I got a whole lot of other talking points, and I look forward to the conversation. The reconciliation bill under consideration today is the principal legislative vehicle for advancing the full America First agenda to realize President Trump's vision and House Republicans' unwavering commitment to making America safe and prosperous again. Our goals were as follows: to strengthen our military and secure our border, to reignite economic growth and unleash American prosperity, and to rein in wasteful Washington spending and begin the process of restoring the fiscal health of our great nation. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act contains the largest tax cuts, security investment, federal energy asset deployment, and spending reduction in the history of the United States of America. This is an historic moment. We believe it's a generational opportunity to reclaim the American promise, to renew the American spirit, and restore America's greatness. The American people gave President Trump a mandate and unified Republican leadership in Congress to reverse course on the failed policies of the last 4 years. Their message to Washington, Madam Chair, I believe was crystal clear. They want competent leaders, common sense policies, and a commitment from everybody in this room, all of the lawmakers and leaders of our great country, to be committed to putting America and Americans first. Let's give the voters what they got, what they asked for today. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. Mr. Boyle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you to all the members who go above and beyond by serving on the Rules Committee. When I was a teen, my late mother would often say, "Nothing good happens after midnight." Now I know what she meant. This big bill for billionaires will truly hurt working Americans. Let me highlight some of the major points. First, it will bring about, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the greatest loss of health care coverage in American history. It does it in several ways. First, by providing and instituting the biggest cut to Medicaid in American history. Second, by launching devastating cuts to Obamacare. Those two combined will result in a loss of health care for about 14 million Americans. But that's not all. Just tonight, a few hours ago, the bombshell came out. The nonpartisan CBO's official numbers show this bill will bring about an over $500 billion cut to Medicare, one of the largest cuts to Medicare since the program was created in 1965. So the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, devastating cuts to the Affordable Care Act, and one of the largest cuts to Medicare in American history. And why? To help subsidize tax cuts that mostly go to the top 1%. And of course, those cuts I highlighted to healthcare aren't the only cuts that are in here. We also have included the largest cuts to nutrition assistance and food programs in American history, cuts to all sorts of education programs, and the list goes on and on and on. And does that, in the end, mean most working Americans will be better off? No, because also out from CBO just tonight are the distributional effects of this bill. It's in its entirety. And what does it show? The bottom 10% of Americans will actually be poorer as a result of this bill, with the biggest benefit going to the top 1% of Americans. What is also quite clear is that this bill is not entirely paid for. Even after all of those cuts to Medicaid, all of those cuts to Medicare, all of those cuts to the Affordable Care Act and nutrition assistance and on, they don't come close to paying for the cost of the tax cuts. So how is the rest paid for? It isn't. Just tacking on more and more to our national debt. No wonder just on Friday evening, Moody's delivered the third credit downgrade this nation has ever received. This is truly, I think all sides will agree with this, a significant piece of legislation. Frankly, I think one of the most consequential in our lifetimes. Sadly, though, I believe the consequences for my constituents and most working Americans will be absolutely devastating. I urge you to reject it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Chairman Comer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Today, I'm here to talk about a generational opportunity to realize reforms that address the budget deficit. The provisions proposed by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform in Title IX of this bill are part of President Trump's larger effort to improve the fiscal health of the federal government. Last November, Democrats offered to provide more of the same, but the American people instead elected President Trump to a historic second term on promises to change Washington, D.C. The deficit reductions in Title IX of the reconciliation package codify part of the President's vision for enacting his agenda and achieving significant taxpayer savings. Congressional procedure, precedent, and tradition too often contribute to an ever-expanding federal government. Meanwhile, too little is done to shrink the administrative state and make the federal bureaucracy more efficient. The budget reconciliation process provides a rare opportunity to reverse that trajectory. Fundamentally, Congress instructed the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to advance policies that reduce the federal deficit by at least $50 billion. Despite our committee's limited jurisdiction over mandatory spending programs, we passed a package of budget reforms that save a significant sum. We are in a fiscal crisis. The reforms we moved out of the Oversight Committee met the moment in terms of addressing that fiscal crisis. We did the job we needed to do on behalf of the American taxpayers and future generations. The simple truth is that federal employee retirement benefits significantly outpace those of the private sector. To this point, the Congressional Budget Office issued an April 2024 report that I requested, stating that, quote, benefits for federal workers cost 43% more per hour worked on average than benefits for private sector workers, end quote. CBO stated further that, quote, benefits also constituted a larger share of total compensation for federal workers than for workers in the private sector, end quote. Most of the costs associated with these benefits are funded by hardworking taxpayers in the private sector and federal borrowing. I understand that our conference includes members that represent different constituencies. I support leadership's work to combine our package with the provisions reported by other committees into one bill that can gain the support of our conference. And I thank my colleagues for working with leadership to represent their constituents and reach an agreement on a package that advances significant budget-saving reforms. I fully support our collective efforts to advance a package that works for the House and supports President Trump's agenda. Title IX of the legislation before us today advances most of the Oversight Committee's important budgetary reforms. These reforms will save taxpayers money while protecting current retirees, as well as law enforcement officers, border patrol officers, air traffic controllers, nuclear material couriers, and firefighters who serve a clear public interest and typically have shortened federal careers due to mandatory retirement rules and early retirement incentives. Taken together, the reforms now being considered in Title IX will reduce the deficit and move us toward the more accountable federal government and the American people demand and deserve. I ask the Rules Committee to promptly advance this legislation for consideration by the House, and I welcome the committee's questions. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Representative Lynch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ranking Member. Tax cuts onto the backs of American workers, families, and dedicated public servants. And because this bill is so disgraceful, it can't stand the light of day. In just over 100 days, we've witnessed the Trump administration lay off more than 200,000 probationary federal employees, including leading researchers, public health experts, veterans, and other critical positions. Trump has coerced 75,000 civil servants into resigning. Trump has replaced 50,000 nonpartisan civil servants with political appointees. And Trump has illegally terminated nonpartisan independent inspectors general and federal watchdogs. This partisan bill threatens to further undermine the federal workforce by reducing the take-home pay, benefits, and workforce protections of 2.4 million federal employees, most of whom are middle-class American workers, and a third of whom are military veterans. This is more of the same, an unprecedented assault and political purge of the nonpartisan civil service. And the people who pay most for these attacks are the veterans, children, seniors, and other Americans who rely on our federal workers to deliver those life-saving services. The Federal Employee Retirement System, annuity supplement, a monthly bridge payment for retirees before they're eligible for Social Security at age 62 would be eliminated for anyone not actively receiving the supplemental payment by January 1st, 2028, or who does not meet a specific exemption. Federal workers like letter carriers, VA hospital nurses, food inspectors who have committed decades to the job are eligible to retire would not be able to receive this vital payment to make ends meet. That's $18,000 per year in retirement income for the average beneficiary eliminated because billionaires need another tax break. This legislation would also retroactively change the annuity formula to base most employees' annual retirement payments on their highest 5 years of earnings instead of the highest 3 as they were promised when they were hired. This is an outright theft of earned benefits that would cost federal retirees thousands of dollars annually. And my Republican colleague, Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, was exactly right to speak out and vote against this provision during our committee's consideration of this bill, making the rejection of the oversight provisions bipartisan. Another particularly egregious provision of this bill would force any newly hired federal employee to accept at-will employment or lose 5% of their take-home pay to increase retirement contributions. Federal workers who choose to remain under the merit-based system would be forced to contribute nearly 10% of their paycheck towards retirement. CBO estimates that 75% of new hires in the federal government would now become at-will employees subject to political purges of the federal workforce with little to no protections. I'll be introducing amendments to strike this bill's at-will employment provisions and to exempt veterans and federal workers who entered the workforce prior to the bill enactment from the changes in the annuity formula. Despite the claims of this administration, federal workers are not leeches on the system, but hardworking, dedicated public servants who are paid about 25% less than their private sector counterparts. A strong, nonpartisan federal workforce is fundamental to a functioning democratic government. These dedicated workers deserve our respect and our support. Like most Americans, federal workers faced increased costs for groceries and housing and economic uncertainty because of President Trump's reckless tax and tariff agenda. The Trump tariffs are estimated to cost American households $4,900 per year, the largest tax increase since 1968. President Trump and congressional Republicans are also advocating for a tax regime that will actually increase federal deficits by more than $4 trillion over the next 10 years. And worst of all, they're seeking to offset their tax cuts for billionaires by gutting $800 billion from Medicaid programs. My Democratic colleagues and I strongly oppose that motion. Oversight Democrats stand with struggling families. We oppose corruption and abuse of power, and we are committed to solving our nation's crises without sacrificing the well-being of our civil servants. I urge my colleagues to reject this reverse Robin Hood legislation, which robs from the poor to give to the rich, and instead work towards a budget that respects American workers and the basic needs and services they provide. I welcome the committee's questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Chairman Arrington, we keep hearing a constant refrain from the Democrats that the tax cuts were driven to the wealthy. The Washington Post fact-checked what they referred to as Democrats', quote, zombie claim, end quote, that 83% of the benefits from Republican tax reform in 2017 went to the wealthiest 1%. They fact-checked this multiple times. The Post gave the claim 3 Pinocchios, saying, quote, the tax bill has been in place for more than 3 years, and it's clear from the available data that the top 1% did not end up with most of the tax benefits. Do you agree with me that the Democrats have a credibility problem when they discuss President Trump's tax cuts?
They have a major credibility problem because the facts are contrary to their mischaracterization. The top 1% actually pay a higher share of their taxes than they did prior to TCJA. So in that respect, it became a more progressive tax code. But every other income level saw a tax break. In addition to that, we had record wage increases. In fact, the bottom 10% of wage earners grew their wages at twice the top 10%. And it's 3 times the income increase of the bottom 50% relative to the top 1%. So I would just add that it couldn't be a scam on working people and poor people when we achieved the lowest poverty rate in recorded history. So people got better opportunities and bigger paychecks, and the people at the lower income spectrum got the biggest benefit from TCJA. So mischaracterization may be an understatement for how they describe tax cuts for the rich. And let's remember, the top 10% of income earners are paying 70% of our salary, the lights, and the entire freight of the federal government. So when we talk about tax fairness and equity, they have an interesting perspective on that.
Thank you. I think the word mischaracterization of what they're saying is a kind way to say it. There's a 3-letter word that characterizes it better, but we'll leave that alone. When President Biden stated the Trump tax cuts went to the top 1% and not ordinary people, didn't factcheck.org have to debunk him? And didn't the liberal Tax Policy Center even have to correct President Biden? And didn't even the New York Times state that, quote, studies consistently find that the 2017 law cut taxes for most Americans.
That's
And
correct.
doesn't this constant refrain we're hearing from Democrats now match exactly what has been categorically debunked?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And nobody knows that better than the average family of four who saw about a $5,000 increase in their take-home pay because of their tax relief, which was almost the opposite effect of the inflation tax they paid over the last 3 or 4 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern.
I think what you're talking about is not what we're talking about here today. We're talking about the Republican reconciliation package that is going to be jammed through this committee and rushed to the floor. And if I'm understanding the numbers correctly, the latest version of their tax scam, the top 0.1% stand to gain $255,000 on average in 2027 alone. That's $700 a day, every day. The people who make over $1 million a year will also get their pockets lined. On average, these millionaires will have an additional $81,500 per year, but pennies for everybody else. For those earning less than $50,000 per year, the average benefit is $265. That's less than $1 per day, and that's laughable when you begin to look at the gaps that are going to be created by these cuts in other programs. But Mr. Boyle, I have a letter here that you received along with the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, from the director of the Congressional Budget Office. And I'm looking at this chart here about who benefits from this bill. It doesn't seem to match what Chairwoman Fox and Mr. Arrington are just talking about right now. You want to comment on this?
What that chart shows, and by the way, that's not my chart.
Yeah, I know.
That's not your chart.
CBO's.
That is the official scorekeeper's chart, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. And if you can show that chart again, what it shows is the poor get poorer while the rich get richer. And so let me quote again from the CBO, specifically their numbers. For people in the bottom 10%, they will experience a 4% loss of household wealth. Meanwhile, for people in the top 10%, they will see their household resources increase by 2%. It is as simple as that.
And I ask unanimous consent that this be entered into the record, Madam Chair.
Without objection.
My view on legislation is that if you believe in the legislation, you ought to vote for it. If you don't believe in it, you ought to vote against it. So I would say to my friend Chairman Arrington, if you believe the stuff that's contained in this reconciliation bill, if you think these priorities are the right priorities, and if these represent your values, then by all means vote for it. I'll disagree with you. I mean, I could spend all day here because I'm also on the Agriculture Committee, and we had a lengthy hearing on the impact of the nutrition cuts on average people and on states, too. There's an unfunded mandate here as well, and it's going to be significant. But if this bill represents your values, I'll just say for the record, it doesn't represent my values. And so, we're just going to have to agree to disagree. But, let me ask you a question, though, Chairman Arrington. I mean, this is the Rules Committee print of what we're talking about. Is this Rules Committee print in front of us, is this the final version of the bill, or a change is going to be made?
Sir, it's the final version of the bill until the manager's amendment is completed, and then we'll know what those definitive changes are.
So are negotiations still ongoing? And if so, with whom? Where are they, and in what room? Shouldn't you be in that room instead of being here right now because you're the budget chair? I mean, during the budget markup on Sunday night, you said that you weren't aware of any changes being made, and then my colleague on the Rules Committee, Mr. Norman, on this committee, followed up saying he was happy with the direction, with the changes that were being made. So which is it? So changes are going to be made?
Well, I'd say there have been a lot of conversations and discussion and healthy debate within the conference. But as far as I'm concerned, my job was first to make sure that the budget targets were achieved, and they were. So we had a balanced budget reconciliation bill. That was our job to affirm that in the Budget Committee. As to what changes, I don't know of any definitive changes until I see it on paper. Lots of things change, as you know,
Right, yeah,
in this
no,
process.
But in the Budget Committee markup, you said that we would have an official score from the nonpartisan budget experts at CBO before we vote on this bill. And when will we get that score?
I believe we will still have a score on the final bill.
So you think we'll get the score before we vote on it?
That's my expectation.
And if we don't, would you recommend that we hold off until we get the
I think
score?
we got a lot of the bills scored at this point. My expectation is that they'll have the bill scored.
Yeah, but with the changes, yeah, I mean, one of the things about CBO is it talks not only just about the impacts on the deficit and the debt, but also on like how many people will lose health care benefits or, and other benefits. So any change will impact our constituents differently. And so I guess I just want to, do you think it's okay for us to vote on this bill without knowing how much it will cost the American taxpayer or how many people will get kicked off of their health care? And, if you're saying we should absolutely have a final CBO score before we vote on this, I could live with that. I just don't, I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're committing to or not committing to.
I'm committing, my expectation is they'll have all the scores, Mr. McGovern, but I think they know the various machinations and what that will do to ensure a certain number of people who receive, for example, Medicaid, who are in this country illegally under the policies of President Biden, and what that will change when we put prohibitions against taxpayer funded services going
to be
to
clear,
illegal.
I'm not looking for a prediction. I'm looking for kind of certainty about
Yeah,
what
sure.
we will be. Mr. Boyle, as you know, statutory pay-go, which stands for pay-as-you-go, is a law that requires tax cuts and spending increases to be offset, meaning that they do not add to the deficit. If at the end of the year, congressional legislation collectively violates pay-go, those deficit effects trigger across-the-board cuts to programs like Medicare. Does this bill trigger statutory pay-go?
Yes, and it's not me saying it. It is the Congressional Budget Office confirming it as of a couple hours ago. And look, this is really the breaking news, because when the Budget Committee kicked off this process approximately 3 months ago, there was a commitment by President Trump that there would be no Medicare cuts in this piece of legislation. And indeed, over the last several months, there's been no discussion of Medicare at all. There has been of Medicaid, but not of Medicare. Well, here we are tonight because, as you explained, because of the size of the deficits, because of the pay-go or pay-as-you-go act, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare, and it would total over $500 billion. The official figure that CBO confirms is $535 billion in cuts to Medicare.
And this bill doesn't waive statutory pay-go?
No, it does not.
So this will have a direct impact on Medicare and the federal budget, which is, again, I think a lot of people who are not following this as closely as you are probably are not aware of and will be surprised to learn about tomorrow. Chairman Hill, as you know, military service members and veterans are disproportionately targeted and endangered by financial fraudsters. And the CFPB, whose funding Republicans are aiming to cut by roughly 70%, received nearly 85,000 financial complaints from service members and veterans in 2023. And the CFPB has provided $363 million in monetary relief from enforcement actions that involve harm to service members and veterans. Our colleague from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, spoke on an amendment in your committee that would prevent funding cuts to the CFPB from harming veterans and service members. I mean, this seems like a common-sense amendment to me, yet not a single Republican spoke in favor of it. No one on your side even spoke up to explain why they were in favor of not moving this amendment forward, which again, I think threatens the financial safety of our service members and our veterans. So at the end of the day, I mean, this amendment was voted down. So I just want to give you an opportunity to explain why cutting an agency that protects the financial well-being of our service members and our veterans is a priority in this bill. I don't quite understand it.
Well, thank you, Mr. McGovern. The plan that Republicans advanced in this reconciliation plan was to save mandatory spending, and it's our judgment, going back and looking at the history of the CFPB since its inception in the Dodd-Frank Act, that it could continue its core function and meet its statutory obligations at a 5% cap of the Federal Reserve's budget, which would be about $249 million this year, and that it could meet all of its statutory obligations in meeting what Dodd-Frank directed them to do, which is for large financial institutions and non-banking companies comply with consumer compliance, and we believe they can do that.
Yeah, I'm hearing great concern about the impacts of these cuts, and what I worry about in a number of areas with regard to this bill is that cuts are being made not necessarily on the merits, but just because cuts have to be made. Ranking Member Waters, the CFPB has returned $21 billion to consumers over the last 14 years. If Congress proceeds to slash 70% of the CFPB's budget, a vital agency whose sole purpose is to protect American consumers in the financial marketplace, would the CFPB be still be able to fight for consumers and seek remediation when they are harmed with this kind of cut?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Miller. Absolutely not. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is extraordinarily important for consumers. I sat on the conference committee of the Dodd-Frank reforms when we created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. A lot of work had been done by Senator Warren and others. But I want you to know, prior to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the consumers really had nowhere to turn. They had nowhere to really lodge their complaints. And this is very important because now, with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the excellent work that has been done, they've been able to return $21 billion over 14 years to our consumers. I want you to know that our consumers, the victims, are mostly the least of these. These are people in poor communities, and not only in inner city, but in rural communities. They are the victims of everybody with a kind of a broad scheme that see them as vulnerable and target them. I want you to know, without the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we would not have been able to deal with the big fines that we had to do some of the largest banks in this country that were literally, in many ways, had less risk management that they should have, and all kind of errors and mistakes and fraud was taking place. And so this proposed cut of 70% literally would kill the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And I want you to know that even, and I'm recalling, when Mick Mulvaney was acting director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, he basically said, I'm bound to execute the law as written. When he first went in, he did not request any money. And then in one quarter, he and I think one other, Kathy Kraminger, when she was there, requested almost the maximum amount in one quarter of $249 million. So this is extraordinarily important. All of us Democrats and Republicans alike, should care about our consumers, about our voters, about the fact that they need the money that they earn. Hard-working people to put food on the table, to pay the rent, getting ripped off in so many ways and nowhere to turn would be absolutely disastrous.
Thank you. The oversight portion of this bill would reduce pay, pensions, and protections for current and future federal employees. The bill would force the federal workforce to foot the bill for tax cuts for billionaires and comes as the Trump-Musk administration is carrying out a cruel, full-scale assault on the federal workforce. The American people and the life-saving services they rely upon will suffer the most as a result of Republicans' efforts to purge the federal government of its dedicated, high-performing public servants and politicize the delivery of basic needs and services to our veterans, our children, and our seniors. Republicans also want to extort future civil servants into giving up their protections which serve the interest of the American people who want good government workers, not completely subject to the whims of whoever occupies the White House. Representative Lynch, what would the approximate financial impact of these provisions be on the average federal worker? Okay, you got to press your mic. Yeah.
If you add everything up, so the FERS annuity supplement would cost the average employee $54,000 in retirement income when they average it out over the 3 years that the average employee uses that for. Then the changing the high 3 to the high 5 costs them another $16,560 over 20 years. And then finally, the converting new employees at will, unless they accept, and plus the added money that they have to pay for their pension if they want to come under the Merit Service Protection Board, it brings everything to over $106,000 over a 20-year career.
Yeah, and
Mr. Ranking Member, I just want to add your previous question about service members. Yeah. This bill eliminates the Office of Service Member Affairs, which is the CFPB department that really watched after. If you go to any of these Army bases, you get onto Fort Hood, outside the bases are all these money services and you know, their short-term loans, things like that, payment systems that are exploiting these young service members and their families. That office that used to protect them is being eliminated in this bill.
And what would the effect on our nation's nonpartisan civil service be of effectively extorting new hires to become at-will employees? I mean, would we see the same level of nonpartisan excellence?
It would gut it. So the estimate is that 75% of our federal employees, remember, these are new people coming into the workforce, they would reject paying the extra money for their pension and instead become, they would become at-will employees. So because they have no pension at the end, they're probably going to be relying on, you know, public assistance instead of being allowed to build a pension for themselves during their working lives.
And Chairman Comer, is it correct that under this legislation, your pension contributions don't increase, but a newly hired VA nurse or Department of Defense education activity teacher who wants workplace protections from political purgers would pay 5% more of their salary towards their pension than they would under the current law?
Well, they would have a choice. They would have a choice.
So the answer is yes, right?
They would have a choice to be an at-will employee and make more money, or be a traditional government employee, like what you all
There's something
prefer.
that to me is inherently wrong about all of this. I mean, we should want a federal civil service that represents the best of the best.
I disagree. I think that
you may disagree with that. That's fine.
No, I
But
don't disagree with that. I think it's okay to give people a choice.
Right.
Give federal employees a choice. They can make decisions. The government doesn't have to make every decision for everybody, including all the government employees. Government employees can have a choice here.
Right, but the incentives here are backwards, which that's the point I'm trying to make, is that I think there's an attempt by this administration, and you may agree with it, to basically politicize our federal workforce, to make everybody just say whatever the administration wants, and that's it. And I think this is about incentivizing that. But let me just say, my final, to Ranking Member Smith, from your time on the Armed Services Committee, it is clear that you understand the value of defense spending and investing in our military. Do you believe that an increase of $150 billion for defense over the $848 billion provided to the Department of Defense in fiscal year 2025, and with few guardrails, makes sense when the pay for is devastating cuts from essential programs for the American people like Medicaid, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is SNAP, and student loan and grant programs at the Department of Education?
I do not, and that's why I voted against it in committee and opposed this. I mean, adding $150 billion to defense is debatable in and of itself, but where it's coming from, as I think a number of people have articulated, it's coming from all these other programs. It's also coming from just borrowing the money. And I will also say we do not yet have a national security plan from the Trump administration. We've heard that they want to cut 8% from certain aspects of it. We haven't seen what that is, so we don't know what the plan is for this $150 billion. It is spread out over 4 years, by the way, not all in the first year.
And let me just add my final point here. I mean, many have expressed concerns with how Secretary Hegseth has managed the Pentagon, prioritizing loyalty over competence, decimating the military and civilian workforce, and undermining the effectiveness of the Department of Defense. Given that chaos, is now an appropriate time to gift the Department of Defense an additional $150 billion on top of the $858 billion that they already received in FY 2025? I mean, do you have any concerns about this?
I do, and I don't believe so. And that was a central argument that House Democrats made during the markup. We have seen Secretary Hegseth struggling to run the department well. I think it's up to like 5 of his employees have quit or been fired in the first 3 or 4 months. They've had highly critical things to say about the way the department is being run. Obviously, they don't know how to control secure information securely. And again, they don't have a plan in terms of where they're planning to spend. We don't even have an FY26 full budget yet. So, no, I don't think this department can be trusted with that.
I want to thank all the panel for being here. Again, as I said before, this bill doesn't represent my values, and I'm going to be part of an effort to fight like hell to defeat this. This is bad for our country. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chairman Rogers, I'm going to come to you in just a second to talk about the investments through DOD, but I just want to make sure my understanding of the current tax law is that the top tax bracket starts for married couples filing jointly at $731,200, and that rate is 37%. Is that correct, Mr. Arrington?
Yes, sir.
Now, in our piece of legislation, do we reduce that 37% tax bracket for people making above that level?
Do we reduce that bracket? That is the reduced bracket that we extend.
It is 37% going forward, though.
Yes, that's correct.
It is an extension. So
Yes.
we're going to, the tax rate is going to be the same.
That's correct.
And there's a far cry from someone who's making $731,000 and someone who's a billionaire. And so I think there's a little, as my grandfather would say on those hot summer days as we pulled in the cow pasture, a little bit of smells like money in the argument that this is billionaires when we're simply extending the bracket, and that bracket starts at $731,000 for married filing jointly. And while those people are certainly doing quite well, it's a far cry from being a billionaire. Mr. Rogers, as you know, I returned from the border on Saturday, and I got an opportunity to meet with some of our troops down there, as well as the men and women with the Border Patrol, who are doing an exceptionally good job now and could have been doing that job over the last 4 years as well. And one of the things that amazed me is that, and this was actually Border Patrol that told me this, that they were, by default, paroling people into the country, even if they had visible gang tattoos. If they ran the scans on them or ran the system on them and they did not have an Interpol hit, they were told to parole them into this country even if they had visible gang tattoos. So we've got $5 billion for border security. That's a huge investment for the people of this country that I think will go a long way and pay tremendous dividends for us. We've got $7 billion for air superiority, $11 billion for Pacific deterrence, $12 billion for readiness, $13 billion for nuclear deterrence. Now, can you speak to these issues and what they mean to every American citizen and our ability to protect them from our adversaries, both at home now, more so than ever, and abroad?
Yes, sir. On the first issue with the border, I would make the point that every administration going back to President Clinton has had to send National Guardsmen to the border to supplement border patrol efforts. That has been a higher demand right now because of the policies of the last administration that basically opened our border for 4 years. The problem that generated for us, though, is we already are spending at the lowest level on defense that we have as a percentage of GDP since before World War II for over 80 years. So that money had to come out of Hyde. This reconciliation is going to help backfill some of the money that we've had to spend to send our guardsmen down to help secure that border. And, you talked about just one leg of the triad. We have a real problem with our nuclear triad, which is the most important deterrent we have to aggression in our arsenal. The Sentinel, which is going to replace the Minuteman III, the ICBMs, is way over budget, behind schedule. These are 1970s missiles that we have got to replace, and we've got to have the money to do it. This reconciliation goes a long way toward that. Our nuclear submarines, which are the most valuable element we have in the triad, we're behind on both the Virginia class and the Columbia class. This puts a lot of money toward getting them caught back up. We just have a lot of elements. You've heard about the Golden Dome, which is really a layered level of defense against attack that we have been needing for a long time. This puts $25 billion against that threat. I can go on and on. There are many threats. I really disagree with the argument that the $150 billion isn't needed. The fact is, this is just the first installment of what we need to start to get our defense back to where it should be so that we deter aggression and stay out of wars.
Mr. Rogers, thank you. I want to be respectful of other people's time. There's an additional $9 billion investment for service member quality of life, $34 billion for shipbuilding, which will be a lot of jobs that we need in this country. The $25 billion for Golden Dome. Our nation's defense systems, a lot of those systems are old. They were built to defend us from systems that are significantly slower and significantly larger than the weapons that we face today. And if we do not invest in that defense system, then I'm afraid we're putting ourselves at risk for hypersonics and other weapons that are extremely fast, extremely small. Now, I appreciate you, Mr. Rogers. I want to say this, Chairman Smith. It's always good to have two members who, for the most part, are able to work together. I appreciate your professionalism on the Armed Services Committee, and this is one we just respectfully disagree on. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our chairs and ranking members for joining us at this extraordinary hour. I also want to welcome our dedicated C-SPAN viewers and rules aficionados. You know who you are. For our special edition of DC After Dark, we're meeting in the dead of night so that House Republicans can try to jam through their disastrous reconciliation bill with zero transparency or scrutiny. This meeting began at 1 a.m. because our Republican colleagues know that a bill this bad can't be exposed to the light of day. 1 a.m. is when you work on bills that you want to hide from the public. Why would they want to hide this bill? This bill is going to enact the biggest cuts to Medicaid, the primary health insurance for nearly a quarter of Americans, in our nation's history. This bill is going to enact the biggest cuts to SNAP, which prevents Americans from going hungry, in our nation's history. And this bill is going to enact the biggest tax cuts for billionaires in our nation's history. Not only that, but the Congressional Budget Office has just released analysis showing that this bill is going to result in a wealth transfer, not from the rich to the poor, but from the poor to the rich. It's a bill for which there's still no agreement to guarantee its passage. That's why some of our members here aren't here right now. They're out there trying to cut some more deals with the Speaker in the White House. And these deals aren't just tweaks, but if our colleagues' tweets are to be believed, they're so significant that those deals are going to determine whether or not this bill passes at all. Although if it does pass, it's going to be a strict party line vote. So after months of debate and deliberation in the Republican caucus, certainly not bipartisan debate with Democrats, House Republicans still don't have an agreement. What have you been doing all this time, other than lying about whether or not you were going to cut Medicaid? You've had multiple member meetings, meetings with the president, committee markups that went for dozens of hours, and you still haven't ironed out disagreements. Not only is it sloppy, it's disingenuous. We're meeting in the dead of night to consider a terrible bill, and you haven't even drafted or shared some of the most critical parts of the bill. Haven't shared them with your Republican colleagues, haven't shared them with the other half of Congress, and most importantly, you haven't shared them with the American people. As the chairwoman acknowledged when she gavelled us in at 1 a.m., if Republicans are able to pass their rule tonight, it will include a magical manager's amendment that will allow them to change the bill before it goes to the House floor. A manager's amendment that none of us have seen, that we won't be able to review or debate or change. And when we do get that magical amendment, it's likely to be dozens of pages long and include significant changes to the underlying text, to make last-minute changes, changes that will move around hundreds of billions of dollars. These deserve transparency, these deserve scrutiny, and these deserve debate. As some Republicans have suggested, y'all should probably go home for the long weekend, collect yourselves, and come back to rules when you actually have an agreement. We're here in the middle of the night, of course, because the Speaker and President are trying to rush this bill through by July 4th, a timeline that doesn't seem plausible even if Republicans manage to jam their BS version of this bill through the House this week. It's clear they don't have the votes. The deadlines are made up just so they can jam the bill before anyone really knows what's in it. And for all your consternation over this or that provision of the bill, no matter what agreement the House reaches after this tortured process, y'all know that the Senate is going to rewrite the bill anyway. Senators, Republican senators, have said this bill is a non-starter. And in addition, since the bill has not yet been finished, we don't have a CBO score, how much this bill will cost. We don't have any score except on prior versions of the bill. All we have are some back-of-the-envelope estimates cobbled together by Republicans in their backdoor meetings. Mr. Roy and Mr. Norman have long been big advocates for making sure that we have a CBO score. So it's hard to believe they're going to think it makes sense to pass a bill that doesn't yet have a CBO score, where hundreds of billions of dollars worth of taxpayers' money is penciled in by staff with a calculator, maybe a slide rule, possibly an abacus, or, are they going to, as seems likely, throw caution to the wind and cave again because the president told them to? Of course, business leaders and economists are calling this bill an economic disaster that will add trillions to our national deficit by extending the tax cuts for billionaires at the expense of American families, just like the 2017 tax cuts did. We've seen this play before. The rich get richer, and the American people, working families, get left holding the bag. It was confirmed by the Congressional Budget Office just a few hours ago with a damning report that shows that this bill is going to increase the deficit likely by $3.8 trillion. It's going to cut billions from Medicaid and SNAP, and it's going to reduce household income for poorest Americans and raise household income for the richest Americans. We can't emphasize enough how insanely rushed this bill is. You're proposing major health care changes that will impact every American, whether they get their health care through Medicaid or Medicare or some other source. The impact of those Medicaid cuts will reverberate throughout our health care system. Cuts to Medicaid will push hospitals, nursing homes, and health clinics into bankruptcy. And when those places close, it's going to be harder for everyone else to get health care. Now, turning to the panel before us, Mr. Arrington, Mr. Boyle, I assume you both saw last week's news that Moody's downgraded the United States credit rating. And I'm sure you've read about it because one of the biggest reasons for the downgrade was extending these unfunded tax cuts for billionaires. Moody's explanation is as follows, and I quote, "If the 2017 TCJA is extended, which is our base case, it will add around $4 trillion to the federal fiscal primary, excluding interest payments, deficit over the next decade. And as a result, we expect federal deficits to widen, reaching nearly 9% of GDP by 2035, up from 6.4% in 2024, driven mainly by increased interest payments on debt, rising entitlement spending, and relatively low revenue generation. We anticipate the federal debt burden will rise to about 134% of GDP by 2035, compared to 98% in 2024. So doesn't it worry any of you on that side of the dais? It certainly seems to be what you've been talking about. It seems like a pretty damning indictment of the fiscal situation the Republicans are putting us in, and one that is going to become worse if they pass this bill. There's also this tidbit from that liberal journal, the Wall Street Journal, earlier this week. And I quote, "Investors sold U.S. government bonds and the dollar on Monday, after Moody's ratings late last week stripped the U.S. of its last AAA credit rating, citing large budget deficits and rising interest costs. Adding to the nerves about America's debt trajectory, the House Budget Committee approved a tax and spending bill Sunday that is projected to add trillions of dollars to that deficit." And another Wall Street Journal article this week was entitled "The Stark Math on the GOP Tax Plan. It doesn't cut the deficit." That article put it this way: the plan won't reduce federal budget deficits and would make America's fiscal hole deeper. While Republicans who vowed to reduce ratings say higher economic growth will fill the gap, budget analysts across the political spectrum have panned the Republican plan, warning that it worsens the U.S. fiscal picture. So there's no way around it. Your math ain't mathing. And the consequences are going to be disastrous for the entire country. Now, as we've been looking at this bill over the last few months, as it has been clear that it was going to require drastic Medicaid cuts, we do have this breaking news this evening that it's also going to impact Medicare. Mr. Boyle, this is a major revelation, and it's exactly why this bill is not ready for prime time, barely ready for the 1 a.m. time. So can you talk about how this is a backdoor cut to Medicare, which is going to cut for seniors, and what's going to happen if the bill passes?
Yes, as CBO showed, because of the deficits that are baked into the Republican bill for billionaires, that would, because of something called the Pay-As-You-Go Act, or PAYGO, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare. And it would, again, according to the Congressional Budget Office, be to the tune of over $500 billion to Medicare, one of the biggest cuts to the program. Indeed, I would say the largest outright cut to the program in American history. There are some who might want to argue and rebut that by saying, well, we'll just go ahead and waive PAYGO. It's actually impossible in reconciliation because it would not meet to the requirements of the Byrd Rule. So you cannot waive PAYGO. These cuts to Medicare will happen if this bill becomes law.
Thank you. That's obviously really concerning. Now, we've talked a little bit already about the fact that there isn't a CBO score for whatever the current version of the bill is, but we also know that there are ongoing negotiations about this bill. One of the things we've heard is that there may be an agreement on this SALT deduction, which has been so concerning to some of the Republican members. Is that agreement with respect to SALT likely to increase the deficit or decrease the deficit?
Well, I mean, obviously, if the SALT cap is raised even further than what was in the bill that was voted out of Ways and Means and passed out of budget when we basically put all of the component parts into one, then basically one of two things would happen. Either the majority would have to find even more cuts in order to pay for the loss of revenue, or you would simply see these deficits increase by even more.
Okay. That's what I thought. Thank you. The prints from Oversight and Financial Services aren't too great either. It's in these committees that our Republican colleagues snuck in some really bad stuff they're hoping will get lost in all the headlines about taxes and Medicaid. I'm really concerned by the Oversight Committee's contributions to this bill because the proposed changes to the federal employees' retirement system amount to a major pay cut for our nation's civil servants. It's a cruel policy. It takes earned compensation away from millions of hardworking people just to make a paltry dent in the staggering cost of their tax giveaways. So I know we're going to talk about the tax cuts later, but this is a multi-trillion-dollar handout to millionaires, billionaires, and Fortune 500 companies. It's the biggest government handout of all time. And to shave some dollars off the cost, Republicans are going to cut 13 million people off their health care, and it's going to force a punitive pay cut on federal employees. Mr. Lynch, I think you said 2.4 million employees. These are the public servants who work for you and me and our families and neighbors all across America, and they often do so for less pay than they would receive in the private sector, not because they're dumb, but because they're committed to public service. They give us tomorrow's weather forecast and tell us whether we need to shelter from tornadoes and floods. They prevent crop blight and the spread of dangerous diseases like bird flu. They make sure that the respirators used by coal miners and surgeons actually work. They make sure our food is safe to eat and our water is safe to drink. And these people whose pay is being so casually cut are FBI agents, Coast Guard employees, and doctors and nurses at VA facilities. So at a time when the FAA is struggling with staffing shortages that are impacting air travel, Republicans are going to make that problem worse by cutting the pay of air traffic controllers. These provisions are an unmitigated mess. I'd like to think that we can all agree, no matter the size or shape of the federal government, it should be effective and responsive to the needs of the American people. It should be able to efficiently carry out these core responsibilities, and the provisions in this bill are undermining our ability to do that. So, Mr. Lynch, can you speak to how the oversight provisions in this bill are going to impact federal employees, including those serving in roles that are critical to our national security, our health, and our transportation safety?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Your reference to the VA is very astute. So in a city like Boston, our VA nurses probably earn between 25 and 30% less than the nurses at the private hospitals, and there are a bunch of them, right? So now what we're seeing happening is that because of the shortage of nurses that occurred after COVID, a lot of nurses just retired. Now they're pulling nurses from the VA. They're leaving the VA and they're going to work because they've got less hours, they got more pay, more benefits. So we're competing now, and you know, this is going to make it much more difficult to retain those nurses. And the ones that have been there a while are the most valuable, right? It takes a while to get a nurse trained up, you know, and fully skilled. It takes a few years, and you know, so that's created a huge shortage in that whole metropolitan area, and that's happening all over the country where nurses are leaving the VA. Doctors in some cases as well, therapists. So we're creating this real shortage at the VA. Our caseload. So right now we have a 250,000 backlog of cases at the VA because we don't have the personnel to respond to that need. So we're really in a crisis. You know, obviously the suicide hotline we've laid off people there, which is ridiculous because we've got a crisis on our hands right now. So all of this will exacerbate the problem. You've hit on that in your remarks already, but this just amplifies the problem, tenfold with these cuts. They'll be leaving in droves.
Your remarks about the VA are very well taken, because I've heard the same thing from the VA facilities in my region, that the staffing cuts and the potential for pay cuts, the standards that are requiring nurses and doctors at the VA to see so many patients that they feel that they are not only not helping the veterans who they're trying to serve, but in some cases, the standard of care is becoming harmful. And under those circumstances, we are starting to see an exodus of doctors and nurses from the VA, which this bill is only going to put on steroids, I'm afraid.
Absolutely.
The financial services print, of course, is no better. What Republicans are trying to do here is deeply alarming. It guts the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I mean, if you want to talk about a bureau that's had a fabulous return on investment, as you mentioned, billions of dollars returned to American consumers. This bill defunds the only federal agency dedicated to making sure consumers aren't getting scammed by credit card companies, payday lenders, mortgage servicers, and shady fintech operators. It's returned over $19 billion, $21 billion, I think you said, to consumers since its founding, and that's money that was stolen or unfairly taken through illegal fees, abusive practices, or deceptive marketing, and the Bureau was able to get it back for American consumers. And now Republicans want to defend it, not because not because it's ineffective, but because it actually works, and we know why. Because the Trump administration has already started dismantling the agency from within. In the last 2 months alone, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau has quietly dropped 9 lawsuits it had brought against companies like Capital One and Rocket Homes. Years of investigation and enforcement work has been tossed in the trash with no accountability and no restitution for consumers. It's also frozen dozens of ongoing investigations, many into companies with long records of abuse. These companies have been accused of everything from improper loan servicing and unfair interest charges to failure to protect sensitive consumer data. And now, thanks to new political leadership handpicked by the Trump White House, those investigations are dead. Investigators can't call witnesses, issue subpoenas, or even talk to company lawyers unless they get direct political approval, and that approval isn't coming. Meanwhile, these very same companies, it's such an amazing coincidence, have given generously to Mr. Trump's campaign and especially his inauguration fund. Meta, the parent company of Facebook under investigation for allegedly misusing consumer financial data, donated $1 million to the inaugural committee. Greenlight, a fintech company accused of misleading families about debit card access, is backed by a Trump-aligned venture capital firm. And Elon Musk, whose company is launching a new mobile payments business, posted "delete the CFPB" on his social media after Trump's election. And of course, we've heard quite a bit about how much he's donated. So this isn't policy, it's payback. This is what happens when you let billionaires and campaign donors write the rules. And now House Republicans are trying to finish the job by defunding the CFPB entirely. So, Ranking Member Waters, can you speak more about this apparent corruption happening at the CFPB?
Well, allow me to say to you, Ms. Scanlon, you aptly described what has been happening with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It is one of the most needed and effective agencies of government that have done everything that you said they've done to assist our consumers. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has been hated by the Republicans ever since it came into its existence. They have tried to kill it, and we've been in court all the way to the Supreme Court on several issues, and we keep beating them back. But now, Trump And this administration want to cut them, even though we tried to protect them when we created them by having their financing come directly from the feds rather than going through the Appropriations Committee. And they tried to attack that and other ways by which they thought they could get to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They're finally coming up with ways by which they think they can do that. But the way that we have been in the courts with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, there still would be alive.
Put people out on the streets, impoverish them, and decimate our local community. That is the reason why I was willing to be up all night and stay here for hours to testify on my community, because we cannot afford this bill. Additionally, as it stands, this bill moves to defund Planned Parenthood, wiping out access to reproductive health care for at least 20,000 Ohioans. With my amendment, with one of my amendments, because I have 8 of them, this section of the bill would be removed, ensuring that Planned Parenthood can continue to provide health care access across the United States, including the clinic that is in my district in Akron, Ohio, which, by the way, is the most active clinic in the entire state of Ohio. This reconciliation bill, as it stands, does not improve the lives of people of Ohio's 13th district, or really anywhere in this country. And if the committee were to adopt my amendments, constituents in all of our districts would have more money in their pockets, greater access to health care, and more food on their tables. My third amendment is the Lower Your Taxes Act, which is a bill that I introduced early this year and 2 years ago, and it would love it to be included in the reconciliation bill. This amendment would help families across the nation by making corporations pay their fair share and expanding the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit. Additionally, I am offering an amendment to include the earned income tax credit look back, which would allow all taxpayers to use their earned income from previous years for calculating the EITC. People have told us they cannot afford living in the United States, and putting more money in people's pockets in order for them to pay for gas and groceries and housing and health care. Madam Chair, I see that my time is coming to an end, and I want to continue to be respectful of your committee, so I won't offer the other 2. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before this committee and advocate on behalf of my hometown. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
You may submit your statement for the record. Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all the members, Ranking Member McGovern, for being here all day, all night, all morning. And thanks to all of my colleagues who came to testify to ensure that our constituents would have an opportunity to have a little daylight shined on the debate regarding this terrible bill. A bill that adds to our national debt somewhere between $3.4 and $4.3 trillion, and that doesn't include the interest on that debt. Takes health care away from 13.7 million people, and it doesn't make them immune to being ill or injured, it just makes them uninsured. So this is gonna add extra cost in the way of uncompensated care to our hospitals. 9 million people would lose food security, and all of this is to give a big tax cut to people who really don't need one in this environment. Madam Chair, I have a couple of amendments. My first amendment would strike the energy provision and restore the green energy tax credits. The American energy resurgence is at a crossroad, and my Republican colleagues seem eager to take the country down the wrong path. This reckless bill would gut America's clean energy production, raising the energy cost for millions of families and killing hundreds of thousands of good-paying manufacturing jobs. Repealing these clean energy credits would raise electric costs by more than $110 per year per household. That's to all of our constituents in red states and blue states. And despite what my Republican colleagues say, clean energy is the industry of the future. 93% of all new American energy supplied last year came from solar, wind, and battery storage. When we passed the clean energy credit, we deliberately paired supply and demand side incentives. By repealing some of these credits, You put at risk the entire supply chain at a time when the need for energy has never been greater. And just as energy demands dramatically increase with AI and crypto, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are looking to decrease our nation's ability to meet this demand. Repealing these credits also cause economic pain to all American families. Whether my colleagues believe it or not, clean energy is the industry of the future, especially in Republican states and districts. Over 400,000 new clean energy jobs have been created since 2022. More than half are located in Republican districts. And this also disadvantages us at a time when China is trying to dominate the global clean energy supply chain. Shutting off the most impactful tool we have to combat this is absolutely reckless. I would urge all of my colleagues to support this. My second amendment deals with would strike the provision that the Republicans stuck in this bill to eliminate the $200 tax on silencers. At a time when Republicans are taking health care away from 3.7 million Americans, food assistance away from 9 million Americans, and child tax credits away from 4.5 million children, it's outrageous that they would spend $1.4 billion to make silencers cheaper. I'm disgusted that the congressional Republicans are spending $1.4 billion to make it harder for victims of mass shooters to know where their shots are coming from when they're trying to run for cover. And it's appalling that their actions will make it more dangerous for law enforcement when they respond to these mass shooters. Madam Chair, silencers kill cops and make it easier for criminals to evade capture, but they do nothing to muffle the devastation that family members feel when they lose a loved one. As a combat veteran, a lifelong hunter and gun owner, I can tell you this provision has nothing at all to do with hearing protection, but it has everything to do with making money for a certain segment of the gun industry. If you're concerned about protecting hearing from gunfire, buy and use earplugs. I urge members to support these two amendments, and this one in particular to restore the tax on silencers and to promote public safety. And I'd like to submit for the record, Madam Chair, a list of data showing where silencers were used in mass shootings to kill cops, to kill kids, to make it more difficult for police to respond and to make our communities less safe.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Without objection.
Thank you.
It will be done. Ms. Simon, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. I really do appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. And what a day it's been, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, allowing me to speak on behalf of my constituents is one of the great honors of my life as a new member of the United States Congress, so thank you. And as you've heard from my Democratic colleagues today, the consequences, the deep, profound consequences of this bill and what the real life consequences will have on families in my district and across this great nation are devastating. My amendments are about 1, protecting access to reproductive health care, and 2, protecting our social safety net and our federal workforce. 1, my amendment focusing on repro health. We all know that Medicaid ensures that millions of Americans, millions of working poor and low-income Americans have access to essential reproductive health care, including postpartum. My amendment would prohibit cuts to reproductive health services, including counseling, birth control, prenatal care, pregnancy, and of course, again, postpartum care. It would do so by requiring that the actuary of CMS certify that the majority's bill would not decrease access to or coverage to any of those things. Mercy, mercy. Don't touch women's reproductive health care. But there's no question in any of our minds on both sides of the aisle that this bill would do exactly that, attacking women.
when we talk about the majorities pushing through the largest cuts to Medicaid in United States history, here's what it really means. It means Medicaid now covering 40% of all births in this great nation, including prenatal, including pregnancy care and postpartum. It means that millions of people my God. Cutting Medicaid would mean rolling back progress. The Second Amendment that I presented and that was voted down shamefully by my Republican colleagues in the Oversight Committee, it was an amendment that would protect access to SNAP and support federal employee benefits. Simply put, this Second Amendment says that one, if the Trump administration cuts SNAP, the budget by even $1, that the provisions in this bill that would cut federal employees' salaries, their pensions, labor protections would immediately expire. I know my time is about to expire, but I want to say one thing. Being a new member of Congress, what has hurt me the most is a woman who was a teen mom who took my daughter on the bus every single day to childcare, and I got support. I then, as a transit-dependent person, once a month, took an hour-and-a-half bus to get $26 worth of food stamps, then would go to college, and then my day job, and then pick that baby up and come back again. That baby is an attorney. She passed the
I know some, but I don't know them all. I know most of these. So I'm going to call on you in the order in which I called your name to come up to the table. So, Ms. Castor, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Rules Committee and your professional staff for the opportunity to give voice to my neighbors back home across the Tampa Bay area. If you ask my neighbors right now what they care about, it's affordability. It's the affordability squeeze. Many of them are rebuilding their lives, their homes after the devastation of Hurricanes Helene and Milton. They're trying to figure out what the highest import taxes and tariffs in 100 years mean on their rebuilding efforts. And now they're confronted with this billionaire boondoggle that is going to impact the affordability of their health coverage, their electric bills. It's really harsh news to them to hear that the Republican budget bill is going to rip away coverage to 13.7 million Americans, and that it's going to increase electric bills. It's going to restrict nutritional assistance, food, healthy food for kids and older neighbors in order to provide a major tax cut to billionaires who simply do not need it. And then on top of all of that, this last discussion was very illuminating. Let's not forget, this will add about $3 trillion to the debt. So that's going to weigh down their purchasing ability. It's going to weigh down their lives. Everyone who has kids, you're looking at this huge weight around their necks going forward. And this bill is one that's going to hit Floridians particularly hard because we have the most neighbors who use the Affordable Care Act for affordable health care coverage. So when you rip away that little bit of help to pay for their co-payments and their premiums under this bill, that means that they could lose coverage or they're going to be paying a whole lot more. For the 3.9 million Floridians who rely on Medicaid, which is really a lot of children, it's the people we love the most, our parents and grandparents in long-term care. It's 40% of every birth in the state of Florida. They just look at this and they say, what a contrast to what Democrats focus on. We focus on making sure people have affordable health care coverage. That's what the Affordable Care Act was all about. Outlawing discrimination against pre-existing conditions, allowing young people to stay on their parents' plan to age 26, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, restraining the cost growth in health care. That's why it's been so difficult to listen, and we've done some myth busting here. It's been difficult to listen to, okay, no one's going to lose health coverage under the billionaire tax giveaway, but we know what the CBO has said. And that's why I'm offering a couple of amendments. One with Representative Gray that says none of the provisions of this bill will have the effect of increasing the number of uninsured individuals. And then another that's focused truly on Medicaid fraud. If you all haven't followed this story out of Florida on Medicaid fraud, I encourage you to do so. And we can do that by passing my amendment here. There was a settlement for overpayment, overbilling of drugs by Florida's largest Medicaid provider. They entered into a settlement agreement, but the governor took $10 million out of the $67 million settlement and funneled it to political action committees to oppose constitutional amendments on the ballot last year that were totally unrelated. It was actually on cannabis. So it took the Medicaid dollars, funneled it through nonprofits, and then to political campaigns. So this has been a bipartisan investigation in the Florida legislature. And while there's been so much discussion here that there's so much fraud and waste and abuse in Medicaid, it's time to really go after some of the fraudsters in Medicaid. And I think this can be a bipartisan effort to tackle it. But, you know, back to the affordability, and the fact is what I'm hearing from folks, it's not just from neighbors, it's from all of our hardworking providers. Most doctors' groups are opposed to the billionaire tax giveaway, nurses' organizations, and I wanted to read just a few for the record that have come to my attention. This is a letter from leading health advocates. Okay, I'm going to offer this for the record and maybe hope that a few of my colleagues will ask about these when we get to Q&A. But this isn't right. Let's put the people's interests first over the special interests. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection, they'll be put into the record. Mr. Levin.
Madam Chair, thank you. My colleagues have made many powerful arguments against this bill today, and I'm here for a very simple reason. That's to offer what I believe is a reasonable bipartisan amendment focused on a shared goal, protecting the American people from higher energy costs. This amendment would ensure that key provisions in this bill, particularly those that eliminate support for clean energy and roll back environmental protections, cannot take effect unless the Energy Information Administration confirms that they will not increase monthly household utility bills. That's it. If the policies in this bill are truly going to reduce costs, then this amendment simply adds a common sense verification step to confirm it, nothing more. But independent analysis already indicates this bill would raise energy costs for American families by at least 7%. That's an average of more than $110 per year per household at a time when nearly 80 million Americans are struggling to pay their utility bills. We shouldn't be adding to that burden. Now, some of my colleagues have asked, look, if clean energy is so affordable, why does it still need tax credits? It's a good question, and the answer is this. Clean energy is already the cheapest source of power in many markets, but the transition still requires upfront investment. We need to build transmission lines, upgrade the grid, and scale American manufacturing. The credits help unlock those investments and deliver long-term savings to consumers. At the same time, fossil fuels continue to benefit from long-standing subsidies and infrastructure that's been built and paid for over decades. Without tax credits, we're not creating a level playing field. We're favoring the status quo at the expense of innovation and competition. These investments are not only saving families money in the long run, they're creating jobs, and not just in any one part of the country. The clean energy economy is growing in red districts and blue districts alike. Solar plants, battery storage facilities, wind farms, electric vehicle factories, grid modernization projects. These are putting people to work in rural areas, in small towns, in manufacturing hubs, and communities that have seen jobs vanish in past decades. From Georgia to Michigan, North Carolina to California, clean energy is rebuilding America's industrial base and restoring pride and prosperity, including in places that have been overlooked for far too long. If we eliminate the tools that are making this growth possible, we don't just risk raising prices, we risk losing momentum on job creation, competitiveness, and true energy independence. This bill also contains provisions that raise fees on renewables, will make it easier and cheaper for fossil fuel developers to access public lands. It weakens permitting protections, and it undercuts the economic foundation for one of the fastest growing sectors in our economy, all while shifting costs back to American families. Regardless of how you feel about clean energy or climate change, I hope we can agree on this. If we're going to pass legislation that affects energy markets, we have a responsibility to ensure it doesn't drive up costs for the people we represent. That's what this amendment does. It doesn't block the bill. It doesn't impose ideology. It simply says, let's get the facts first. Let's verify the real-world impact before we make irreversible changes. Our constituents expect us to be responsible stewards, not just of the environment, but of their hard-earned money. Let's show that we can work together to protect them from higher utility bills and preserve the job growth we're finally seeing across this country. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to stand up for families, for fairness, and for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Ms. Sewell, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Madam Chair, for the opportunity for me to
give a voice to the great people of Alabama's 7th Congressional District on this debate. I have two amendments. My first amendment, Amendment number 209, would extend the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credits to Americans in non-Medicaid expansion states like Alabama who are caught in this coverage gap, as well as Americans who have lost Medicaid coverage as a result of the Republicans' cut in this bill. 1.5 million Americans are in the Medicaid coverage gap. These are the working poor. They work every day, many minimum wage jobs, and they make too much money to be on Medicaid, but they don't make enough money to be able to afford health insurance. They are truly the working poor. We must not let the ACA enhanced premium tax credits expire December 31st, 2025. And we must expand the premium tax credit for low-income citizens below 138% of the poverty line. I have heard from countless constituents who fall in this Medicaid coverage gap and are desperate to get health care. I spoke recently with one of my constituents, Kiana, who is caught in this gap. She lost her health care, her Medicaid coverage, following the end of the COVID public policy emergency exemption. When she tried to qualify for Medicaid again, she was told that she made more than the $295 a month that would make her qualify. This was no help to her, and you know what? The big billionaire boondoggle bill won't be of any help to her either. In my state, Medicaid is a bare bone minimum program. You have to be really, really poor. Back home in Alabama, we call it being po. You can't afford the O or the R in order to get Medicaid in my state. So instead of giving handouts to the billionaires, I would say let us use this opportunity to increase the number of Americans who have health care coverage. This amendment would jumpstart coverage for people who have been left out for far too long. These are parents, they are people with disabilities, individuals who work but can't afford and don't have jobs that have health care benefits. Simply put, as 10 states seem committed to denying benefits for Medicaid expansion, I want my residents in the state of Alabama who fall in this Medicaid gap to get coverage. So I'd ask you to consider that amendment. My second amendment is amendment number 139. It strikes the $5 billion worth of private school voucher schemes that are in this bill. Under the Republican plan, donors who contribute money or stock to these voucher plans will receive a tax credit of 100% contribution back in the form of a discount on their tax bill. It really is outrageous that we would actually help the wealthy and well-off pay for private schools for their own children. There's nothing in this bill that stops them from making their own children eligible to receive this private voucher. I know this issue way too well. My home state of Alabama has adopted a dollar-for-dollar tax shelter for donations to voucher schemes, and Alabama's public school children and teachers are paying the price. The private school voucher scheme is modeled after states like Alabama. Many Southern private schools were established during and after integration. Today, these same schools are benefiting from taxpayer dollars flowing rapidly, expanding voucher programs that are rampant with waste, fraud, and abuse. Instead of tackling the fraud in these programs, Republicans are hell-bent in overdrive, giving tax shelters in the form of a federal level. There's nothing in this bill that stops Alabama's wealthiest from being able to take a tax credit on the state level and now on the federal level. These academies do not have to live by the same standards as public schools. You know, in the state of Alabama, school choice doesn't really mean a choice. When you live in small rural communities that only have two schools, one that is public and all black, and one that is private and all white. That's in 2025. Not in 1965. We should not be promulgating these opportunities. Public schools don't have the same benefits. And I know that my colleagues will probably asked me about these private schools in the state of Alabama, and I look forward to that robust discussion. But I asked Madam Chair for unanimous consent to put into the record these articles about segregated academies across the South that are getting millions in taxpayer dollars.
Without objection, Ms.
Thank you so much, and I ask for support of both of these amendments.
Thank you. Ms. Titus, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I agree with many of the things that have been said so eloquently before me about the cuts to SNAP and Medicaid. And I have several amendments offered. They range from helicopter roundups of horses to saving the National Endowment for the Humanities. But I'm here now to advocate for an amendment that would strike a provision in the reconciliation bill that allows for the sale of at least 65,000 acres in Clark County, Nevada. Now, my amendment doesn't impact northern Nevada, nor does it impact Utah, where the representatives there agree with those sales. I'm talking about my district in Clark County, Nevada. About 2 weeks ago, during the 11th hour of the House Natural Resources Committee meeting, Representative Amadei introduced an amendment to sell off public lands in southern Nevada. Again, this is an area that he does not represent. He snuck this provision in during the middle of the night without consulting with me, any members of the Nevada delegation, or the Clark County Commission. If he had, he would have known there was not support for this, and this was not a responsible way to accommodate growth or manage our natural resources. So I'm here to defend the public lands in my district and stop them from just being auctioned off by the GOP and have the money used from the auction to pay down the tax breaks for the wealthy. Decisions to sell public land should not be made on a whim. They deserve careful consideration with input from the public and collaboration with the stakeholders who will be impacted by the sales. I know this because I've worked on this issue for decades as a member of Congress and as a state legislator. In fact, I had a bill that came to be known as Ring Around the Valley when I was in the state legislature that looked at growth boundaries. It encouraged high-density development, rewarded infill over sprawl, and required developers to contribute to the cost of infrastructure. Well, that didn't become law. It was kind of called Ring Around the Neck or Ring Around the Collar by some of the opponents. Had a picture of me with a noose on the cover of a magazine, but nonetheless, it started the conversation, and some of those things over time have been adopted. Representative Amadei's amendment was an irresponsible departure from that and will just roll back our attempts to kind of balance smart growth with conservation. His proposal includes no offsets for land conservation, and in fact, it appears that it overlaps a Viquame, a national monument that we just got created. Nor is it a silver bullet for addressing housing needs in Nevada. It does nothing to address the other factors that contribute to housing problems besides land costs. This includes supply chain issues, the Trump tariffs, a shrinking construction workforce, and lack of tax incentives to build affordable housing. What's more, it does nothing to address the infrastructure that will need to be built to accommodate far-flung developments caused by sprawl, and it ignores the drain on our very valuable resource of water because there are no built-in guide rails or guardrails. In fact, just this month, a report from the USDA's Natural Resources Conservation Service showed just how serious our lack of water is, both in Lake Powell and Lake Metis at 33% capacity, down 920,000 acre-feet, which equates to enough water to service 1.8 million homes. Furthermore, the U.S. Drought Monitor shows that areas in Clark County slated for land sales in this amendment to the reconciliation bill are in conditions that range from severe to exceptional drought, that being the most extreme. Nor does it take into account the new guidelines, the soon-to-be determined post-2026 operating guidelines for the Colorado River, and that has potential to shape our water allocation. If we're going to develop more land, we certainly need to take in that reality. Finally, nearly $1 billion in estimated revenue from the sale of this land in southern Nevada would go directly under this amendment to the U.S. Treasury, not come back to the state to be used for outdoor recreation, preserving critical ecosystems, or wildfire protection. So the public lands of Nevada will not be sold to benefit southern Nevada, nor will they be put up for sale by someone who represents southern Nevada. So for all these reasons, I would ask you to take this into consideration and let the people of southern Nevada have a say in what happens to their public treasures. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Titus. Ms. Delbene, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. I'm offering an amendment that is a proven solution to grow the middle class and significantly slash childhood poverty. Families across the country are struggling to make ends meet, and addressing the high cost of living is the #1 concern for Americans. My amendment would restore the largest ever middle-class tax cut by increasing the child tax credit and making it fully refundable. The current child tax credit leaves out 1 in 3 kids because they live in families that don't make enough money to access the full benefit. The Republican bill will leave out 17 million American children who are in families that don't earn enough to receive the full child tax credit. This Republican billionaire bailout bill would give the ultra-wealthy millions of dollars in tax breaks, while a 2-parent family working full-time, earning minimum wage, wouldn't qualify for the full child tax credit. Republicans claim to be pro-family, but they are knowingly leaving out the parents and children, the families that are struggling the most to make ends meet. I recently met a mom from Washington who has 4 adoptive kids. One of her children has a severe developmental disability and requires constant care. She worked multiple jobs so she could provide for her children. In 2021, she began receiving monthly child tax credit checks under the Democrats' American Rescue Plan. These payments allowed her to bring in extra help to care for her special needs child, so she could also spend more time with her other children and do things like taking them sledding in the winter. She told me that she finally felt like she had room to breathe with the extra money that helped support her family. That's what families really want, the stability and certainty that they can not only just get by, but also get ahead. Since the child tax credit payments ended in 2021, she's had to pick up more work to make ends meet again, meaning she spends less time with her kids. This budget bill shows where people really stand and shows where Republicans really stand, and it's not with hardworking Americans. If they did, they'd be giving tax cuts to the middle class, not the wealthy and the well-connected. They'd be expanding programs like the child tax credit so that parents who are working full-time but still struggling to make ends meet can get the full benefit. I urge my colleagues to support that amendment. I also have a second amendment that will reassert Congress's authority over trade, which is based on my legislation, the Prevent Tariff Abuse Act. President Trump has been waging a trade war around the world since he took office. This includes our close allies and economic partners like Canada, Mexico, and the European Union. These tariffs are increasing costs for small businesses and raising the price of goods that families rely on every day, like groceries and household products. The president has callously said he could care less if prices go up because of his tariffs. Trump is openly telling Americans that they'll have to live with less and pay more under his economy, and for no reason. It's abundantly clear that there's not a plan or ultimate goal for what he wants to accomplish with these tariffs. He imposes tariffs one day, then removes or delays them the next, and this chaos is damaging to our economy and making America a difficult place to do business. If someone comes to the White House or Mar-a-Lago to bend the knee, maybe they'll get a special deal. And that reeks of corruption. The justification the president used to enact these tariffs was the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA. For example, Trump imposed tariffs on Canada under the guise of a national emergency over fentanyl. But in reality, significantly, orders of magnitude more fentanyl goes into Canada from the United States than comes the other way around.
Sweeping tariffs should not be put in place at the whim of a president. There should be a vote in Congress. We used to have bipartisan support that we needed to assert our congressional constitutional authority over trade. And we had that bipartisan support when President Biden was in office. But suddenly, Republicans are silent. If a Democrat was in the White House today, would you let them raise taxes on your constituents by thousands of dollars a year without a vote in Congress? I offer this amendment to give everyone the opportunity to make it clear that any president must come to Congress for a vote before he can put in place sweeping tariffs. We are a co-equal branch of government, and it's our job to stand up for our communities, not blindly follow the executive branch. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment as well, and thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Delbene. Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. Madam Chair, this debate about Medicaid cuts is really a debate about life and death. The Medicaid program is not a Democratic program. It is not a Republican program. It is an important program for constituents in red districts and blue districts. And I have 488,000 people in my district that are Medicaid recipients. And I'm sure that many members across the aisle, perhaps including yourself, have many constituents that rely on the Medicaid program. So this is ultimately a debate about life and death. And I feel that this bill does not live up to the promises that the majority has made to the American people. For months and weeks, we've heard how Medicaid would not be touched. Americans were told that this bill would also reduce the deficit and restore the middle class. Instead, the bill will allow for millions in tax cuts to the very wealthy and increase by $2.3 trillion the national debt. Americans were told that the Medicaid program was safe and cuts are occurring. Instead, we see provisions that would cause nearly 14 million Americans to lose their health care, and millions more will have to pay higher premiums and co-pays. Adding ineffective work requirements and lowering the federal matching rate for Medicaid in states are just some of the provisions that will result in millions of Americans losing their health coverage. Again, this is a debate about life and death. The loss of coverage would have a rippling effect on health care. Federally qualified health centers and safety net hospitals rely heavily on Medicaid reimbursement to provide high-quality care. In my home district, New York's 13th district, 72 federally funded health centers rely on federal investment to serve close to 1 million patients. Clinics like the Borinque Health Center in Harlem, the Morris Heights Medical Center in the Bronx, and the Ryan Health Center in Washington Heights in Manhattan are essential to the medical ecosystem of that district. These clinics are much more than just health centers. They provide primary care. They provide preventive health care to kids with asthma, adults with diabetes. They host food pantries. The ranking member was in my district to see one of those at a school because they understand that food is medicine. Because this is a debate ultimately about life and death. This is not a comfortable debate. This is not an easy one. This is not one that we can laugh about. This is about life or death. Without a strong Medicaid program, these health facilities will be forced to limit their services that they offer. They lay off staff and they will even have to close. That is why I've introduced Amendment 309, which will require the Health and Human Services Secretary to conduct a study and report to Congress the effects of Medicaid cuts and the reduction in services of federally qualified health centers like the ones I described, community health centers, and safety net hospitals. These safety net hospitals are the last resort for working families that are sick, that cannot provide or have the money to pay for a Cadillac health plan, a private health plan that is so expensive. That's why I have 488,000 patients. Cuts to Medicaid will increase the uninsured rates and will dismantle health care. We must protect safety net programs. I urge the adoption of this amendment. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Amo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you to the members of the Rules Committee who have been out, been here from darkness to light, and hopefully not to darkness again. But I've got to be clear that the moral darkness of this plan remains. There is a clear contrast in values here. And budgets are, as we know, are a statement of values, and my Republican colleagues have been showing through their force the stature of their values, and I don't find them to be high in this moment. As Americans slept and as they awoke, they are experiencing a reality where there is a strategy, an attempt, a plan to take away health care from more than 3.7 million Americans, school meals for 18.3 million children, food assistance for about 11 million hungry people, and access to higher education for 4 million aspirants. In my home state of Rhode Island alone, 28,000 people would lose health coverage by 2034. Over 12,000 students would lose some or all of their Pell Grant funding, and 21,000 Rhode Islanders would lose some or all of their food assistance. These are people's lives. This is their health. This is their future. And I'll say it again, that budgets are a statement of values, and this tells tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Rhode Islanders that they don't matter, and that is not true. These cuts are made all the more egregious by the fact that they are being used to finance a tax scheme that gives out handouts to the richest Americans. As written, this disastrous reconciliation bill would give the richest Americans an extra $82,000 just to begin, going up for more and more and more, yachts and fancy cars and trips to exotic places, while people on the other end suffer. It, meanwhile, would also hike the lowest earning Americans' tax rate by 19%. It's a moral inversion, a reverse Robin Hood scheme to steal from the poor and give to the rich. We saw the numbers from CBO, seeing household resources for the bottom 10% go down by 4%. For the top 10%, go up by 2%. And those might seem like small numbers, but the scale of the increase for the top is just immoral. And that's why I introduced Amendment 355, which would raise the top tax rate back to 39.6%. And conveniently, this is something that President Trump said himself, right? Broken clock is right twice a day. And I think we know that we have a revenue problem. We know that this is something we will have to deal with. And we know the wealthy not only can, but they should pay more. We just have to have courage. And I encourage support for this amendment from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And this amendment, of course, won't solve everything. We know that this Republican bill still strips health care from over 13 million Americans and puts 1 in 4 SNAP recipients at risk of losing benefits. It remains a betrayal. Raise the rate, it still doesn't solve for that. But it makes it slightly less fiscally irresponsible. Moody's cited our revenue challenges, specifically in their downgrade. Now, on to another amendment, because the devil's really in the details here. And beauty is truly in the eye of the beholder when it comes to this legislation. And I had to pay real close attention to this one to see how ugly this portion is. It's why I'm proud to co-lead Congressman Mike Thompson's Amendment 374, which would repeal the provision that eliminates the $200 tax on silencers. Silencers make mass shootings worse, more deadly. They make it harder for victims and law enforcement to locate the source of the shooting. What is beautiful about that? Making them cheaper. Not only does this provision make silencers more accessible, it would cost $1.4 billion. Here we are stealing, seeing a theft from Republicans of healthcare so that we can eliminate silencers? It's illogical, and I can think of better uses for $1.4 billion. Let's focus on caring for the sick and feeding the hungry and not making silencers cheaper. It's not fiscally responsible that you would do all of this while adding trillions to the national debt. And because of policies like these, we will face challenges. So with that, I encourage support for these two amendments, and let's get our house in order and focus on the people who need our support. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here to ask for support to my amendment to this big bad billionaire bill, or whatever it's called. It's not about the nearly 100,000 Nevadans who will be left without health care. It's not about the thousands of homebound seniors who will no longer receive Meals on Wheels. It's not about the trillions that will be added to our national deficit. It's about water, something so precious and important to my home district of Southern Nevada. My amendment aims to stop Congressman Mark Amodei and the House Republicans from moving forward with the Trojan horse Utah land grab that jeopardizes Nevada's water security and could very well derail sensitive and complicated negotiations about the future of the Colorado River. I'm here because 2 weeks ago, literally in the middle of the night, seems to be a recurring theme for how Republicans legislate, Rep. Amodei advanced legislation in the Natural Resources Committee to sell off hundreds of thousands of acres of federal land in Nevada and Utah. The proceeds from those sales would go to Washington to pay for billionaire tax breaks in the budget bill. Mr. Amodei claims that this sell-off is necessary to lower the cost of housing. I've always supported releasing more federal land for housing in Nevada. In fact, I've introduced to do exactly that. But my first problem is that this proposal really isn't about housing. The Amodei proposal doesn't require that land sold in Nevada be used for housing. In fact, there is very little information on how exactly this land would be used, which leads me to my second issue with the proposal. For decades, the law has ensured that proceeds from federal land sales in Southern Nevada, which, as Congresswoman Titus has said, have been negotiated and supported by local government, but that those proceeds stay in Nevada. This proposal from Amodei would instead send these proceeds to the federal government, and Nevada would lose billions of dollars. This would mean less money to build more schools, water infrastructure, parks, and so much more. In fact, federal land sales in Southern Nevada have generated about $500 million to date to invest directly in Southern Nevada water priorities. Under Rep. Amodei's own projection, this move could divert nearly $8 billion over 10 years from Nevada. Think about it. Who would then pay for things like water and parks and schools? Nevada homeowners. So Amodei's move actually increases housing costs for Nevadans, not decreases them. And let me remind you that Rep. Amodei does not represent any part of Clark County, and his proposal is not supported by the county government or any member of Nevada's federal delegation elected by voters of Clark County. I would never introduce a bill to sell off land in another congressperson's district without consulting with them. Congresswoman Titus just proposed an amendment which I support, but I finally want to talk about the third issue with this proposal and the purpose of my amendment, which relates to Nevada and the Southwest's water security. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton and I have been alerted by water officials in Nevada and Arizona that the public land that Amodei wants to sell off in Utah could be used for a controversial water pipeline. The parcels of land marked for sale in this proposal, coincidentally, line up with the land in Utah that has been targeted for the so-called Lake Powell pipeline. This proposed pipeline has greatly concerned water managers in Nevada, Arizona, California, Colorado, New Mexico, and Wyoming. These are 6 of the 7 states that depend on the Colorado River, every one except Utah. If this land is sold and the pipeline is built, this could divert 28 billion gallons of water each year from Lake Powell and the Colorado River to communities in southern Utah, away from Nevada, Arizona, and other basin states. Look, Amadei did not consult local authorities in southern Nevada, and it shows, because he clearly doesn't understand the relationship between water and development and housing costs. I support the Titus Amendment. I'm asking you to advance my amendment to repeal the Amadei land sale in Utah so we can stop this Trojan horse to steal Nevada's water. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Langworthy, you have any questions? No. Mr. McGovern?
Ms. Sewell, I don't know, did you have anything else you wanted to add? Yeah.
Yes, you know, I was starting to talk about the effects of this horrible bill on public schools and the fact that the school vouchers are now being federalized. I mean, there are lots of states, including my own state, that gives tax credit to parents who put their money in a, foundation. They call it a foundation. There are no requirements as to who's eligible. So what happens is that lots of parents who already have their kids in private school now will have an opportunity, one for one, to get those, to get that a tax credit for that. And in my state of Alabama, a lot of those private schools popped up as a way of avoiding all deliberate speed in Brown versus Board of Education and created these segregated academies. And so I don't want this bill to give further credence to these vouchers being about choice when there are very little choices when you have small communities that are made up of 5,000 people and there's one public school and there's only one academy, and that academy is still all white in 2025. And, as a public school kid and parents who grew up, parents who were public school teachers, and my mom was a librarian and my dad was a high school basketball coach, I can tell you that in Selma, when I was growing up, the best school was Selma High School. It was Selma High School that sent kids off full scholarships to Duke and to other places. It wasn't the private academy that was private but didn't have a full array of sports or debate team or any of that. And I don't want to, as a member of Congress, promote these vouchers, which are, and this bill gives $5 billion, set aside of $5 billion for these private school vouchers. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk about it. And I know that these private schools don't have to take the disabled or special ed kids. They have very different standards.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And to everybody on the panel, thank you for your amendment. Thank you for waiting around. Thank you for, again, your passion and your commitment to trying to make this bill better. I support them all, and I am just so grateful that you are here. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Sewell, you just said something, though, that I have to correct, because in this bill with the vouchers, if a student does have an IEP, that has to be honored if the student goes into a school with a scholarship. So you are mistaken, I have to say, for the schools. That is a part of that piece of legislation. So they do have to take students who have IEPs. If they're in the public schools and they have IEPs and they transfer.
Well, I can just tell you that in Alabama state, because they're going to get both. And I understand what you're saying, but clearly, because schools are mostly controlled by the states.
But in this legislation, there is a provision on that. It may not be true in Alabama, but it is true in this legislation. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. You're recognized.
Thank you. I would just add, however, that the way that would be enforced would be through the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, which has just been gutted by the Trump administration. So
That's a very good point.
thank you. I did that work for a long time. Mr. Levin, I think you mentioned that the bill would raise energy costs for families. Is that right? Can you give me that figure?
Yep, by 7%, about $110 a year.
Okay, so if the energy costs for the family are going to go up by $107 per year and their tax break is going to be $265 per year, we've already eliminated half of that. And then if they're going to have problems with their health care costs because we've cut Medicaid and we're eliminating the ACA credits, you begin to see how the budget office has determined that the prices for average families are going to go up.
Well, this is a lousy deal. So if you're making, the statistics I saw is if you're making under $51,000 a year, you're going to wind up with $700 in increase taxes, tax burden per year. And if you make over $4.3 million, your taxes are going to go down by an average of $389,000. So the rich get richer, and that's what these folks want to do.
Okay. And Ms. Castor, you were talking, one of your amendments deals with having HHS investigate the potential for Medicaid fraud. Isn't that something that inspectors general would do for HHS under ordinary times when we had an inspector general?
That's correct. And in fact, just today, the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee issued a major report on the impact of Trump's firing of all of the inspectors general, the folks who, these are the cops on the beat that root out waste, fraud, and abuse. You're right. If we don't have the cops on the beat, if we don't fund them through our appropriations, that's money lost to the taxpayer.
Right. And in the past, I think the inspector general has found Medicaid fraud in Florida to the tune of $1.something billion with the Columbia Hospital System.
That is correct. Unfortunately, Florida is a magnet for a lot of the fraudsters. We have a lot of older neighbors, a lot of retirees that are often subjected to this. But I mean, it knows no bounds. So why don't we instead of creating this false narrative that there's a hardworking person with a child with a complex condition trying to rip off Medicaid, it's often these large-scale schemes by different insurance providers or managed care providers, and that's where the focus should be.
Well, and that was the presumption that I wanted to push back against, this idea that you have individuals who are out there committing fraud against Medicaid when in fact the big dollars that do from time to time get wasted, get defrauded, tend to be from large-scale providers, and that's the kind of thing that we do need these inspectors to root out. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for everyone who's still waiting in the wings. We'll continue the rules rave as we head into our 16th hour. So thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Nagush, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our colleagues for your testimony, for your patience, for being here on behalf of your constituencies. I want to talk a bit with my colleagues from the West, with Ms. Titus and Ms. Lee, about what I think to be one of the most insidious provisions of this bill, which was this midnight public lands sale. And both of you articulated well what makes this provision so problematic, so repugnant, something that I actually thought Republican leadership would have already removed. Perhaps we'll see that in the manager's amendment. Time will tell. But I think insofar as neither of your amendments are accepted in order and this language isn't removed from the bill, I think it would be violative of a core norm that has governed land conveyances and the consideration of land conveyances by this body for a long time. So just to kind of unpack that, as you know, I serve as the ranking member on the Federal Land Subcommittee. One of the most bipartisan subcommittees in the Congress. It was the most productive subcommittee in the last Congress. We marked up more bills than any other subcommittee in the House. The vast majority of them are bipartisan, mostly on suspension, most regarding land conveyances. Those typically are done through regular order, a legislative hearing. Were these land sales considered as a part of a legislative hearing? Ms. Lee?
No, they were not. In fact, the amendment was literally unusually dropped right before it was heard, rather than at the beginning of the markup hearing.
That's precisely right. Ms. Titus, were they considered in a markup prior to being included in this bill?
No, they weren't, and furthermore, that we were not informed about them in advance. As you well know, any kind of public land decisions go through a long process. Stakeholders come, you have public hearings, local elected officials weigh in, BLM plays a role. None of that happened. This was just dropped all of a sudden, and to add insult to injury, it is in a district that Mr. Amadei does not represent. It's in my district. And it goes against all of the SNPLMA provisions that have been in place for years, where the money from land sales in Nevada returns to Nevada to be used to save Lake Tahoe, to do bicycle trails, energy conservation, firefighting, even some goes to education. None of that was considered.
Yeah, it, as I said, violates every norm in the book. No legislative hearing, no legislative markup, introduced at the dead of night without any consultation with the colleagues who actually represent the areas in question. It's opposed by the local counties, opposed by the congressional representation, opposed by the U.S. senators who represent the state in question. And I just have to say to my colleagues, and it gives me I don't enjoy saying it, majorities come, majorities go. And my colleagues will have reaped what they sow insofar as this measure is included. And I made that case to Chairman Tiffany on the Public Lands Subcommittee, just to give you a sense of what this looks like so that we just kind of understand what the future holds. I haven't had the privilege of visiting Mr. Langworthy's district. I hope one day, maybe I'll get an invitation, but just so he's aware, I would hope that he makes the case to Mr. Tonko and Mr. Morelli and the neighboring districts that are adjacent to his, let's say Chautauqua County, for example. Because if Mr. Morelli comes to the Public Lands Subcommittee, if we're in the majority 18 months from now, and says, you know what, I think I'd like to pursue a wilderness designation in Chautauqua County. I don't represent Chautauqua County. Nicholas Langworthy represents Chautauqua County. But I know the county is against this measure, but that's okay. I think we should proceed. There'll be no legislative hearing. There'll be no legislative markup. There'll be no consideration of how your constituents feel. If we applied the principle that you're applying today, that land measure would be on the floor for full consideration by the body without a moment's care for your position on it. And so I am again in awe that we haven't been able to convince my colleagues that this is not a precedent that they want to establish. I suppose we'll see what happens on the floor. Last point I'll make, Ms. Lee pointed this out. I was unaware when this was introduced about the water diversion project. I mean, this is part of the reason I suspect why they introduced it in the dead of night in the land sale, because it would be disastrous for the state of Arizona. And I don't know how any of my colleagues from Arizona on the Republican or Democratic side are going to justify a vote against protecting their water sources. It makes no sense to me how they're going to rationalize that. Had this been vetted in a legislative hearing, we would have had an opportunity to hear from the Bureau of Reclamation and the various water authorities and have the necessary sunlight to expose this. We were deprived of that opportunity. And now you have 6 basin states, all including the state of Colorado, the headwaters of the Colorado River, as Ms. Lee knows, are in my district, opposing this effort. And I hope we'll hear, I certainly plan on spending some time on the floor on this issue, and I would welcome my colleagues from Arizona, my Republican colleagues, if Mr. Gosar is watching somewhere in the building, I would welcome him to the floor, because I'd love to hear what his response would be. Ms. Lee?
And for that matter, any colleague from the West who has a large percentage of federally controlled land in their state, who traditionally this type of move would never be made, one, without any input from a representative from the district in which the land is, which is mine, and or any county official. So I know that Representative Zinke has led an effort to withdraw this amendment, and I hope that other Republicans join him.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better, and I appreciated Mr. Zinke's leadership, frankly, in pushing that forward. I support his effort, and we'll just have to see. But in the interim, if folks have ideas about, potential wilderness designations, in Western Virginia, or perhaps parts of northern Minnesota, or Chautauqua County in New York. We're taking ideas, and we've got 17 months, I guess, to do that. So anyway, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Thank you. I'm supposed to use this one. Thank you very much. And, I think that this testimony that we've heard today and all day long really talks about that there are a lot of transfers going on in this bill, right? Transfers from working families to the wealthy. Transfers, in your instance, I think you wanted to talk a little bit more about the idea that we're transferring resources from public schools. And what does that then mean for the children of those public schools? The transfer of wealth away from the children who need it most with the child tax credit to those who need it the least, right? It would be my guess that my kids are too old now, but I could make do without that child tax credit. But somebody who's making $15,000 could really use it. And Representative Del Bene, and I think this education piece to the both of you goes to what does it mean for a child to have the right kind of education, but also the child tax credit removes the stress that is in a household that has high poverty. And Republicans refuse to expand, to continue the expanded child tax credit they have. Could you just real quickly, maybe the two of you, just some quick thoughts on that impact on the children's education?
Well, we know when we had the expanded child tax credit in place, we cut childhood poverty across the country almost in half in just a year. Childhood poverty costs us $1 trillion a year in the United States. So not only is this important policy because it supports families, helps our kids get off to a great start, it also is fiscally responsible policy and actually saves us money. So the challenge that we face in this bill is that 17 million kids across the country are left out because their parents don't make enough money to have the tax burden to get the full credit. And what we did previously with the expanded child tax credit is we said we are going to make sure that the families who need the most, the lowest income families, they may not make enough to have a huge tax burden. We're going to make sure they get the full benefit. And when what did people spend that money on? On housing, on food, on school supplies, making sure their kids were doing okay. It's an incredible investment, but those 17 million kids across our country are in the most need. They won't receive the full benefit in the way this bill is written. We can fix that. We've done it before.
And we need to trust families to make those decisions.
And we know it works.
What's fascinating is that Republicans sort of, they want to say no regulations, but boy, do they regulate families. I don't know if you want to have, you said you wanted to add something more, so that's why I think I wanted to make sure we gave everybody
I just
a chance.
really wanted to, I think that this is a further, we're further degrading public education. I mean, education is a great equalizer. It gives people opportunities. It can level the playing field. And when you take away and siphon public dollars that should go to public schools and you're giving tax credits for private schools, I think we're sending the wrong message. And I can tell you that Head Start gives people a head start. And when you are taking money away from public education, you're decreasing the amount of chemistry labs we have, better libraries that we have, books and teachers for that matter. And I just think that it is a transfer of wealth and of dollars from one to another. And it's sort of like Robin Hood. You're taking from the least of these and giving it to the most of these.
Thank you. And of course, we have let's tax the billionaires. That would be the right way to do the transfer. And thank you very much for bringing that amendment, right? Like if you don't want to benefit if you want to make sure that there isn't the transfer of wealth going the wrong way, that's what your amendment does, and I thank you very much for it. And then finally, there we are on, making sure that we are losing the battle for renewable energy. And thank you for championing those. And then finally, the respect that we should have for due process for our immigrant population, and to say, let's stop demonizing our immigrants because they pick the food. Somebody was saying, well, it's the farmers who do the food, who produce the food. You cannot, demonize the farmers earlier today. But actually, who's the one who's actually picking that food and, helping care for our elders, helping care for our children, all of that. And I think that what you all did today on this panel was bring all those many aspects of this bill to light. And so I'm very grateful that you did that. And once again, we have a room full of colleagues who are bringing some other great amendments to bear here. And so with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and that concludes this panel. Thank you all for being here. And we're going to look forward to the next panel stepping forward as we let those get out first before we have a big shift. Starting on this end, so that we have everybody in order. Ms. Lofgren, Ms. Houlihan, Ms. Underwood, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Rivas, Mr. Goldman, Mr. Moskowitz, and Ms. Morrison.
Moskowitz? Yeah, Moskowitz. Here we go. We had Comer this morning. We had Comer this morning. He was terrible.
Yeah, he was here. Weren't you? Oh, no, you weren't here earlier. I didn't actually, I missed his.
Your chair number 3.
Well, I hear you.
Yeah, I only.
All right.
People didn't get to ask a question.
I know some of you all have been here for some time. We've still got at least 1 or 2 more panels to go after this. So, Ms. Lofgren, I'm going to recognize you to go ahead and get started, and hopefully everybody will settle down here real quick. The floor is yours.
Thank you
have 5
very
minutes.
much, Mr. Chairman and committee. There's a lot to dislike in this big, bad bill, but many of my colleagues have addressed some of the most pernicious elements, reducing health care for Americans, increasing costs for Americans, nutrition cuts for Americans. I want to address something else with my amendments. We need to grow our economy if we want to have a prosperous country. And key to that is to make sure that our science enterprise is not destroyed. My first 3 amendments deal with the Trump administration's threats to significantly cut indirect cost funding provided to universities and other research partners by the National Institutes of Health, Department of Energy, the National Science Foundation, and other federal agencies. The administration has proposed capping those costs at 15%. That is ill-informed and completely arbitrary. These indirect costs are not unnecessary. They're the funds that are used to pay the electricity for labs, to feed the lab animals, to make sure that the research can be done. And they are carefully negotiated in each case with the grantees. To cap them is just to cut the science, and it's a big problem for America's future. Many of these research universities are not just in blue states, they're in Republican-led districts and states, and it's going to hurt not only science in the country, but your districts as well as all of ours. The Idaho National Labs posted something recently indicating that up to 85% of GDP growth in America is directly connected with science. And so the science reductions that we are seeing that are being undertaken are going to have a direct adverse impact to our economy and to our future prosperity. I have an amendment dealing with broadening participation in the science area. The current administration has severely cut science agencies' work on broadening participation. In some cases, they've ignored or defied explicit congressional direction in law, and I will add that that direction was always adopted on a bipartisan basis in the Science Committee. We've known for a long time that there are parts of the American population that is lagging behind in science participation, including people in rural communities, women. We can't afford to write off any zip code in the United States. If we don't address this disparity, we're going to lose our competition with China, which has more than 4 times the population of America. So if we don't include all Americans, we lose to China. This amendment addresses the short-sighted actions by the Trump administration. Finally, I have 2 amendments that deal with agriculture, the Specialty Crop Block Grants Program and the Specialty Crop Research Initiative. While the Skinny Farm Bill has some provisions I would support in a vacuum, I have serious concerns that the bill does not do enough to ensure the competitiveness of our agricultural industry, given the context of what the Trump administration is doing to the ag industry. As the chaos of the Trump administration and DOJ's senseless cuts continue across the USDA, we're already seeing a brain drain as highly trained staff with extremely specialized expertise leave or are fired. At this year's joint session, I invited a Salinas scientist, a PhD-level scientist, U.S. Air Force veteran, who had been fired despite receiving a recent positive performance review. His situation represented one of the many mindless firings by Trump and Musk that undermines the country's science and innovation prowess. Diminishing agricultural research capacity in my district, America's Salad Bowl, is unwise. Monterey County agriculture pumps more than $1.3 million into the local economy each hour of every day. USDA scientists like my guest conduct important research and development projects that boost American innovation and help keep food on our tables. The U.S. will no longer be the envy of the world if the administration keeps firing smart, capable public servants advancing America's best interests. Yet, this reconciliation package pretends that these cuts aren't happening, and I'm here to say that they are. My amendments would undo them and promote economic growth and prosperity. And I see my time is up, so I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. Now recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the close to 750,000 members of my community, as well as the military in this conversation here. This bill is simply a slapshot and irresponsible bill. In many cases, it's quite hateful. In fact, just a few hours ago, one of my Republican colleagues described it to me as a hot mess. So I believe that we are in a place where we need to figure out if there's any sort of amendments that we can be doing that are common sense and that might hopefully prevent some of the harmful and destructive fates from befalling the American people. So I have a few amendments that I'd like to introduce, and each of them prevents this bill, if it moves forward, maybe helps to hurt fewer people less, whether they're veterans or students or the middle class Americans, and anyone who might be worried about national security. And I would argue that everyone should be worried about national security. The first of my amendments is that none of these funds will be available if this bill increases taxes or the cost of living expenses for those making $400,000 or less. I'm going to say I shamefully stole this from a fellow Pennsylvanian who offered this exact amendment during the IRA. And so it feels as though what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and it feels like that this should be a really good opportunity to add this amendment, and no one should disagree with that. While Republicans claim to care about lowering grocery prices and the cost of living, the reality is that both have gone up under President Trump's leadership. My community learned that the hard way the last time Republicans jammed forward their tax bill, and in my community particularly, it actually raised taxes for many of our families and provided giveaways to many of the wealthiest and to many large corporations as well. So the next thing that I will offer is this big, beautiful bill is a second amendment, which is one that I actually offered during the Armed Services markup. And this amendment was offered first and named the delay of effective date of this bill until Pete Hegseth is no longer the Secretary of Defense. Right? If you've watched me over the past 6 years in Congress, you know that I am passionate about national security, and you know that I've worked really hard to provide our warfighters with everything that this nation can provide and our armed forces needs to face the threats of today and of our future wars, which is why I cannot and we should not, in good faith, effectively give a blank check to the Department of Defense for $150 billion additional dollars of investment with somebody like Secretary Hegseth at the helm. He has proven himself to be incompetent, to be reckless, to be willful, and frankly, to be paranoid as well. And he cannot and absolutely should not be trusted with the responsibility of these, our most precious resources, our soldiers, our sailors, our airmen, our Marines, and our the Air Space Force Guardians, thank you, the fun uniforms. So until such time as Secretary Hegseth is no longer serving as our Secretary of Defense and no longer threatening our national security and that of this world, the authorization of $150 billion will not be unlocked and this bill will not be in effect. And finally, none of these funds may be used to dismantle the VA or benefits, including those of Coatesville VA. At a time when President Trump and the administration has been implementing sweeping and super chaotic structural changes at our Department of Veterans Affairs, we must ask ourselves who is indeed bearing the responsibility of this instability. The answer, unfortunately, is sometimes that the men and women who have worn the uniform of the United States, many of whom we will observe this Memorial Day weekend, those who have faced combat and endured, in some cases, lifelong injuries and sacrificed not just their time, but often their peace of mind, their health, their families, their well-being, and their lives, those are the people who deserve the stability, the transparency, and the unwavering support, not a system in disarray and an administration that have used them as line items in a budget. Which is why this amendment will ensure that none of the funds will be used to dismantle VA facilities, veteran services, or benefits, including those at my Coatesville VA Medical Center. And finally, none of the funds authorized under this act may be expended until such time as all funding that has been allocated amongst the Rescue Plan, the American Rescue Plan's Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, or ESSER, has been allocated. Specifically in my community, the Reading, Pennsylvania School District, $51,363,310 that were appropriated and allocated by this Congress were clawed back by this administration, forcing our STEM building, our high school STEM building, in one of the nation's poorest areas to no longer be able to be built. So until such time as those funds are re-released, those appropriately, legally, constitutionally appropriated funds are re-released, this bill will not be enacted. With that, those are the several opportunities that I think for improving this bill. I urge this committee to make these amendments in order, please. I urge this committee to take stock of what American people are really actually telling us, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood.
Thank you. Thank you. I join you today to speak on behalf of the millions of Americans who stand to lose their health care based on which amendments this committee decides to move forward with today. While most of the country was asleep, the Republican majority on this committee has been working to rush this legislation through the night to please Donald Trump and hand a massive tax cut to all those billionaires that were in the front row of the inauguration. And if that wasn't enough, you're making American families pay for it by kicking Americans off of health care coverage, closing nursing homes and rural hospitals, and taking no action to protect critical resources like the enhanced premium tax credits that keep families afloat. So I, alongside my colleague, Representative Horsford, am here to offer our Republican colleagues an opportunity to do the right thing, to put American families first and lower health care costs. Our amendment, Amendment 245, would make permanent the expiring enhanced premium tax credits that have already delivered historic savings for millions of Americans. This amendment is based on my Health Care Affordability Act, which I first introduced in 2019 and fought so hard to get a short-term version signed into law in the American Rescue Plan and then later extended through the Inflation Reduction Act. Because of this legislation, more Americans than ever before have access to quality, affordable health care through marketplace plans. This year, we once again have record-breaking enrollment with more than 24 million Americans enrolling in coverage, 22 million of whom will receive tax credits to lower their out-of-pocket costs. Families of four who get their health care through the Affordable Care Act are saving an average of $2,400 per year on their annual premiums thanks to these tax credits. 4 out of 5 customers can get a plan for $10 or less per month. Let me be clear. These tax credits benefit and are favored by Americans across the country on both sides of the aisle. In farm country, these tax credits save family farmers an average of $506 per month, over $6,000 a year for farmers. In the chair's own district, not you, Mr. Chairman, but in Chair Fox's own district, this policy saved constituents an estimated average of $696 on their premiums in 2024. Across the district of every one of my Republican colleagues on this Rules Committee, these tax credits delivered at least an estimated $468 in annual savings to constituents and as high as $804 in Indiana. It's no surprise that Donald Trump's own pollster, Mr. Fabrizio, found that these tax credits are popular and highly supported by swing and Trump voters. And they're supported by a broad range of providers, healthcare systems, and patient advocates too. Because these tax credits don't just work, they provide an essential lifeline for families across the country, and we cannot let them expire. This tax package is already a disaster for working families, and without this amendment, it's catastrophic. Without it, healthcare costs will skyrocket, and over 4 million people will be priced out of healthcare. That's on top of the 8.6 million people that are already being kicked off of Medicaid by this tax bill. I urge my colleagues across the aisle to stand in solidarity with the American families instead of billionaires by supporting this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman and Ranking Member and all of my colleagues. I know you've had a very long night, and we appreciate you taking the time to listen to our important concerns. I'm going to talk to you about the state and local tax deduction, also known as SALT. Under the current law, the SALT deduction has been capped at $10,000. And under the existing reconciliation bill, it's been raised to $30,000. We haven't seen the manager's amendment yet. We're talking about all the different negotiations that are going on. But we believe that's very inadequate, or I believe it's very inadequate. And in fact, 6 of my Republican colleagues have come out and said it's insulting to only raise it to $30,000. And they said they will not vote for this bill at that level. So I know there's a lot of negotiations going on. But I want everybody to understand the basics of the state and local tax deduction. Before 1913, the only time we had an income tax was during the Civil War. Lincoln had put it in place, was declared unconstitutional. That was changed in 1913. We said we're going to create a federal income tax. And the governors and the mayors of the different states and cities throughout the country said, we don't want a federal income tax because we have to take care of our schools, and we have to pay our police officers, and we have to pick up the garbage and take care of the roads, and we need to tax at the local level. And we want the federal government to continue to raise your revenues from tariffs and from customs and things like that. And the federal government said, no, don't worry about it. We're going to create a state and local tax deduction so that you will not be taxed at the federal level on the taxes you've already paid at the state and local level. And that was a covenant between the states and the federal government for over 100 years until 2017, when the majority party at the time, the same majority party as now, and the president put a cap on the state and local tax deduction at $10,000. Now that really was a body blow to a lot of different states, not just my state of New York, but also other states like New Jersey and California and Connecticut and Illinois and Massachusetts and Maryland and Michigan and Minnesota and Oregon and Pennsylvania and Virginia and Hawaii. These states were hurt dramatically because when we set up our government in the United States of America, we wanted our states and cities to be laboratories of democracy, where they could experiment with what's the best way to run their governments. And then the federal government would not tax people on an expense that they were mandated to pay at the local level. So our taxes are higher in New York State, for example, and some other high tax states, because we've decided we want to insure our children. We have the lowest rate of uninsured children in the United States of America in New York State. We have the lowest rate of uninsured adults. We have subways and mass transit. We pay our teachers and our firefighters and our police officers good wages and give them good benefits. And that experiment worked. In fact, we've been a very productive state, so much so that we've contributed much more to the federal government in federal income taxes than we actually get back in services from the federal government. We are net donors to the federal government. In fact, most of the states hardest hit by the state and local tax deduction cap are donors to the federal government, where most of the states not affected that have low taxes are net takers from the federal government, with the exception of Texas. So it's just patently unfair that we broke this covenant, this idea of federalism, with a long arm of the federal government reached into our local municipalities and said, we don't like the way you're taxing your people. We don't like what you're doing. We don't think you should pay your teachers. We don't think you should pay your police officers. We don't think you should pay your firefighters. We don't think that you should insure your children. In fact, the highest rate of uninsured children in the country are in Florida and Texas, low-tax states. They chose not to do that. Now, right now, they're booming. And we're in trouble in some of our higher tax states. People are leaving our states and going to these other states. And you know what happens when people leave our states and go to the lower tax states? The people that are left behind, the middle class and the lower income people, are left holding the bag. And their taxes are either going to go up or their services are going to be cut, and neither one of those is acceptable. So as a matter of basic fairness, I'm asking that this amendment be adopted by the Rules Committee that increases the state and local tax deduction cap to $80,000. Nobody wants to pay the full restoration. I understand that. As a compromise, I'm suggesting that we increase the state and local deduction cap to $80,000. And let's pay for that. Let's not add to the deficit as this current bill does, which is creating some of the biggest deficits in the history of the United States of America. Let's pay for it by raising the top rate for the highest income earners in America from 37 back to 39.6. It's only fair. It's only fair that these donor states that take care of their residents, that do the best job that they can in their laboratory of democracy, are not penalized for doing what they see as being the right thing to do. That was a covenant between the federal government and the states and local governments for over 100 years. With that, I yield back, and I thank you for your time and attention.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Rivas of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. I want to start by thanking Ranking Member Pallone for providing me with the opportunity to lead this important amendment on a subject that is quickly becoming part of our everyday lives, artificial intelligence, or AI. From healthcare to housing to banking, AI is playing a critical role in all areas of our lives. AI is evolving every day, which is why it demands swift attention and continuous action to keep Americans safe. State legislatures from across the country have enacted their own laws, including legislation that limits bias in the housing, healthcare, and financial sectors, as well as actions that protect the health and safety of users from harmful AI systems. Despite all these positive developments, there's currently a provision in this Republicans' big bill that would issue a 10-year moratorium on states' ability to enforce AI laws. My amendment strikes this moratorium. This 10-year ban would remove states' ability to establish or enforce state laws that help keep up with the technological evolutions of AI, as well as push back on deliberate designs that could harm Americans. Under this ban, state and local governments won't be able to enforce current, new, or updated regulations around AI use in the workplace, in procurement, guidelines, or in eliminating biases, even regulations that only impact their specific locality. As a former state legislator, I believe we can and should learn from the states and champion solutions that protect Americans, especially workers and children, from harmful AI systems and not put unnecessary stoppages on their progress. Regardless of where you are on AI policy, enacting this moratorium is bad practice. AI has shown tremendous potential to improve and enhance our lives, but if we do not take immediate action to address the threats it poses on consumers as they arise today, we will not be prepared to address the threats that could arise over the next 10 years as a result. I'd like to submit a letter for the record. This letter to Speaker Johnson was signed by over 100 organizations, such as Unidos US, the National Immigration Law Center, National Women's Law Center, and SEIU, in opposition to this provision that's tucked into this bill. In their letter to the Speaker, the organizations state that as we have seen during other periods of rapid technological advancement, like the Industrial Revolution, the creation of the automobile, protecting people from being harmed by new technologies, including holding companies accountable when they cause harm, will spur innovation and the adoption of new technologies. The Republican moratorium on AI will block new innovation from occurring. AI policy touches every aspect of American lives now, and most certainly will over in the next 10 years. Thank you for considering my amendment. I urge its adoption, and I look forward to answering any questions.
And what was the date on the letter?
May 19, 2025.
And without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. Goldman of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to introduce two amendments, but I want to say just a couple things about the broader bill before I get to them. And most of what I'm about to say is really directed at blatantly false statements that many of my Republican colleagues have said, are saying, and likely will say about this bill. First, this bill slashes Medicaid, cuts Medicaid. More than 8 million Americans will lose their health care because of this bill. You can sugarcoat it all you want with eligibility and work requirements and any waste, fraud, and abuse, but the reality is that that's dressing up a pig, and it is cutting Medicaid. Second, the bill increases taxes for the poorest Americans and dramatically reduces taxes for the wealthiest. If you make less than $51,000 a year, your taxes will go up $700. If you make more than $4.3 million a year, which is the top 0.1% of Americans, your taxes will go down by nearly $400,000. That is reducing taxes for the wealthy and increasing taxes for the poor. Third, this bill repeals tax credits for American energy production that has resulted in hundreds of thousands of jobs created in this country and hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in American manufacturing. The vast majority of both of those are in red districts. These credits also reduce energy prices and increase our energy independence, two things that the America First gang endlessly talk about. And yet, this bill cuts all of that progress. And finally, you will hear my Republican colleagues say that cuts to essential government programs are needed to reduce an exploding deficit. That's nonsense. This bill increases the deficit by at least $3 trillion. So much so that Moody's became the last of the three major ratings agencies to downgrade U.S. debt. Now, this deficit increase will increase annual interest payments on our debt to 9% of total GDP in 10 years. 9%. That is just unsustainable. And yet it is the Republicans who are jamming this through. Now, my amendments address two separate things. One is a very simple amendment that I was shocked did not receive unanimous support in the Judiciary Committee, Amendment 258. It simply says that no federal funding can be used to deport American citizens. Remarkably, every Republican in the Judiciary Committee voted against it, and I hope this committee does not. My second amendment, Amendment 135, addresses what is truly a cruel and cynical attempt to make America hungry again. This bill does not trim SNAP around the edges. It does not cut waste, fraud, and abuse. It cuts SNAP to its core, to the tune of approximately $250 billion, which may sound like an abstract number, but there are human lives at stake. There are children who will go hungry. There are seniors who have to choose between prescription drugs and food. There are working parents who rely on that few $100s a month to put food on their table. My amendment would strike one of the most damaging provisions of this bill, a provision that would shift 75% of the administrative costs onto the states, up from current 50% split. In my district in New York City, more than 118,000 of my constituents use SNAP to put food on the table. And across New York State, 1 in 7 residents depend on it. This bill wouldn't just cut the benefits, it would starve the program. The GOP's proposed changes to SNAP would create a new burden on New York State of over $2.1 billion. And let's be real, what happens when administrative costs shoot up like that? The states can't backfill that amount of money. It's just not feasible. So what happens, of course, is benefits are cut. It's incredibly cynical, because you will hear Republicans, and New York Republicans in particular, my colleagues, who have nearly as many SNAP beneficiaries as I do, and they will say, oh, well, it's just putting it on the local officials, on the state. But make no mistake, it increases administrative costs, which is just cutting benefits by another name. This program averages $6 per person per day. And the work requirements that we hear so much about would actually cause 300,000 New Yorkers to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits. That is what this bill is doing, and my amendment would fix that. I urge the committee to support it and rule it in order.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment today would prohibit the executive branch from using federal funds to eliminate FEMA, transfer its responsibilities to another agency, or reduce its staffing or funding in a way that impairs its ability to fulfill its statutory functions unless expressly authorized by Congress. In fact, my amendment today just says again what's in the Stafford Act and what's in the Homeland Security Act, which was passed after Katrina. The president was right that FEMA needs reform. Let me say this again. The president was right that FEMA needs reform, as the chairwoman knows from her experiences in North Carolina after Hurricane Helene. But the Secretary of Homeland Security is dead wrong that FEMA should be deleted. First of all, the Secretary is in violation right now of the Stafford Act and in violation of the Homeland Security Act. The Secretary has no ability to pause all grants, which she has done. She has no ability to transfer any of the appropriations or restructure FEMA as she's done. Both of those are in direct violation of the Stafford Act and the Homeland Security Act that was passed after Katrina. So grants are paused. What does that mean, that all grants are paused? That means states right now that are going into hurricane season don't know whether or not they're going to get a declaration, which this administration is holding back. What happens if you don't get a declaration? Just go ask the governor of Arkansas, Governor Huckabee, who worked for the president. Took her weeks to get a declaration. You can't move, you can't respond, you can't spend money because you don't know that you're going to get reimbursed. Fiscally constrained cities and counties don't make decisions. It's analysis paralysis. It's actually in direct contradiction with what we're trying to do. We're trying to speed up FEMA. We're trying to make it faster, right? Which is why I have a bill with Byron Donalds to get FEMA out of Homeland Security. Homeland is disabusing FEMA. They're using FEMA to do grants for the other 22 agencies. That's why we got to get FEMA away from Homeland Security. They're not paying vendors. You know what happens if we don't pay vendors? They can't pay subcontractors. They're not going to be ready to perform in hurricane season. They fired 30% or got them to retire of the workforce in FEMA. Most of the senior people with that experience. You've got regional offices in FEMA now that are half empty. By the way, remember that DOGE, remember the E at the end of DOGE, the word efficiency? Nothing at FEMA has been made more efficient. In fact, I would tell you that the Secretary of Homeland Security has turned FEMA into the Newark Airport, okay? It is going to fail this summer. And so look, there's no doubt that FEMA needed reform, but what they've done at Homeland is they've taken something that needed help and they broke it further. Do you know what happens if there's no FEMA to the state that the Speaker represents or Steve Scalise represents? Louisiana goes bankrupt without FEMA when there's a hurricane that comes in from the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America, comes right into Louisiana, they're bankrupt. Alabama's bankrupt, Mississippi's bankrupt. You get an F5, F4 tornado in Tornado Alley, those states go bankrupt without FEMA. And yet, I don't see my Republican colleagues calling out the administration on how we're going to save FEMA and reform it. Let me say this. I think the Secretary of Homeland Security has exposed the president in significant ways. And I'm not in the business of protecting the president, but I am in the business of protecting the American people and the country. I don't think the president is aware of the current condition of FEMA and its potential inability to perform. We may get lucky, and hopefully we do. Hopefully we don't have a bad hurricane this season. Hopefully we don't have some unforeseen disaster like an earthquake that hasn't happened since the 90s. Lord knows we had a 1 in 100-year pandemic in the first term of the Trump administration. Hopefully we don't have anything like that, because they have decimated FEMA in ways that we won't know until it happens. And listen, I know the chairwoman represents an area that didn't have the best experience after Helene. There's no question about that. There's dramatic improvement that needs to be done at FEMA. But I'm deeply concerned what's happened at Homeland, and I don't think the president is aware the current condition that the secretary has put him and the men and women that work there and the states that are going to go to FEMA and rely on them to help them in their time of need. And those resources are going to come slower. Think about it. You don't get to move your logistics. You don't get to move your water, your ice, your power generation, any of your stuff. And let me remind you, I did this for a living. For a Republican governor, I worked for Ron DeSantis for 2.5 years, took my political hat off. So I'm not giving you partisan coverage. I'm giving you the current state of affairs in an agency that has been absolutely destroyed. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. Ms. Morrison, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern. My amendment today is simple. Before the House advances the largest Medicaid cut in program history, Congress needs to review how this bill will impact hospitals and Americans' access to services. My amendment simply says that the bill cannot take effect until an independent study confirms that these proposed Medicaid cuts will not result in hospital closures or reductions in service, including obstetric services. The Medicaid policies in this bill will strip healthcare coverage from millions of Americans and put essential labor and delivery services on the chopping block. Our country is already facing a worsening maternal health crisis and carelessly ripping away women's access to care without any consideration, and it's just plain cruel. We're already dead last in maternal mortality compared to our peer nations, and instead of putting forward a bill that will actually improve women's health and support moms and babies, my Republican colleagues have chosen to gut the program that covers more than 50% of births in many areas of Minnesota. Having cared for women and their babies for over 20 years as an OBGYN, I am appalled by how callously members of this chamber have turned their backs on their constituents. In my home state of Minnesota, 1.4 million Minnesotans get health care coverage through Medicaid, and millions more depend on the hospitals and providers who have been unequivocally clear that the Medicaid cuts in this bill will decimate their ability to provide care. Unequivocally clear that the cuts will force them to reduce services or shut down entirely. And the reality is, if hospitals are unable to keep their lights on and deliver care, we will all pay the price. People will not be able to access care. People will have more medical debt and they will be less healthy. People will suffer. People will die. I would encourage my Republican colleagues to believe the words of the hospitals that serve their constituents, the patients that live in their districts, and analysis after analysis that confirms that these cuts will cost millions of Americans their access to care. So my Republican colleagues who hold majority rule of this chamber, let's be very clear here. You can stop this right now. You can stop the hospital closures. You can stop the cuts to services. You can stop 14 million Americans from losing access to health insurance. You can stop the worsening of the maternal health care crisis and rural hospital crisis. You have the power. You can stop this. More than a dozen of our Republican colleagues here in the House have spoken out and said they cannot support deep cuts to Medicaid. Other Republicans have called these massive cuts morally wrong. And more than a dozen state legislators from my home state of Minnesota wrote our Republican delegation and the president making a very clear case about how this would be a disaster and begged them not to go through with these cuts. I have a copy with me here, Madam Chair, and I request consent for this letter to be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to highlight just a couple of their points. The Minnesota Republican legislators wrote, and I quote, "Too deep of a cut is unmanageable in any instance. Massive Medicaid reductions could punish Minnesota for being such a strong leader in greater efficiencies and better outcomes. Drastic reductions to Medicaid funding have the potential to impact the 1.4 million people we serve and place incredible pressure on our overall state budget." And they closed with, "Please remind our good leaders in Washington that simply cutting the budget is not going to take away our responsibilities to the aged, those with disabilities, mental health needs, children, and the poor." End quote. So to my Republican colleagues, please hear the pleas of your state counterparts as you consider this bill today. I also have with me here a letter from Minnesota's nonprofit hospitals, and Madam Chair, I would request consent for this letter to be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to highlight just a couple of their points. They wrote, and I quote, "Any reduction in federal support would trigger immediate consequences. Patients will lose access, hospitals will be forced to reduce services and will face impossible choices. And communities across our state will feel the effects whether they are covered by Medicaid or not. We know these are difficult budget discussions, but cutting Medicaid doesn't erase the need for care. It simply shifts the burden to states, to hospitals, and ultimately to the very people the program is meant to protect." End quote. Their pleas are clear. Their threats are real. The facts are undeniable. So please, on behalf of all Americans, I implore you to do the right thing. Rule this amendment in order and stop these cuts. I yield, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fishbach, do you have any questions? Mr. McGovern?
Again, I want to thank all of you for your patience and for being here, and you remind all of us of the fact that the underlying bill, the reconciliation bill, is a lousy piece of legislation. I mean, the attacks on health care, attacks on food assistance, the attacks on public lands, the attacks on FEMA, the attacks on, and the indifference on AI, which is a very dangerous thing that we're about to do. I mean, basically saying we're not going to do our job in the Congress, but we're going to prevent states from doing anything to protect the citizens. I mean, just so many things. I mean, this bill should not be coming to the floor. Your amendments are all good, and we're going to make the case that they should be made in order when we get to the point of actually reporting out a rule. But again, I think it is so important that you stayed here and that you made the case as to how we could improve the bill. Did you have, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to add something that I know is near and dear to your heart because you're such a leader on food insecurity and it's done such incredible work. These so-called work requirements are such a fig leaf. They're such a pretext when in reality, the census data shows that 82% of households with working age adults who do not live with minor children and did not receive disability benefits had earnings during the year 2023. Right, yeah. This is not an issue that needs to be addressed. It is an issue that is being created so that poor Americans can struggle even more.
Yeah. Again, we had this discussion in the Ag Committee. I mean, of a single mother with a 7-year-old child, who loses her job, and she has 90 days to get another job. Otherwise, she loses her benefit. And the back and forth in the Ag Committee was like, well, the 7 years old, the child at school. I mean, like, do people realize what time school gets out? I mean, if people are working, I mean, what happens during the summer? What happens during vacations? I mean, again, many people are able to juggle all this stuff. And the majority of people who are able-bodied, who are on SNAP, actually do work. And there are work requirements, especially for those who are able-bodied adults without dependents. But to be totally indifferent to what life is like for a single parent with a 7 or 8 or 9-year-old child, and to just say, oh, one glove fits all, it's just a cruel and rotten thing to do. And we're talking about food assistance and a really, meager food benefit. On average, $2 per person per meal. And by the way, with the state cost share, that requirement now, many states won't be able to meet that cost share, and so that $2 benefit will get even less. I mean, you can't buy a cup of coffee in the Capitol for $2. And it's like this is where you're going to try to get money to offset tax cuts for billionaires? Like, who does this? Who thought this brilliant idea up? I mean, it's just such a terrible thing to do. I mean, there are other things we could do to improve programs. Every program can be improved. But this is not it. And I appreciate your amendment. I appreciate all your amendments and look forward to working with you. I yield back.
Thank you. I just, again, wanted to, we'll just wave at this point. I want to thank you all for your amendments and for sticking around so long. Representative Lofgren, I really appreciated your bringing attention to the fact that when cuts are made to scientific research, medical research, it doesn't just harm that research. And of course, we've heard about ovarian cancer trials being paused, people not being able to get treatment that they were hoping would impact their issues. But we then know there's job loss when that happens. We're hearing from universities in my district that students who thought they had internships, which would make them the researchers of tomorrow, are losing those internships. And then we're hearing from contractors and tradespeople that universities, in order to try to preserve some of the research, are diverting funding from capital projects. And then we have contractors losing those jobs and tradespeople being laid off because those things are happening. And Rep. Houlihan, we have so many veterans in southeastern Pennsylvania. I think you and I, we each have about 27,000, 28,000 veterans in our districts. You've got the Coatesville facility in your district. The Philadelphia VA is adjacent to my district. And of course, we've just tried to expand the benefits available to our veterans through the PACT Act. And at the same time that we're trying to expand those benefits and make sure that people actually get the treatment that they are entitled to, that they've earned through their service, we're seeing these funding cuts and the pulling back. So thank you for amendments bringing attention to all of that and everything that people have put forward. Excuse me, losing my voice. I yield back.
Could I just address the science issue briefly? Because we've seen reductions in physics, in mathematics, in chemistry, in computer science, And what we've seen all across the United States is universities reducing the number of doctoral students that they are admitting because they cannot see how to pay for the research. So what's happening? Europe, Canada, and yes, China are recruiting the scientists that we are losing. So we are going to pay a big economic price for a long time for what's already happened. So let's stop the digging and try and recover, because this is going to hit our economy in a way that is really terrible, terrible impact. And I thank you for.
Well, and you do bring up another point, which is that these foreign students coming to the U.S., when we are making them feel unwelcome, they often pay full freight.
Correct.
Which is really, really helpful to our universities, and all of a sudden, that's an income source that
Well,
they
the
don't
number
have.
of F1 student applications has completely crashed.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we're losing money because they subsidize the American students. And then we're also losing, you know, almost 50% of the Nobel Prize winners who are Americans in the sciences were Americans by choice, Americans born someplace else. Those people are not going to be here in our future.
So it's a talent drain and a financial drain. Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks, Ms. Scanlon. Do my colleagues on my side have any questions? Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Seeing no one else having questions, the panel is excused. Thank you very much for coming. If the next panel we could do, I hope you did this, start down here and move up. Ms. Ansari, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Hayes, Mr. Kassar, Ms. Williams, Mr. Cisneros, Mr. Kurson, and Mr. Takano. Doesn't really matter which seat you sit in. I'll call you by the way you were on this list. Yeah, Markham. No, Ms. Hayes. No, Kassar. Cisneros. Ms. Ansari, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for allowing me the opportunity to join today's hearing. First, let me start by saying that the fact that we have been here since the literal middle of the night at a committee markup that will determine the federal government's budget, something that affects every single American, is absurd. But I'm proud of the showing of Democrats in this room, of colleagues who have been here for decades, alongside some colleagues who, like me, have been here for just a couple of months. We hail from different parts of the country, different backgrounds, different ideas on policy, but we stand united against this bill and the process by which it is moving through this committee. I urge you to support my amendment that would strike the text of the bill and replace it with the Stock Act 2.0. This would prevent government officials and their immediate family members from being able to trade individual stocks. The original Stock Act barred members of Congress, the President, Vice President, and high-level staff from engaging in insider trading or otherwise using non-public information for their own benefit. It also included important updates to financial transparency by requiring these high-ranking government officials to disclose financial transactions to the public. It is because of this latter provision that we discovered earlier this month that the chairman of the committee with jurisdiction over oil and gas, as well as mining lease sales, bought up to $150,000 in stock throughout the month of March. Those stocks included shares of oil companies like ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, ConocoPhillips, Suncor, and Canadian Natural Resources. They also including mining companies like BHP, Freeport-McMoRan, and Rio Tinto, for whom the largest shareholder is a Chinese state-owned corporation. These oil and mining stock trades took place while the chairman was writing a major portion of this very bill, the portion that is an unprecedented multi-billion-dollar giveaway to oil and mining companies. Now, so many of these CEOs are set to directly benefit from this partisan budget that makes draconian cuts to the programs on which my constituents and my Republican colleagues' constituents rely on. This is bigger than any one member benefiting from a stock trade. It's about this legislation as a whole, a budget that endorses this kind of behavior, uplifts it, and makes it into real policy that benefits the ultra-rich getting richer over everything else. Let's be clear, this so-called big, beautiful bill is not in the interest of the American people. It includes billions of dollars in cuts from critical programs such as SNAP and Medicaid. Over 7.6 million Americans would lose their health insurance just from these cuts. And that doesn't include the millions of Americans that would lose access to health care when hospitals that rely on Medicaid are forced to shut down, all while giving trillions of dollars in handouts to mega corporations and the ultra-wealthy. And now we also know that at least one member of Congress could personally and directly enrich himself from these provisions. This is corruption, plain and simple. My amendment would strike the text of this bill and replace it with legislation that would prevent this sort of corruption from public officials. This is not a partisan issue, it is common sense. Members of Congress should not be able to use their positions of power for personal financial gain, nor should there be a perception of such. We should not have to rely on the self-restraint of members of Congress to resist the temptation of self-dealing and insider trading. It just should not be allowed. Even Speaker Mike Johnson voiced his support for banning stock trading for members of Congress last week, stating that members of Congress should not, quote, have any appearance of impropriety, end quote. The oil and mining stock trade that happened while the chair was writing this bill to give away unprecedented sums to oil and mining industries most certainly has the appearance of impropriety. I sincerely hope that it is just an appearance. At a time when public trust in Congress is abysmal, we have to work harder to rebuild it. Banning stock trades by members of Congress is the first step. It's the lowest hanging fruit. There is absolutely no reason why Republicans on this committee should oppose this amendment. I urge the committee to make my amendments in order. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chairman, Ranking Member McGovern. There's so much to talk about in this bill, and I have several amendments, and I want to highlight two of them. But before I do that, I wanted to make some general comments on behalf of the residents of Texas 32 and the great state of Texas. Our deficit is at catastrophic levels. We've had multiple committee hearings in this building that suggest we're going to be facing some very impending financial crisis. Our federal credit rating was just reduced. And this bill and the Republicans in this building are voting to add $4 trillion to the deficit in the most irresponsible way possible, on the backs of hungry children, on the backs of young mothers and families and the poor in this country to keep them from getting health care, on the backs of children and kids who want to get an education in cybersecurity, on the backs of safety of our aviation and our airports, on the backs of FEMA and states for disaster preparedness, on the backs of law enforcement officers who are being routinely terminated, on the backs of woeful areas across this government for lack of prudent and proper investment to the health and safety and the prosperity of this country. And we're being put in a dire financial strait so that the President of the United States can reward a few of his friends with extra money in their bank account that they don't need, that they can't spend. And the Republicans in this Congress have abdicated all the values that they have campaigned on for decades in homage to this one man. And it is a travesty to this government and to the American people that this is happening. Democrats have been protesting this viciously all through the day in the weeks preceding this to have the American people wake up and say, this is harming you. This bill will hurt the American people. I have an amendment for the Affordable Care Act tax credit. Millions of people get their health care in this country because of the Affordable Care Act. Texas is one of the leading states of it. Our state and our health care system is going to be devastated. And this is a bill that is supposed to give tax cuts. But yet we are removing one of the most critical tax cuts that the American people rely on. It makes absolutely no sense. How can we tout the greatest tax cut bill to the American people at the same time we are cutting one of the most important tax cuts that benefits the vast majority of the American people? And I really would like to urge this committee to restore the tax cuts of the Affordable Care Act. Millions and millions of people in the state of Texas and across this land desperately rely on that to get the desperate needs of healthcare. Small businesses, our new entrepreneurs, the young people who don't work for big corporations with vast amounts of employees to have diversity of risk. They rely on the Affordable Care Act. And health insurance is already one of the leading expenses of a family in this country, and it is prohibitively expensive. And this initiative, the Affordable Care Act, and these tax credits make it possible. The other amendment I would like to address for this committee is to restore funding to FEMA. I sit on the Homeland Security Committee. I've heard so much testimony about the urgent need and the critical role that FEMA plays as the backstop for states and American families when nature and the disasters strike out of the blue without ability to prepare. It's the safety net that is so critically relied on by so many. Our country will be at an peril on our national security, on our preparedness, if we don't have FEMA to come in and put the pieces back together. To just today, horrible tornadoes ripped through Alabama. I mean, no state is free from natural disaster, and Texas is certainly one of the states that has had to rely on FEMA the most. Hurricane Harvey decimated our Gulf Coast. Tornadoes decimate North Texas. We're the 6th largest economy in the world, the state of Texas. And without FEMA, we will be so burdened in putting our country back together that the federal government will also be harmed. I appreciate the consideration for this committee, and I strongly encourage you to adopt my amendments and make them in order. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hungry kids don't learn. This issue has always been important to me. Unless and until you've come into your classroom on a Monday morning and seen a kid with their head down, knowing that they haven't had a decent meal since they left, you can't understand. Unless and until you find yourself automatically packing a second piece of fruit in your lunch because you expect that one of your students is going to ask you for it, you can't understand. It changes you. It does something to you. When I came to Congress, I knew I would work to help address food insecurity. But my Republican colleagues here in this bill seek to exacerbate it. Hunger is a policy choice, and today we're considering legislation that makes the choice to take food away from people, from children. The reconciliation bill we are considering here today is the largest ever cut to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Approximately $313 billion will be taken away from the most vulnerable in our country: hungry children, families, veterans, and seniors. Republicans are pushing a legislative package that guts SNAP, the most efficient and effective anti-poverty program in this nation. The cost-sharing provisions in this legislation are going to shift the financial burden to states, forcing the states to cut benefits, eligibility, or both in order to reduce costs. States have always been responsible for hiring staff and administering the benefits they receive through the federal government and paying an equal share with the federal government. Under this bill, a workforce already facing shortages would have more responsibility to address paperwork errors with fewer funds. This bill does nothing to support workforce development or the administrative support that will come as a result of these changes. In my state of Connecticut, the Department of Social Services estimates that this would cost an additional $177 million per year. But based on the FY23 error rates, the state of New York, which would be forced to pay $1.8 billion, Texas, $1.074 billion, Georgia, $82 million, and North Carolina, $584 million in additional costs to administer these programs. Additionally, this legislation would prevent the Secretary of Agriculture from reevaluating the Thrifty Food Plan, which is used to determine benefit eligibility amounts. This bill also expands work requirements for older adults up to age 65 and for parents in households with children age 7 or older, which means that 4 million children between the ages of 7 and 17 who live in households that receive SNAP would be at risk of losing some type of food assistance. While expanding these requirements, this legislation does nothing, once again, to fund workforce development programs or increase access to child care for these families. I would also note that when children lose their SNAP benefits, they automatically lose their CEP, which is the community eligibility provision that allows them to get free and reduced lunch at school. So not only is food being taken away from children at home, it is being taken away from them at school. My amendment is simple. It prevents any cuts to SNAP that would reduce benefits for the 42 million Americans who rely on the program for food assistance. My amendment says that this legislation can only take effect once the USDA and all state agencies issue reports evaluating and certifying that any changes made to SNAP would not result in a reduction of benefits to eligible individuals or decrease in population. SNAP serves 16 million children, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities. I've heard over and over and over that the target is able-bodied adults without dependents who have the ability to work. If that is true, and that is the only group you are targeting, then it should be simple to make sure that we are protecting children and families and seniors and those with disabilities from being cut off of these programs. I can't understand why my Republican colleagues would not vote for that. Based on your testimony and everything that you've said in regards to SNAP, these aren't the people you're going after anyway. So we should all work together to ensure that we protect them. I've heard members from the other side of the aisle say that their intention is not to cut benefits. This amendment is your chance to go on the record and do just that. While I question the intent here and where we are going, I understand with fidelity the outcome and who will be affected. In the wealthiest nation in the world, we have the ability to feed children. We don't have a drought, we don't have a famine, we don't have a war. We have policies that intend to take food out of the mouths of children. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Mr. Kassar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. So in this terrible Republican budget bill, we're talking about saving money by cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. But then when we actually look at the bill about who's taking a cut, well, of course, we are cutting taxes for billionaires, but the people who are taking a cut is a person with a disability who will lose their health care because we say, well, you've got a disability, but it's not quite bad enough, or you didn't fill out this piece of paper. Or we're cutting the $6 a day in food assistance to a child because now you're 8 years old, not 7 years old, so you don't need it anymore. You kidding me? When folks think about waste, fraud, and abuse, we aren't talking about these Americans. If you want to see waste, tens of billions of dollars get milked by big pharma every year off of the taxpayer in the Medicare Advantage program. We could be getting tens of billions of dollars from them. Or if you want to talk about fraud, we could be talking about the billionaires who hide their money in offshore accounts that we should be going after. Or if you want to talk about abuse, this bill that's supposed to be saving money has $25 billion in it for Trump's Golden Dome project. That recently was reported, the person most likely to get that money is Elon Musk. So while he's in the White House playing with the president, this bill is sending potentially $25 billion to Elon Musk. When we talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, we should be looking at those folks with lots of power who are milking the taxpayers, not the biggest Medicare cut in American history or the biggest Medicaid cut in American history. So come on, y'all. So one of the amendments I've proposed is pretty simple. Let's say if a federal court finds that Elon Musk abused his power to be able to route money to himself, then we could save ourselves billions of dollars by automatically canceling out these billionaire tax cuts and the billions of dollars in contracts that Elon Musk has. If nobody on this panel thinks that Elon Musk hasn't been abusing his power, then we could just put this amendment in order and take it to a vote. If Elon Musk is found to have abused his power, we can save ourselves a whole bunch of money. And as if that isn't enough of the heart of the hypocrisy here, the Republican Party that campaigned on saving people money, one, is talking about saving billionaires money with their tax cut, and two, in this bill, they're going to jack up the premiums on health care for the people that rely on the marketplace for their health care. And so I will hand the mic over, yield my time to any of my Republican colleagues that want to address the amount of money that their tax-paying citizens are going to have to pay in increased premiums for their health care. If anybody wants to mention, we have the numbers, everybody here has the numbers, how much your constituents are going to have to pay more every year in health care because of this bill. I don't know the numbers for my district. It's going to be a 50% increase, over $400 in my district. And that's actually not even close to how much in many of the Republican districts there's going to be an increase. I would yield the mic.
I think we're 78% in my district.
78% in Mr. McGovern's district. Maybe none of the Republican members want to mention it, but the Republican gentleman from New York, there would be a 44% increase, $2,000 a year hit to his constituents in their health care costs. The distinguished gentleman from Virginia, his constituents would face an increase in $770 a year in their health care premiums. The distinguished Republican chairwoman of this committee, a 60% increase in health care premiums, and that's on average. The distinguished Republican congresswoman here from Minnesota was recently told here by the committee on the budget that a 60-year-old couple with a joint income of $85,000 a year in her district would see an $11,000 a year increase in their costs while we're giving tax cuts to billionaires. And what bothers me the most is that we want to hide it. Nobody wants here to talk about the fact that they're jacking up insurance costs on their own constituents while giving a billionaire a tax break. Nobody on the Republican side pushing this bill wants to have an in-person town hall and look their constituents in the face and explain to them why they want to hand Elon Musk another $25 billion contract while jacking up your health insurance costs, not just by hundreds, but by thousands of dollars. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kassar. Ms. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern. Y'all, this meeting started at 1 a.m. and has been going through the entire night, morning, and now day. We're considering one of the most harmful bills to ever come before the House, cutting health care from 14 million Americans, taking food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. My Republican colleagues were hoping that my Democratic colleagues and I would sleep through the night as the American people slept. But what's done in the dark, y'all, comes to the light, and I'm here to shed the light. That's why I stayed up all night, and that's why I'm here right now as the voice of Georgia's fighting 5th Congressional District. I follow in the footsteps of the late Congressman John Lewis, known as the conscience of the Congress. And if there's anything Republicans need more of these days, it's a conscience. Because who with a conscience would rip health care away from 14 million people in this country? Who with a conscience would make the largest cut in history to food benefits for children, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities? Who with a conscience would add $5 trillion to the deficit with nothing to show for it but billionaire tax cuts? No one with a conscience would do any of that, but that's exactly what this Republican so-called one big beautiful bill would do. Congressman John Lewis would be ashamed of y'all. I know that I am. But you know what? he'd be proud of his Democratic colleagues for making the good trouble by unleashing that on behalf of the American people. House Democrats wrote 537 amendments to your so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. Just because Republicans aren't willing to change their bill to actually help the American people, it definitely won't stop us from offering these amendments, because we know that it doesn't have to be this way. I have 16 amendments myself. One, to invest in programs to increase our housing supply and lower housing costs. Another, to stop taxpayer funding for anti-abortion clinics that spread disinformation about women's health care. Another, to stop Trump from cutting essential federal workers without at least getting a report from Congress on how it'll harm government services. Another, to stop Trump from profiting off funding for presidential security. An additional one, to increase nutrition benefits and eligibility for students. Another, to require reports on how the policies in this bill affect low-income individuals and racial inequities. Another, to stop January 6th insurrectionists from getting a settlement from the federal government for their crimes. And yet another, to ensure that members of Congress can continue conducting lawful oversight in ICE facilities. Another one, to make maternal medical care, menstrual products, and broadband costs covered expenses for determining people's eligibility for food assistance. Another, to stop Elon Musk from selling the federal government AI systems while he's employed by our federal government. And yet another, to stop any funds in this bill from being used to unconstitutionally remove a United States citizen from this country. Another, to require the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to remain independent of whoever is president, Democratic or Republican. And yet another, to keep the funding for sustainable aviation fuel, which supports our aviation industry to be cleaner and more environmentally friendly. If my Republican colleagues really want to do right by the American people, you'd approve all of these amendments. I can't fix everything in this horrible bill, even with the 16 amendments that I'm offering, but these would definitely be a start. And next time, maybe open up this big, beautiful bill to some big, beautiful debate in the light of day, because it doesn't matter what your ideas are if you can't defend them in broad daylight for the American people. You must be hiding something from the American people. The children, seniors, and veterans in my district that will lose health care and SNAP benefits, y'all, they are more than a line item in a budget. They are real people simply trying to survive. So don't turn your back on them to give tax cuts to billionaires. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Cisneros, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I am deeply disappointed with how this hearing came about. The majority scheduled a hearing in the middle of the night to further their agenda without debate or scrutiny. But the timing of the hearing cannot hide the fact this legislation rips off the American people. It increases tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans, paid for by nearly $700 billion in cuts to Medicaid and $267 billion cuts to SNAP. I'm here to offer 4 amendments to this flawed legislation and urge the committee to make them in order. My first amendment seeks to ensure Congress is authorizing the funds needed to pay our child care workers and maintain our modernized and the facilities where they work in the Department of Defense. My amendment would increase child care fee assistance to $200 million, add $1.3 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Space Force Child Development Center facility maintenance, and include $1 billion for child care provider compensation under the Department of Defense's modernization of the Child Development Program staffing model passed in the fiscal year 25 NDAA. I want to be clear, my amendment does not raise the top line. Instead, it will take from an expensive and unnecessary program and instead support our service members' family needs. My next amendment seeks to reassert congressional oversight into the activities of the Department of Defense. My amendment allows the department to access the first $100 billion of the bill's funding, but before the department can use the last $50 billion, it simply requires the department to answer some elementary oversight questions about DOGE and the Department of Defense. I support better efficiency in program management at the Pentagon, as I know many of my colleagues do. I've been proud to support numerous efforts to that effect, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in a bipartisan way in the future, but that's not what this bill is. Our responsibility is to conduct oversight, and so far, our questions to the department have yielded insubstantial or non-existent answers, and the administration seems unable to explain the role of DOGE in the Department of Defense. I know the DoD is capable of giving thoughtful responses. I have sat in the witness seat before and have answered questions, and I've been required to reply to congressional inquiries, which I gladly did because that was my responsibility. At the very least, we should understand what this unauthorized department is doing to one of the departments that we are supposed to be overseeing in Congress. My third amendment seeks to expand eligibility for the employer-provide child care tax credit. This amendment would define small business concern in accordance with the Small Business Act for the purpose of the employer-provided child care tax credit. This would help small businesses attract and retain employees that are working parents. My final amendment seeks to revise the short title of the bill to the One Big Billionaire Bailout Act. Raising a child, owning a small business, having access to affordable and quality health care in this economy, it's becoming more difficult with the rising cost of living. Again, this bill, instead of helping hardworking Americans nationwide, gives a government handout to billionaires and the wealthiest Americans at the expense of everyone else. The name matters because it tells the truth of what this fine print hides. I am happy to tell the American people who this bill really serves, because it is not them. Again, I urge you to make these amendments in order. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. Mr. Chicano, I'll go to you next.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Let's begin with the obvious. This bill, the so-called budget reconciliation package, is not even finished. Republican leadership is asking members to vote on a moving target with text still changing and details still unclear. Even Republican members don't know what's in it, but they're being told to rush this to the floor before the holiday weekend so they can hand Donald Trump a political win. Trump has made his demand clear. Unite behind what is possibly the most budget-busting piece of legislation in modern U.S. history. And now, Republicans are stuck between their talking point of deficit reduction and their obligation to do whatever Donald Trump tells them to do. Last night, the Congressional Budget Office released its score. It found that this bill would increase the deficit by $2.3 trillion over the next decade. Let me say that again, $2.3 trillion. That would trigger automatic cuts to Medicare and other vital programs unless Congress steps in. And who benefits? According to the CBO, the richest 10% of Americans would see their incomes go up, while the poorest 10% would see theirs go down. So yes, this bill deserves a name, and I would call it One Big Billionaire Payout. And while billionaires and corporations are poised to win big, the people I serve, veterans, students, and working families are set to lose. I'm offering 10 amendments to stop the worst of this damage. First, I've introduced an amendment to exempt disabled veterans from new Medicaid work requirements. Now, not all veterans are eligible to receive their health care from VA, and currently 1.6 million veterans rely on Medicaid. This bill would subject as many as 1 million of them to bureaucratic red tape just to keep their health care. Many veterans with service-connected disabilities fall below the disability rating that makes them eligible for VA care and significant barriers to employment. Punishing them for that is not reform, it's cruelty. Now, second, if you're going to rip away veterans' health care, the least you can do is tell them. My amendment would require CMS to notify veterans who are losing Medicaid coverage. Third, I've offered a similar amendment requiring USDA to notify veterans and service members if they're kicked off SNAP. Over 1 million veterans rely on food assistance, and this bill, again, takes from those who served and gives to those who stockpile wealth without sacrifice. Fourth and fifth, I propose creating websites through HHS and USDA to help veterans navigate the fallout, healthcare and nutrition resources for those losing coverage. It's a modest effort to clean up the mess this bill creates. Sixth, I'm offering an amendment to preserve nursing home staffing reforms. In 2024, CMS finalized a rule to address dangerous understaffing. This bill delays that and could cost lives. University of Pennsylvania research estimates 13,000 lives would be saved annually under that rule. Who exactly are we protecting by delaying that? Certainly not the seniors living in those homes. My seventh amendment strikes the repeal of the 2023 Borrower Defense Rule, a protection for student borrowers defrauded by predatory colleges. In just 1 year, over 770,000 students filed claims. This bill would make it nearly impossible for future victims to get relief. Eighth, I strike the repeal of the 90-10 rule fix, a bipartisan protection that keeps for-profit colleges from targeting veterans as dollar signs. Without it, GI Bill recipients become cash cows for worthless diploma mills, and taxpayers foot the bill when these shady schools collapse. Ninth, I proposed a certify no harm amendment which would simply require federal agencies to confirm that these provisions won't increase fraud against student veterans before they take effect. If Republicans are so confident this bill won't hurt anyone, this should be an easy yes. And finally, my 10th amendment includes the Protect Students Act, codifying essential safeguards against deceptive marketing, inflated job placement claims, and outright fraud by for-profit colleges and loan servicers. And let me close by reminding my colleagues that this isn't some routine budget bill. This is reverse Robin Hood. It steals health care from veterans, it steals food from hungry families, it steals loan protections from students, and it steals safety from nursing home residents. And it does all that to give billionaires a payday with a price tag of $2.3 trillion in new debt. This isn't about values, it's about vanity, trying to give a twice-impeached former president a talking point for his next rally. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments and reject this sham of a bill. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Mr. Carson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you for providing me the time to testify this afternoon. I have 4 amendments to this reconciliation bill. My amendments protect Medicaid, passenger rail, our environment, and would protect the middle class. I first want to speak on Amendment 428 to conduct a comprehensive audit within 180 days to assess the impact of this bill's impact on income inequality in our country. The GOP claims their tax policies will benefit the middle class. I say prove it. Prove to the American people that the tax policies in this bill will help the middle class, not the ultra-wealthy. Next, my Amendment 168 addresses one of the most urgent, life-threatening issues in this bill, which is that this bill would slash health care for 14 million Americans. Just this afternoon, an Indianapolis woman named Joan contacted our office. She is about to turn 65, she's disabled, and she receives Medicaid to survive. She told me, at 65 years old, I have nowhere else to go, and I don't want to lose my home, and I don't want to lose my health care. Yesterday evening, I spoke on the House floor about 3 women from my district in Indy, Erica, Bethany, and Carol Ann, who rely on SNAP and Medicaid to survive. These are just 3 of the thousands of people who have reached out to us in the past few weeks. We receive messages from folks every day who are afraid for themselves, but they're also terrified for their children, other people's children, their family members, other people's family members. That's because Indianapolis is a community that cares about one another. We look out for one another. It's what we do. It's who we are. I've always been proud of my hometown, but I'm even more proud of hearing the groundswell of support, especially over the last week, from those in Indianapolis who have overwhelmingly told me we must help our neighbors and we must protect Medicaid. I'm here today to fight for the people of Indianapolis who deserve a government that stands with them, not billionaires. This past week, our country has watched members of Congress debate essentially who deserves to live and who deserves to die in our country. For 14 million Americans, health care and Medicaid cuts aren't a political discussion. They are a matter of life and death. 14 million Americans would lose health care under this current bill. That includes newborns, children, seniors, and postpartum mothers, the most vulnerable among us. We've also watched Republican members of Congress deny that this bill will slash Medicaid, even though a nonpartisan analysis found that the Republican budget simply would not be possible without cutting Medicaid and essential health care. And yet, many of my colleagues still deny that this budget will drastically cut essential health care. So, my message to my colleagues is, prove it. If you insist your bill will not hurt Medicaid, if you insist this bill will not snatch health care out of the hands of 14 million men, women, and children, prove it by simply passing my amendment. My amendment would ensure none of the provisions of this bill will take effect if there is an increase in mortality rates due to reduced access to health care services as a result of this bill. If Republicans truly believe this bill is not taking money away from Medicaid to give tax breaks to billionaires, then they should have no problem passing this amendment. If Republicans believe that at a minimum, we should make sure this bill does not cause Americans to die, then they shouldn't have a problem passing my amendment. I would like to close my remarks, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, by reminding us again of Joan, Erica, Bethany, and Carol Ann in the great Hoosier State. I implore you to remember their humanity. 14 million people who stand to lose their health care are relying on us to do the right thing. Protect Medicaid, protect health care, protect our children. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. Does anyone on my side wish to ask any questions? Mr. Scott, Mr. Griffith? Okay. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, no, again, I want to thank everybody here for being in the fight. There's too much at stake. I mean, you highlighted many of the concerns that have been echoed over and over again today. Thank you. I mean, Johanna Hayes and I were on the Ag Committee when they marked up the Ag section of this reconciliation bill, and it was maddening. And not just because of the impact of the cuts on children, on vulnerable people, on senior citizens, on veterans, on people with disabilities, but this kind of indifference, like it's no big deal. And it is a big deal. It is a big deal. If you can't put food on the table for your kids, that's a huge deal. That's every parent's worst nightmare. You know, if you're a senior citizen, not being able to afford your medication and your food, that's a big deal. And you know, a lot of the issues that were raised by this panel, you know, point to the fact that it seems that the people who are going to suffer the most are the most vulnerable, and the people who are well off and well connected and have the most are going to get even more. And so, again, I thank you for staying. Some of you have been here like since 1 o'clock in the morning. I've seen you in the hallways at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you know, and so you've been around. And but I really do think it's important that people speak up. And Ms. Hayes.
I just want to say that, thank you for that, but as many of you know, I spent my career as a classroom teacher, and when you're on the other side of these processes and you're in a building with children and not really understanding how these policy decisions are being made, everything from protecting them from gun violence to mental health and wraparound services to something as basic as food. You know, understanding that federal law prohibited the lunch lady from even giving students a sandwich at the end of the day, and instead she had to throw it away. It is heartbreaking. So then to get here and be faced with the realization that there are people who understand what these policies do and still support them. These are not oversights. These are not loopholes. These are policy choices and intentional decisions that are being made. Right now, we are debating legislation once again. I mean, I saw it in the debt ceiling negotiations, in the CR, in every budget every year, and now in reconciliation, where we move from hypotheticals to reduce food benefits that directly impact children. And it's something that I will never understand for as long as I am in this body. I will also never stop fighting for those kids, because I understand that they deserve a chance. And in the same breath where we are talking about subsidies and tax cuts and corporations and tax breaks and even deductions, something as basic as food should just not be an issue. And the idea of, I've heard many people just keep throwing out waste and fraud and abuse. If that was truly the concern, we would be supporting SNAP administrators and making sure that we had highly qualified staff to process these applications. If that was truly the concern, we would be investing in workforce development to put people back to work. Because I can tell you, no one wants to be poor. And $6 per person per day is not a come up.
And if we're really interested in fraud, waste, and abuse, I don't know why we don't look at the Department of Defense, which can't seem to pass an audit, but that we're giving
No,
them-
we've increased their
Yeah,
budget.
we're increasing their budget. But this is a fight worth having, and I'm glad you're all in the fight. With that, I yield back.
McGovern, Ms. Scanlon.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Carson's amendment, which really tries to get at what the underlying principles are in this bill, and is this tax policy really going to help people? And as we've been locked in our little room here for the last however long, 2 hours ago, I've got an article from CNBC. Dow slides more than 800 points as spiking Treasury yields and deficit fears spur a sell-off. And there's multiple articles out there now talking about the fact that this bill moving through with its deficit increases, although they're being used to justify all these cuts to essential services, but the fact that this is going to explode the deficit is causing another stock market dip and causing Treasury bonds, something I never thought I'd spend a lot of time talking about, to spike. You know, it's just, it undercuts the whole argument for this bill. So thank you for thinking about that. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Goose. Thank you. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Thank you, and thank you very much. I mean, I think a lot of what we have been talking about today is what is fair, right? What is right for the American people, how we build back trust up, and how what we're seeing in this bill is this big transfer, this favoritism to the wealthy, this prioritizing them over the hungry kids in the classroom, over the families who need that assistance with the health care premiums, the Affordable Care Act. Americans love the Affordable Care Act, right? And one of the ways, Representative Ansari, when you suggest we do the Stock Act, you're essentially saying, let's put trust back in the system. Is that right? I mean, what is the impetus for that?
Yeah, I mean, we know that about 87% of Americans, both Democrats, independents, and Republicans, believe that members of Congress should not be trading stocks. And when I discovered during the natural resources markup that the chairman of that committee, for the first time in the 10 years that he's been in Congress, decided to suddenly trade hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of oil and gas stocks, I was genuinely shell-shocked.
But it was the concept was let's put trust back in the system. And I see we have one of the sponsors who might be joining us on one of our panels. But I think that that's this concept of who is benefiting and how do we actually say this is what government can do and this is how we put trust back in the system is really playing throughout all of the testimony, whether it's from veterans, healthcare, hunger, or just let's make sure that Americans trust us. And so thank you for taking the time to make sure that Americans know what we're doing here. Because I can tell you, well, that's going, well, the stock market is terrified of what they are doing here. Americans are watching what we are doing here, and they are so appreciative. And I know we're all getting lots of calls and texts and outreach because they're watching. They are watching, and the senators are watching. I went to go get some food, and the senators are watching what we're doing in rules. Who knew? So thank you, Representative
Can I just say,
Ranking Member
Fernandez,
Takano.
that we could save money if we did not repeal the 90-10 rule, $1.6 billion. It's going to cost us to put veterans more at risk to be preyed upon by for-profit colleges. And I would say to my friend Johanna Hayes, I'd like to put that $1.6 billion that we would save if we did not repeal 90-10, that would protect our veterans, to put it toward feeding those kids in your classroom.
Yeah, that's what all this is about, was who do we prioritize, right? Let's feed the kids. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger Fernandez. There being no further questions, the panel is dismissed. Let me announce the next panel, and if you all could go down to the end again, Mr. Ruiz, Dr. Adams, Ms. Matsui, Ms. Brown, Mr. Liccardo, Mr. Correa, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Menendez. One more, yeah, there you go. Did you call Ms. McCloud? I did.
No. What was
Ms. Liccardo.
Liccardo.
Liccardo. Mr. Liccardo, pardon me. It doesn't matter. I'll call you this, it's okay. You can sit either place. Thank you, Dr. Adams. I'll call you number 2, even if you're the 3rd chair. Ms. Matsui just moved a little faster. Well, thank you all very much for being here this afternoon. And I will start with Mr. Ruiz. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for letting us offer amendments to this big, ugly bill. We all know that taking health insurance away from 13.7 million people, 12.4 million U.S. citizens is going to cause an increase in those that are uninsured. And we all know that when they get sick, their only place for care is going to be in the emergency departments, because our EMTALA laws mandate that emergency care physicians like myself will need to take care of patients if their life, sight, or limbs are threatened. And that uncompensated care is going to increase costs, and it's going to affect everybody, whether or not you have Medicaid or private insurance. So my amendment would require states to produce an assessment of the effects of the coverage losses from this Medicaid title on rates of uncompensated care and emergency department wait times for each hospital that receives a disproportionate share hospital payments. We know that the increase in the population that goes into the hospitals that are uncompensated, that goes into the emergency department, will
result in longer wait times to see a physician. There will be increase in overcrowdedness in the hospitals. The hospitals would bear a larger burden of those costs, And hospitals will do several things to make up for that. One is they will increase their own costs, and two, they will fire healthcare providers, and three, the other thing they will do is they will start to eliminate the services that don't bring a lot of revenue into the hospital. And those services usually are pediatrics and they're labor and delivery. So children will be affected, maternity care, women, pregnant ladies who are also covered in Medicaid will be affected because those services won't exist in the hospital. And the final thing that they would do, and there's evidence from this, the Inland Empire Health Plan that manages 90% of Medicaid patients in Riverside County and San Bernardino County in California, recently sent me a letter saying that co-signed by 8 hospital CEOs, saying that if there are significant Medicaid cuts, they would be forced to close. So think about this. If you're having an emergency, a stroke, or cardiac ischemia, or heart attack, and that hospital is no longer in your community, where are you going to go for emergency care? And this is those that are on private health insurance too. This is how cutting Medicaid is going to affect everybody. The second amendment that I co-introduced with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will go after fraud and reinvest in Medicaid Advantage by going after the overcoding problem that exists and take those monies that are saved and reinvest in Medicare. And the reason why we want to invest in Medicare is to help provide the resources for providers to actually pay for the cost of care. You see, providers have not had their reimbursements from Medicare commensurate increase with the cost of providing care, and therefore, since 2001 to about 2023, there's been a 26% cut in the reimbursements for providers. If this continues, providers are going to take less Medicare patients in order to make sure they're able to pay their bills. And so I know that this bill has a quasi-small, pitiful, so-called doc fix, where it's only 75% of the Medicare Economic Index or the inflation rate, and then a few years after that, 10% each year. I want to insert my piece of legislation as through this amendment that would provide the full doc fix, which would tie the Medicare physician reimbursement to 100% of the Medicare Economic Index. Doing so will help protect Medicare for providers and seniors and strengthen the program so that more seniors can have access to that. So if you're really about cutting fraud or cutting waste, and you're really about increasing access, then you would be allowing this amendment to be germane and included into the overall big, ugly bill. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Dr. Adams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the ranking member for the opportunity to speak this evening. Today I'm offering 2 amendments, both rooted in things that I thought we all supported, helping families and helping students. But let me start by saying that absolutely there's nothing about this bill that's beautiful. It's actually a big, ugly bill, and probably one of the ugliest that I've seen from this chamber. It's ugly because it hurts people. It's ugly because it punishes children. It punishes students and working families, and it's ugly because it tries to disguise cruelty as reform. Now, my first amendment is about SNAP. We've heard a lot about that. It is the largest and it is the most successful food security program in the nation. It's a lifeline for 49,000 citizens in my district in North Carolina. My SNAP amendment would prevent parents and caregivers of children as young as 7 from losing food assistance if they can't afford child care during the summer months.
Then they should have no problem supporting my amendment.
areas or rural areas. And for the rural areas, sometimes they get treated even worse with no protection from that side of the aisle, who do not consider the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau as important. And so everything that's been said here that have identified not only the $21 billion over the 14 years, but the way that people have had somewhere to turn to get these investigations and feel as if the government cares about them. It's absolutely true.
Thank you so very much.
You're
And
welcome.
then the last point is I did, as we were talking about federal employees and what they're doing to federal employees in this bill, and the fact that we happen to have sitting right next to each other the oversight concerned about federal employees and the defense, right, House Armed Services, because it is our members of the who serve in the military then go on to serve in our country in a different way. 30% of our federal employees are veterans. And the idea that we would not support the amendment that Representative Lynch has brought, that was suggested by my colleague, of let's make sure we protect veterans as well. And, one last question, Ranking Member Smith. Why do you think that so many of our military end up serving America in our federal government?
Because they believe in public service. It's part of why they joined the military in the first place. They believe in service above self. They could do a number of different jobs in a number of different places, but public service appeals to them. I think that's very obvious. It's one of the things I've always loved about working with the military, is you see the ethic that's what it's about. They are trying to serve something larger than themselves, and they want to continue doing that after their service in the military has been completed. And we've seen them do so in many, many places, quite ably.
I think this idea of public service and service, I often say that service is an act of love, whether you're serving in the military, even in this chamber. And the idea that you are going to demonize and penalize those veterans, those federal employees who've already done so much for this country is really shameful. And, I am going to just say that it is now 4:20. And I think it is important that we are on this dais asking the question and taking the time, because this is 1,100 and something page bill. Americans don't know what's in it. And I do think that it is important that we end up going into and bringing light and maybe even sunlight by the time we get through all of these panels. But with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Norman, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Langworthy?
I just, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just take a moment and thank all the committee chairs for the countless hours and all the staff and the ranking members on both sides. This was an incredible legislative exercise. They have 11 committees produce this much work and the hundreds and hundreds of hours that have gone into the construction of our reconciliation. So I just want to show my gratitude there. I'd also like to yield a moment to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Madam Chair, I just ask unanimous consent to add an article to the record. The title of the article is Clinton Signs Welfare to Work Bill, August 22nd, 1996. And
without objection.
I would just point out to my colleagues that the same complaints about that piece of legislation came from people on the left, including from the Clinton administration, where he had people actually resign in protest. And the article ends with the statement, welfare and poverty rates both declined during the late 1990s. However, leading some observers to view the legislation as a success, and certainly the welfare to work signed under Bill Clinton was a success, and we believe that this one will be as well. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith?
And I yield back.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Langworthy. Thank you.
I don't have any questions of these witnesses.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion or questions, our panel is dismissed. Thank you very much. And I also want to add my thanks to the staff. I appreciate Mr. Langworthy bringing that up. We can't do our jobs without our staff, and I appreciate all of them being here too. You want to make another one? Save it for me, though. Right, just jot it down. I now welcome our second panel.
Customs and Border Protection recorded roughly 13 million encounters of inadmissible aliens. Customs and Border Protection recorded roughly 13 million encounters of inadmissible aliens and gotaways, not counting the unknown gotaways. That number 4 times what happened in the first Trump administration. Border Patrol agents were overwhelmed and demoralized, and they were tasked to release tens of thousands of illegal immigrants every month. Apprehensions of individuals on the terrorist watch list illegally crossing the southwest border spiked from 11 during the 4 years of the Trump administration to 385 between FY21 and 24. Illicit narcotics, especially fentanyl, surged across the southwest border, contributing to a national overdose crisis. ICE agents were effectively prevented from doing their jobs, and deportations plummeted to historic lows. But the tide has turned. President Trump was decisively elected in large part because he promised to fix the self-inflicted crisis created by the prior administration. Now Border Patrol agents have returned to the front lines, empowered to enforce the law. Scores of criminal aliens are being detained and deported, and law and order is finally returning to our communities. The numbers make it clear. President Trump's approach to actually enforcing our laws works. Apprehensions at our borders have plummeted to never-before-seen levels. For example, monthly encounters at the southwest border dropped over 97% from a record high of over 301,000 in December of 23 to less than 8,400 in April of this year. The Trump administration is keeping its promises, and now we in Congress need to keep ours. Just like the president, every Republican ran on securing our border and enforcing our laws. If we fail to provide the necessary funding to the Department of Homeland Security to secure our border and restore law and order, we will show ourselves to be unworthy of the trust placed in us. Every budget recommendation that my committee advanced for inclusion in this bill is critical to maintaining the momentum that we have achieved so far. First, Title VI of this bill provides over $46 billion to finish construction of a strategically placed border barrier system. This system includes not only just steel and concrete bollards, but a full suite of technology and infrastructure such as lights, sensors, cameras, and access roads, giving agents the tools they need to secure the border and do their job safely and effectively. 90% of Border Patrol agents agree that a strategically based border wall system is a key part of their toolkit. Who are we as politicians sitting in our air-conditioned offices to deny them this invaluable resource they say they need? Our reconciliation package also provides $5 billion to improve and modernize Customs and Border Protection checkpoints and facilities. These checkpoints are critical to the border security mission. Reconciliation funding will also be used to invest in frontline personnel by providing more than $7 billion to increase the number of Border Patrol agents, Customs and Border Protection officers, air and marine agents, support staff, and eligible retired agents and officers. Without immediate and sustained investment in workforce expansion and retention, CBP risks further erosion of both effectiveness and morale, endangering not only border security, but also the well-being of those sworn to protect it. Title VI also invests in cutting-edge technology to help agents and officers interdict illicit contraband and drugs like fentanyl. As cartel tactics evolve, Congress must provide CBP with the cutting-edge technology they need to carry out President Trump's successful border security agenda. Our bill invests over $5 billion in modernizing and enhancing our border security and surveillance technologies, drones, ground sensors, enhanced communication systems, and surveillance towers at and between ports of entry. The bill will also provide $450 million to Operation Stone Garden, a grant program designed to help border states and local communities enhance their own security. Republicans are focused on what actually matters, providing proper funding so that DHS law enforcement can carry out their border security mission, protect our country, and secure the homeland. We have a historic opportunity to make the country we love safer and more secure. Let's keep our promises and get reconciliation done. I yield.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized.
Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. I normally use this time to thank you for the opportunity to discuss this bill, but this dead of night hearing is one of the most shameful games I've ever seen played on the American public in my nearly 60 years of public service. The Homeland Security title of this scam of a bill was developed without any of the standard oversight and discussion with the Department of Homeland Security that would normally go along with funding numbers so big. The bill recklessly throws an enormous amount of taxpayer money at the border to buy the votes of Republicans who are reluctant to support the massive billionaire tax giveaways, and devastating health care cuts that really motivate this piece of legislation. In other words, the Homeland Security title of the bill is like putting lipstick on a pig. But in many ways, the reality of these 9 pages of legislative text is even worse than that, because it steals money from the American taxpayer and gives it to the Trump administration to decimate DHS and attack the Constitution. President Trump and Secretary Noem are unconstitutionally dismantling DHS and making us less safe in the process. They are firing hundreds of civil servants, freezing grants, eliminating the watchdogs who protect Americans, and failing to respond to natural disasters across the country. Several of you have natural disasters ongoing in your district, and you have weekly requests for approval of other natural disasters. Under Trump and Noem, DHS is detaining and deporting American children with cancer, punishing students for engaging in protected First Amendment activity, and denying the due process to individuals, including those in the country legally. When the Trump administration spends its resources harassing, rounding up, and deporting American citizens, legal permanent residents, and international students in the name of border security, it is ignoring real threats from terrorism, domestic violent extremism, and gun violence. Just last weekend, a fertility clinic in Palm Springs, California, was bombed in a domestic terrorist attack. Domestic violent extremism represents one of the biggest threats to the homeland, and this bill doesn't spend a dime on it. It does, however, spend $46.5 billion on Trump's failed border wall, which, I may remind this committee, Trump originally said Mexico would pay for it. That amount for the failed border wall is 10 times what the bill spends on Customs and Border Protection personnel, and it nearly doubles what the Armed Services title of the bill dedicates to the technology complex, so-called Golden Dome Domestic Missile Defense Program. If the Trump administration's cruel policies alone have been as successful as Secretary Noem and Chairman Green like to claim, why are billions and billions of additional funds necessary at all? We got some insight into that question last week when Secretary Noem took a break from her costume changes and photo ops to ask the Appropriation Committee for a new $50 million private jet. See, Rolexes are not enough for our made-for-TV Secretary of Homeland Security. She needs a new Gulfstream 5, too. Never mind that the Coast Guard has much older equipment in service they use daily for life-saving missions. Those aircrafts should be replaced first.
Meaning even with flat premiums, patients pay more out of pocket. So this is not just my opinion. An internal analysis from the first Trump administration warned that these changes will cause coverage losses, premium spikes, and significant market disruption. The administration has also admitted that under this rule, 2 million individuals will lose health care coverage in 2026. This rule is a direct attack on the people that the ACA was designed to protect. It targets working families, low-income individuals, and people with chronic conditions. This rule isn't about integrity, it's about exclusion. So no, we shouldn't codify this harmful rule into law. We should stop it. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. The second amendment I'd like to discuss today would strike the section of this bill that repeals and rescinds grant funding for reducing air pollution at schools. And I have to repeat this fact. My second amendment would strike the section of this bill, this Republican bill, that repeals and rescinds grant funding for reducing air pollution at schools. We have an administration that claims to be promoting an agenda that will make our nation and families healthier. As a father and a legislator, there is nothing more important to me than protecting our nation's children. But the bill we are marking up today does the opposite. When parents send their kids to school, the last thing that they should worry about is the air in their children's classrooms. We know that indoor air pollutants pose serious health risks to children, and air pollution can affect educational outcomes. According to data from Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, whose funding the Trump administration has proposed cutting in half, in a classroom of 30 children, 3 are likely to have asthma. One study found a decline in children's test scores for every increase in particulate matter in their school's air, and air quality at schools tends to be worse indoors than it is outside. So what did Democrats do? We created tools to address this challenge. The IRA authorized a grant program that provides essential funding and technical assistance to improve air quality at schools. It seems straightforward to me, even at this hour, why we need this program. Yet Republicans voted against authorizing it 3 years ago. And every Republican on the Energy and Commerce Committee voted against my amendment in our markup last week. Meanwhile, they are cutting Medicaid for nearly 14 million people, and as I mentioned earlier, dismantling critical agencies that are charged with protecting public health. So I'd like my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to explain to me and the American people, how does this bill make our children healthier? How, in cutting these programs, will our children breathe cleaner air? How does making children sick support American families? This issue should be common sense. It should be bipartisan. It should be easy to vote yes on my amendment that preserves this vital program. I appreciate you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. That concludes. Oh, got to do questions. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Mr. McGovern.
Eating a Swedish fish when you.
I did that on purpose.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah.
It's going to cost more with tariffs to have the Swedish fish.
But I just want to say to everybody, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. I support all your amendments. I'm proud of all of you for coming to this committee and presenting the amendments you did, because I think they represent our values. And as I said at the beginning of this hearing, the underlying bill it doesn't represent my values, doesn't represent our values. And so whatever we can do to help advance your amendments, we will do. But thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Scanlon?
Yes, I echo the ranking member's remarks, and I wanted to particularly thank Representative Sanchez for bringing forward that amendment that is just so despicable in clawing back benefits from children based on who their parents are. It's un-American. That's all I can say.
It also violates the Constitution.
Details.
But that doesn't seem to bother certain members.
Yeah,
of Congress.
well, I appreciate the amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Thank you very much. And, I noted, Representative Ricardo, that you kind of said something that we are all hearing, right? We keep hearing from Republicans that they don't like this bill. They whisper it to us. They complain about it. But they are so terrified of Trump that they are not having the courage to actually vote no. But we'll see. We'll see. But, with regards to the amendments proposed with regards to immigration, I just wanted to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record an article in Defense One, and Defense One, as you know, is a highly regarded military publication, titled "Immigrants Show Greater Willingness to Join the Military, Study Shows."
Without objection, so ordered.
And another article, I think that goes to Representative Sanchez's points. And there's lots of these different articles, but really the point was made by you. It's been made in some of the earlier panels, but we haven't talked enough about it. And so that's why I wanted to, I know we're trying to move on, but I wanted to take some time to acknowledge that this idea that immigrants are the reason you have to cut Medicaid for everybody because they are somehow gaming the system when they do not receive any federal dollars. And indeed, the article that I would seek unanimous consent to is just one of many that center on budget and policy priorities. Immigrants contribute greatly to the Social Security Trust Fund solvency, which demonstrates, Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent.
What was the date? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
The date on
It's
the
an
article?
The date of the article on April 23, 2025.
Without objection? So ordered.
Thank you. And thank you for helping clarify that, because I think it's really important that these are recent articles, because they are showing that immigrants' contributions are key. And this one shows that if it weren't for immigrants who pay taxes but often don't receive any of the benefits, our Social Security would be in deeper trouble than it already is. And you look at that across the board over and over. And so I'm going to introduce these articles, and I know we want to move forward because we have all these wonderful members who are coming here to tell us all the other new things. This is the great thing about these hearings is we're hearing all of these unique factors that you are all bringing to the fact that we are ignoring our cybersecurity. He got rid of Trump. Trump got rid of, right? I mean, you're laughing because I don't even have to say it, right? Because it's shameful that we have made ourselves more at risk because of what he has done in terms of opening up our vulnerabilities to Russia. That's one of your concerns, correct, Representative Matsui? Yeah. Yeah. So thank you very much for raising those. I didn't know if you wanted to do anything else quickly on either of those.
If I could just respond, it is the biggest lie in the world that immigrants take more from the system than they pay in. Immigrants pay into the system, they work hard, they pay taxes, they're not even eligible for those benefits. And yet other Americans are told the reason why there's waste, fraud, and abuse is because of immigrants. It's patently false. It's lies, and it's meant to divide our country. And so the amendments that I'm introducing are trying to strike those provisions that treat immigrants unfairly, immigrants who pay into the system and are not eligible for the benefits.
Yeah, and in this article from Defense One, it's interesting, the articles you start reading, once you get to Congress, like who knew I would start reading military articles? But, that U.S. are more willing to fight for their country. And what they're fighting for, as it goes in to discuss, is the ideals of the country, the ideals of the Constitution. And that is something that I think we need to remember, that we're dealing with a tax bill and cutting essential benefits, but they are wrapping it around elements that are undermining the ideals of this country as a place where we create opportunity for everybody, whether you're native born from West Virginia or you're an immigrant or married in. I would only suggest that, and maybe I could discuss it with you later, the idea that it should be any family who is not just the spouse, but also the children who are married into the military. But with that, you wanted to say something?
I just want to just join my colleague, Congresswoman Matsui, to your point about cybersecurity. I mean, this is, when I was on Homeland Security on the cybersecurity subcommittee, this was something that had bipartisan support. And this is something that we should all be in agreement on. Yeah. We're watching an administration dismantle CISA and our cybersecurity workforce at a time that we need to be growing it. And instead of having a strong federal response to all the attacks that we're seeing both in private and public sector to our critical infrastructure, we're saying that the states and municipalities have to handle it when they don't have the resources to. And so I appreciate Congresswoman Matsui's leadership on this issue and her amendment, because it is something that should have bipartisan support, because it has historically had bipartisan support, because it's an issue of national security. And the fact that we can't agree on this amendment, that everyone in the administration, especially when you're enabling people from Doge to have access to some of the most sensitive personal data of all Americans, right, from red and blue states across the country, whether it's HUD or the VA or the IRS, we should have some level of cybersecurity awareness and training for those individuals. So I thank the Congresswoman for her leadership on this issue, and it should be something that should have bipartisan support, and I thank you for raising it as well.
Thank you very much. And once again, we aren't hearing any Republicans complain about any of the kind of transgressions that would have normally had an outcry, a bipartisan outcry. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now I recognize Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there are legitimate differences of opinion on different issues. Many of my friends are Democrats. I travel with them overseas. We have different ideas about how to solve the same problem. So there are legitimate questions, differences about how we would handle the issues. But I can tell you, as someone who's in the rooms where there are no telephones, where we're dealing with the cybersecurity-related issues, there's no breakdown on the cybersecurity right now. There's just not. So we can have our debates and our differences of opinion, but I can tell you this. The administration is committed on cybersecurity, just as I believe the previous administration was committed on cybersecurity. And it's just a we have differences of agreements on other things, but that's the one that I've listened to that I think that accusation is just, as someone who's in the room, I very much think that's a false accusation.
Can I comment on
Mr.
that?
Chair, I yield the remainder of my time. I'm not interested in a debate on it.
Gentleman has yielded back, and I understand we can do this, but I'm looking at possibly 2 more panels before we finish, and so happy for y'all to have a conversation and discussion and disagreement, but this panel is concluded. Thank you. I note this response will be noted. Thank you. And what we've been trying to do is when I start calling off the names for the next panel, it'll be starting on this end with chair number 1, Mr. Khanna, Ms. McClellan, Mr. Courtney, Mr. Frost, Ms. Brownlee, Mr. Magaziner, Mr. Garamendi, and Ms. Elfrith. All right, I know it's still a little busy, but if we can go ahead and get started. Mr. Khanna of California, are you ready? He's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a common sense bipartisan amendment. No American child under the age of 18 should lose their health care because of this bill. As you know, 42% of America's children rely on Medicaid. The chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee said, no one is going to lose their health care. No kids are going to lose their health care. President Trump keeps saying it's all about waste, fraud, and abuse. We're just going after waste, fraud, and abuse. Representative Crenshaw says no kids are going to lose their health insurance. And a number of Republicans wrote in a letter to the Speaker that they should make sure no kids lose their health insurance. But the reality is, independent estimates are that 800,000 kids in this country are going to lose their health care. I think we can all agree that any child born in America should have health care. So if the Republicans agree that kids shouldn't lose health care, why not just have a simple amendment in this bill saying we guarantee that no kid is going to lose health care? Now you ask, why is it that kids are going to lose health care? Why the estimates of 800,000? The reality is that the work requirements were tried in Arkansas, And what they saw is when parents were kicked off health care because of bureaucratic reasons, the kids lost the health care too. It's not theoretical. Thousands of kids in Arkansas lost their health care. And this to me seems like the easiest way that we can answer this question. Just guarantee to the American public that not a single American kid is going to lose health care with this bill. And that would answer the question. It would make good on all of the promises. It would make good on the promise that Trump is saying it's only waste, fraud, and abuse. He certainly doesn't want to deprive American kids born here of health care. Let me end with this point. I was in Allentown. There was a 6th grader. She stood up and she said her name was Sophia. I won't say her last name, but her name was Sophia. And she said, "I'm scared. I'm scared. Can you assure me that I won't be afraid?" And she said she's afraid because her grandmother is on Medicare. And she said she's afraid because she's a single mother is raising her. And she was concerned about her own health care. I want this amendment to pass so I can tell Sophia she doesn't have to be afraid about losing her own health care. And kids like Sophia should not be afraid of losing their health care across this country.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back, and now recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ranking Member McGovern for allowing further amendments to this bill. I think so. Okay. My amendment would ensure that the proceeds of any spectrum licensing, allocation, or auction won't line the pockets of the president, a special government official, any other government official, or their families. It would also ensure that the FCC does not collude with the president or any other government official or their family to influence the outcomes of their personal legal battles. But spoiler alert, this amendment's probably not going to pass. So I want to take the rest of my time to talk about this big bad billionaire bonus that benefits the wealthiest 10% of Americans at the expense of the poorest 10%. It shifts costs to states that are already struggling to fill massive holes that they are seeing from the Trump administration's funding freezes. They are trying to take on the burden of more responsibility shifted to them, whether from the Department of Education or these new work requirements, or now to pay for nutrition benefits for the first time ever. States are going to be left in the untenable position of having to raise their own taxes or gutting even more services as a result. This bill does nothing to address the underlying costs of health care, child care, groceries, energy bills, or anything else. And why are we rushing through this bill to the point where the bulk of it is being discussed in the middle of the night while everybody else is sleeping? What is the rush? Are the wealthiest few in that big of a hurry to get richer? Is there a flash sale on yachts that I don't know about? We've had these markups in the middle of the night that include provisions that Republicans didn't even know about. Like the Republicans on the Energy and Commerce Committee who were caught off guard by the Medicaid provisions imposing copays of up to $35 on an individual who earns up to $300 a week. They didn't know that if somebody was kicked off of Medicaid because they couldn't meet burdensome work paper requirements to prove that they're working, like the 18,000 Arkansas individuals who were kicked off when they couldn't meet work requirements even though they were working, these folks that get kicked off wouldn't be eligible for subsidies to purchase marketplace plans that they otherwise couldn't afford. And that came as a surprise to my colleagues in the E&C committee in the middle of the night. And somewhere between the E&C marathon markup and here, a provision was added that would cut the federal match for Medicaid in states that dare to provide health care to lawfully present immigrants. That means that Virginia, that covers lawfully present pregnant women and children, could face a cut in the federal match that would trigger an unwinding of Medicaid expansion that would cost hundreds of thousands of Virginians their health insurance, put our providers, especially our rural hospitals, at risk of closing their doors. Now I heard there'll be at least one manager's amendment that might fix that. But who knows? Who knows what will happen Once the Freedom Caucus, I think they've already returned from the White House, but who knows what they've demanded and what they've gotten. And they want to kick even more people off of their health insurance. But what else is buried in this bill? What's going to be buried in the manager's amendment? What's going to be buried in the bill that we see for the first time on the floor that we won't have time to take back to stakeholders or the American people? And will this be another one of those moments where we rush through a big, massive bill and then hope that the Senate saves the House from its worst impulse? Plain and simple, I ask again, what's the rush? What is the rush of a bill that will harm children? That will say to a family, now even though you legally cannot leave your child at home when they're 7, 8, 9, 10, we're going to assume that you can go to work once they reach 7. Even though I can tell you when my son was 7, if left at home to take care of himself, he probably would have burned the house down. Have we thought through? Have we thought through the unintended consequences of some of the provisions that are buried in this bill, surprising even Republicans that don't like them? I hope we take our time, we do this right, because if we mess it up, the harm is not going to be to us. It's going to be to the most vulnerable that we represent. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Courtney of Connecticut for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McGovern and all the members of the panel. I have a simple, straightforward amendment focused on the Air Force One program, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee of the House Armed Services, on which I serve as ranking member. This amendment would prohibit funds made available by this act from being used for the purpose of modifying an aircraft acquired from a foreign source for use as executive airlift aircraft or for transferring such aircraft to a non-governmental entity such as a museum. This provision is in response to the President's sudden decision to accept a Boeing 747 from Qatar to serve as a so-called bridge replacement for the current Air Force One aircraft. The White House has portrayed this idea as a free Air Force One plane. Nothing could be further from the truth. I can say this with complete certainty because in 2018, during the first Trump administration, Congress authorized the purchase of 2 Boeing 747 aircraft that Boeing had originally built as commercial passenger planes for an airline that went bankrupt. The cost of upgrades and retrofitting for these 2 planes to replace the Air Force One fleet totaled $3.9 billion. The work included stripping the plane's interior down to the studs, hardening the plane's defenses, installing encrypted communications technology, and building out space for what is essentially a flying command and control center, not just for our nation's military and intelligence agency, but for the entire federal government. Earlier this month, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Air Force, Darlene Costello, testified before our subcommittee that Boeing has a workable plan for the Air Force to deliver these 2 planes by 2027. It's important to note that the final cost at this point has already exceeded $3.9 billion to the tune of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns. A few hours ago, the White House confirmed that the President has unilaterally accepted a 3rd plane. We've all seen the pictures of this aircraft that is not even close to being ready to fly as Air Force One, and clearly it's going to require much of the same time and expense to be stripped down and upgraded as the 2 jets already under contract with the Air Force, which are on track for delivery during the President's current term. This scheme was not free, and the new scheme is not going to be free either. It's going to cost the taxpayers a lot of money. The relevance to this reconciliation package is that the armed services provisions, the $150 billion for the Department of Defense, was allocated under Title II of the U.S. Code, which has little or no controls on how funds are going to be used across programs, unlike Title 31, which safeguards the execution of congressional appropriations. And again, during the markup, we had a lot of back and forth with committee staff about the fact that the Office of Management and Budget is going to be basically free to spend that $150 billion with little or no controls or restraint. And we know that this budget director from the first Trump administration was brazenly reprogramming money with no congressional authorization over and over again. Madam Chair, there are a host of other reasons for Congress to approve this amendment, particularly the constitutional prohibition in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8, that bars any official from accepting gifts or emoluments from another government without approval of Congress. Obviously, Congress has not even come close to approving this gift. That prohibition, as well as the significant cost of retrofitting a third Air Force One, screams out for Congress to exercise its constitutional duty and put the brakes on this scheme. My amendment will do that, and I respectfully ask my colleagues to make it in order. And Madam Chair, I have an article from Forbes magazine, hardly a Democratic media outlet, titled "Why the Qataris Are Happy to Dump Their 747 on Trump," dated May 15th.
Without objection.
Thank you. I
It'll be
yield
made a
back.
part of the record. Okay, I'm just going by the list given to me, so but if you want to go in order yourself, you're fine. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. Thank you for spending nearly 20 hours at this hard work. I greatly appreciate it. I'm sure everybody on this panel does, discussing many of the very concerning cuts and policy implications of this bill, staring down policies that will result in as many as 14 million people losing their health insurance and food assistance, the elimination of IRA provisions aimed at lowering energy costs, adding trillions of dollars to the deficit, which we only just found out a few hours ago from CBO, which will trigger $500 billion in Medicare cuts, all to pay for tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans and corporations. I'm here to request the committee accept the following two amendments aimed at protecting our national security, Amendment 102 and 108. First, Amendment 102 is a common sense provision recommended by the DoD itself to protect our national security and ensure military readiness when considering coastal leases for sale. The bill before us proposes a fire sale on public lands and waters to the lowest bidders for the purpose of more drilling, and yet offers no guarantee that any of those resources will benefit Americans or lower energy costs. On the House Natural Resources Committee, we often talk about national security and how our ability to produce our own energy allows us not to rely on foreign adversaries, but selling off our coastal waters surrounding our military installations directly contradicts these efforts and instead endangers our national security by prohibiting the military's ability to train and navigate freely. And here's how I know this, because in 2015, the DoD analyzed every offshore drilling block in their roles and activities critical for military readiness and national security, and they determined that what, if any, level of drilling activity can be done without impeding their critical work. My amendment would require the federal government to implement the findings of this DoD report when selling offshore drilling leases for coastal waters. Due to the sensitive training and work of it at our installations, all of these blocks on the east and west coasts were classified by DoD as requiring either a total prohibition or very specific conditions for leasing. But even if everything on these drilling sites were to go exactly as planned, the mere presence of these rigs would cause immediate threats to our military readiness and national security, and that's just not a risk we should be willing to take. I implore this committee to address the very real threat by supporting this amendment. My second amendment before you, Amendment 180,